From the studios of Books in Motion, this is Rebecca Cook, reading Sweethearts Can Be Murder, A Girl and Her Dog Cozy Mystery, Charlie Parker Mysteries, Book 19, by Connie Shelton. Now let's begin with Sweethearts Can Be Murder, Chapter 1, Now. Yesterday wasn't the hottest 4th of July on record, but it might have been close. And for me, having just visited England a month ago, our dry New Mexico heat felt blistering. Well, maybe that's a little dramatic. My middle brother lives in Phoenix. Now that's a blistering heat. Anyway, when I awoke to the sound of the air conditioner humming away at 7 a.m., I knew it would be a hot one, and I would need to dress accordingly. I rummaged through the closet for lightweight cotton pants and a t-shirt, not especially worrying whether the outfit was strictly color-coordinated or not. Aside from checking in with and putting in a couple hours at the office, I had no big plans all day. Drake has been away for 6 weeks on a fire contract. He gets 2 days off out of every 14, so he'll dash home for the weekend and we'll manage some quick hot sex and a leisurely brunch before he has to rush back. My older brother and business partner Ron is on the dream vacation of his life. He and Victoria and 2 weeks on Kauai. And there's slim to no chance I'll receive as much as a text message. It isn't often they have a stretch without his 3 boys, but the kids are doing their own thing at Disneyland with their mother. Our part-time receptionist, Sally Bertrand, cuts her hours even further during the summer months with her own 2 kids at home, which I don't mind, since the office should be fairly quiet without Ron there. Long story short, I've got lots of time to myself these days, and my biggest plan is the vague notion that I'd like to repaint the guest room. Sometime. Not today. Showered and dressed, I meandered toward the kitchen, where Freckles met me with eagerness in her step. I pressed the button on the coffee maker and let her out the back door, keeping an eye toward the break in the hedge where the dog loves to race if she hears any signs of activity over at Elsa's house. My elderly neighbor and her live-in caregiver both have our little spaniel spoiled rotten. From the doorway, I kept an ear turned to the progress of the coffee maker while I watched the dog. She finished her business before the female voices from next door perked her floppy ears right up. Her head cocked and she made a run for the hedge. "Freckle, baby, what you doing?" It was Dottie Flowers, Graham's wonderful caregiver and constant companion. Loving baby talk came through, and I could imagine the pillowy black woman as she bent to tickle the dog behind the ears and sneak a treat from the pocket of her apron. I pulled the door closed and padded barefoot down the porch steps and followed the sounds. "Is she bugging you, Dottie? Sorry." "Oh, not at all. I just stepped out to pick us some tomatoes before it gets too hot." "It's your day off. I could do that," I said, noticing that Dottie wore one of her church dresses. "Don't you worry. It'll take me 2 minutes, and then I'm off to help out at the Vacation Bible School. They got me teaching a class of 10-year-olds. Old Dottie getting a little slow for that bunch, I tell you." I laughed at the image of Dottie riding herd over kids that age, but I had no doubt she could do it. For someone in her 60s, she kept going strong. She and Elsa had planted a full garden in the late spring, and I often heard the 2 of them chattering away as they exclaimed over the progress of the beans or the squash. They'd already harvested fruit from the cherry and apricot trees, and made more jam than we could eat in 2 years. Dottie kept Elsa as young as any 90-plus woman could be. She'd been a godsend to our family. "So Miss Elsa had a breakfast," Dottie said, leading the way toward the tomato vines. "Lunch is no problem. Her friend Iris is coming by to pick her up, and they having lunch out somewhere. Then Miss Iris promised to bring her home and get her settled. She'll take her nap, not so much you'll need to worry about, unless you want to come by late this afternoon." I watched as she deftly pulled 3 ripe tomatoes from the vines and placed them in the little pouch she'd created by gathering up the edges of her apron. "I'll make a salad for dinner tonight and invite her over," I said, knowing full well that Elsa ate little or nothing in the evening if she'd had a big lunch. Here, then you take these. Dottie held the apron out toward me, and I picked up the tomatoes. You sure you don't need them? Look at them vines. It's all I can do to use them as fast as they get ripe. She convinced me. Plus, the scent from the ripe fruits was already tempting me into considering a tomato and coffee for breakfast. Or maybe not. I called to Freckles, who leapt to attention the moment I said office. Next to Elsa's, my workplace is the dog's favorite spot to be. I wished Dottie good luck with the Bible school kids, and she told me she'd do fine once she got out of there at noon, changed her clothes, and joined up with her bowling league friends for the afternoon and evening. We exchanged a warm hug, and I took my tomatoes and my dog home, where the kitchen was filled with the enticing scent of Rudamaya dark roast. An hour later, tummy filled with 2 cinnamon rolls, I carried my iced coffee into the Victorian house we now call our office, and followed Freckles' lead toward the reception area. "Anything on the agenda today?" I asked Sally. "I've got your billing all sent," she said, leaning back in her chair and lifting her shaggy blonde hair off the back of her neck. "I'll put those in the mail on my way home." She nodded toward a few envelopes on the corner of her desk. I had prepared the client account statements yesterday, but left the actual sending of the electronic statements for this morning. Sally was quicker at transmitting them than I was anyway. And for those few clients who still require paper bills sent through the mail, she had printed, folded, stuffed them in envelopes, and affixed the postage. "Any calls for Ron or anything else I need to know about?" She shut down her computer and shook her head. "Nope. He did a pretty good job of letting his regular clients know he's away. I put 2 messages on his desk. People with general inquiries who seemed content to wait a couple weeks to hear back from him. I made it sound like he's out of town on an investigation." Good idea. When people want a private investigator, they generally don't want to hear the guy is sunning himself on the beach in Hawaii. We're in a business where people tend to think their particular problem transcends all rights of the investigator to have any time to himself. Sally picked up the outgoing mail and headed toward the back door, while I grabbed my laptop case and my coffee and took the stairs to the 2nd floor. My office felt stuffy, and I nudged the thermostat on the modern-day central air down a notch. I was in the process of booting up my computer when the front door chime went off. Someone had just walked in, and I couldn't ignore it the way I did when I knew Sally was at the front desk. Freckles raced ahead, as she always does, and I heard a female voice exclaiming over the dog before I was even halfway down the stairs. A teenage girl stood in the reception area, clasping a folder to her chest as she bent to accept doggy kisses on her fingers. She wore skinny jeans, a turquoise tank top, and white linen jacket with elbow-length sleeves, and her honey-brown hair draped straight to her shoulders. A tiny white purse hung from a thin strap that crossed her body. I guessed her age to be somewhere around a junior in high school. When she spotted me, she stood straight and smiled, showing perfectly aligned teeth. "Hi, can I help you?" I asked. "You're the private investigator, right?" She shifted the inch-thick folder to her left arm, seeming uncertain as to whether she should shake hands or not. I quick debated whether to go into the whole spiel about how I'm really the accountant for the firm and my brother is the PI. Why bother? She was probably here to ask for donations for the school band or something. I just gave a nod. "Good." She stood up taller, easily 5'8" in her flat sandals. "I want to hire you. Oh, I'm Cassandra Blake. Well, Cassie." "Okay, Cassie. What's the nature of the case?" I could see it now. Girl who wants to find out if her boyfriend is cheating. "It's a missing person case. The police worked on it for a while, but they gave up. I was just a baby at the time, but I've read the entire case file a bunch of times." She patted the top of the folder. "Let's go into the conference room. May I take a look at the file?" She handed me the folder and followed my lead toward the old house's former dining room. I switched on the overhead lights and ushered her toward the long table, where she took a seat facing the foyer. She declined my offer of a soda or water or coffee, apparently wanting to get right to business. I sat at the head of the table and opened the file for a look. At a glance, it did seem to be a copy of an actual police investigation. There were the usual initial report forms. A woman named Jennifer Blake reported missing, now more than 15 years ago, and several pages of what appeared to be witness statements. I didn't spend much time on the details. If we took the case, Ron would want to read everything in detail later. "Who's Linda Arnold?"
"My grandmother. Jenny Blake is my mother. Well, I don't remember her at all. I was only a year old when all this happened."
"So Jenny went missing and Ms. Arnold reported the fact?"
"Right. The police didn't really seem to question very many people, and no one has worked on the case for years now. I just need to find her, to find out what happened and why she left us. And I need to bring her back."
From the slimness of the file, I could tell the case hadn't gone far. I've seen murder files easily 8 or 10 inches thick, filled with all the various witness statements and interviews with suspects. The detectives and missing persons had clearly made an effort here, but it must have gone nowhere. I was intrigued. I closed the folder and looked directly at Cassie, giving her the respect of a legitimate potential client. "Our private investigator is away from the office this week, actually until the 18th of the month. So what I can do is tell him about your case, and if he's got time on his schedule, we'll be in touch." Not to mention I wasn't actually sure we could take on a minor as a client. Her bright smile faded.
"Oh, no. I was hoping... Well, I guess I didn't explain well enough. This is urgent. Grandma is really, really sick. This is the most traumatic event of her life, and she shouldn't have to leave for heaven until she sees her daughter again."
Oh, boy. I had no idea how to answer that one.
"Oh, I can pay for your service,"
Cassie said, mistaking my hesitation.
"Grandma has a little money in the bank, and I know this is how she'd want to spend it."
I felt a tug in my heart. "What about you? After she's, gone, won't you need the money to live on?" And how was that going to work? Here was this young girl who would be left alone, possibly to become a ward of the state. "Are there other relatives?" I asked as gently as I could. "Where will you go?"
"There's an uncle and his wife in Colorado."
She didn't elaborate, and I noticed she didn't say my uncle or give much indication of how she felt about them. I felt myself wavering toward this kid who was about to lose everything familiar to her. She only wanted one thing, to find her mother. How could I say no? Chapter 2. Cassie pulled out a checkbook from her purse and insisted on writing a check for $1,000 to retain our services, even though I explained that I would need to call Ron and get his okay. I didn't even address the fact that she'd be winging it with me, at least for the first couple of weeks, not to mention the very slim chance that someone who'd been missing for 15 years could actually be found at all. At some point, I would have to bring up the possibility that Jenny Blake had been dead all this time. "I won't deposit this until I at least get the go-ahead from my partner," I told her as she handed over the money. "At that time, I may need to have your grandmother sign a contract. I'm not sure how that works. We've never had a client under 18 before." She smiled with a lot more confidence than I felt.
"It's going to work out fine,"
she said, standing and shaking my hand.
"You'll find her, Charlie."
I walked to the front door and we stepped out to the covered porch. "How did you find us, anyway?" She pointed toward the small sign on the building.
"RJP Investigations. I've seen this place for years. We live just on the next block over, and I've walked past here 100 times. My friends and I have ridden our bikes and played on this street since we were little."
Such a normal girl, considering the trauma in her early life, and now facing the loss of the person most important to her. I wished her luck and told her I would be in touch once I knew more. Something about this girl, I must admit, had drawn me in. Maybe it was the fact that she was now near the same age I was when I'd lost my own parents. Elsa had taken me in and finished raising me. Cassie was faced with losing her grandmother. I couldn't imagine how off the deep end I would have gone had I lost Gram at that age. I walked back into the conference room, sat down, and opened the file on Jenny Blake. The initial police report was fairly basic. Jennifer Blake, age 21, had been home alone with her 1-year-old daughter. Her mother, Linda Arnold, reported that she went to the house on 6th Street to get the baby while Jenny attended classes at UNM. When she arrived, the baby, Cassandra Lynn Blake, was quietly playing in her playpen, alone in the house. The front door was unlocked, which Linda thought odd. Jenny's car was in the driveway. Her purse was where she normally kept it, on a hook with jackets near the front door. Linda had called out, then searched the entire house and backyard. Assuming Jenny had popped over to a neighbor's house, she waited a few minutes, then left Jenny a note saying she had Cassie and was heading out to a scheduled pediatrician's appointment. When Linda and Cassie returned an hour later, everything was exactly as she'd left it, and that's when she knew something was horribly wrong. Jenny had not moved the note Linda had left for her, had not taken her purse or car, and by now she would have been late for class. The only thing Linda spotted out of place on the property was a cigarette butt at the foot of the front steps. No one in the family smoked. Linda called the police, who told her that an adult is not considered a missing person until they've been gone 48 hours. Just sit tight, they said. She'll come walking in at any time. Linda called Jenny's friends, especially eager to talk to Laura, who was in her accounting class at the university, thinking maybe her daughter had ridden to school with Laura. Maybe she'd been in a rush and forgotten her purse. Laura said no, she'd had no plans to drive with Jenny that day. She had missed her in class, but assumed something came up. She asked if the baby was all right. Linda had no reason to think Laura was lying. Her concern seemed genuine enough, according to what Linda told the police. There were other interviews, along with notes from the detective, who would eventually come to the house at Linda's insistence. But I'd read enough for now to know that I wanted to try to help this family. I calculated the time difference and figured I could catch Ron at the crack of dawn, well before he and Victoria would head out for a day of whatever they were planning. They'd only been on the island 2 days, and surely their inner clocks were still operating on mainland time.
"Yep, we're up,"
were his first words when he heard my voice.
"Don't tell me there's an office emergency already. Please don't tell me that."
No emergency, just a question. I gave him the basic one-sentence synopsis of the case, ending with the fact that we were being hired by a 16-year-old.
"Get the grandmother to sign the contract,"
he said.
"Nothing should come back to bite us legally if it's her name on the paperwork. And make sure the check clears the bank."
Good old Ron. I heard Victoria's voice in the background and spent a couple of minutes chatting with her. They were enchanted with the island, she told me, and couldn't wait to follow my recommendation and take a helicopter flight to get the whole overview. She asked about the best places to eat and to buy gifts to bring home, but I'm afraid I wasn't much help there since I hadn't been to Kauai in a few years.
"Don't expect too much," came Ron's voice from a distance. "That case is 15 years old already. Those are the tough ones."
"Tell him I said thanks," I told Victoria, "and reassure him I won't disrupt your vacation time again." She laughed and told me to give Drake and Freckles each a hug. I hung up and put the Blake file back in order. Upstairs, I got on the computer and created a new version of our standard contract, filling it in with Linda Arnold's name and address. Tucking that into the folder Cassie had given me, I bribed Freckles into her crate with a doggy cookie, locked up the office, and set out walking. It would have been easy to justify hopping in the car for the short 2-block trek, given the hot day, but I could use the exercise. I stuck to the shady side of the street and located the address on the next street to the south, a block over and 1 block west of our office. They say horses sweat, men perspire, and ladies glisten. Even so, I was feeling more than a little glisteny by the time I climbed Linda's porch steps and tapped at the door. Cassie answered, and her smile widened.
You came.
Is your grandmother home?
She is. She starts the mornings a little slowly these days. She's in the recliner in the den. Come on in.
I followed her through a generous-sized entryway, noting a formal living room to my left and a hallway leading to bedrooms on the right. This house didn't appear nearly as old as our Victorian, most likely dating to the 1940s or 50s. It had the substantial feel of the homes of that era, without the cookie-cutter floor plans so prevalent in later subdivisions. Straight ahead was the den, a good-sized room with a stone fireplace, parquet floors, and cushy furniture. A sliding glass door led to a backyard full of shade trees and flowering shrubs, and I could see past the built-in bookcase on the far wall into the kitchen. The stove and fridge had last been updated sometime in the 80s. A recliner chair in one corner faced a large TV set diagonally across from it, and the woman with graying blonde hair pressed a remote control to switch it off. She looked older than her 60-some years, but I supposed that was due to her illness. A side table near the chair held at least a dozen pill bottles. Cassie introduced me to her grandmother and offered me something to drink. I told her a glass of water would hit the spot right now.
Pardon me for not getting up,
Linda said, lowering the footrest so she could sit somewhat more upright.
I find that I get a little woozy sometimes when I stand.
No problem at all. I perched on the corner of the sofa nearest her chair.
Cassie told me who you are and said she had gone by your office this morning.
Good. Did she mention that we might not get a lot done on your case for a couple of weeks? My partner is actually the licensed investigator, and he's out of the city right now. A tiny crease formed between Linda's eyebrows.
I know my granddaughter is hoping.
I understand, and I'm happy to review the old case and work on locating people we might talk to, so it's not as if there won't be any progress at all. Linda's face relaxed into a smile when Cassie walked in and handed me a glass of water with ice.
Sweetie, wasn't today the day you were going to change the bed linens?
Cassie took the hint to leave us alone. She flashed me a smile and headed in the direction of the bedrooms. I put out the contract and a pen, and Linda glanced over the 2-page document before signing. I thanked her, then patted the police file. Is this something you've had all along?
No, actually, at the time, all those years ago, I just let the police do their business, and when they stopped working on the case, I guess I pretty much gave up hope. Cassie's the one who took the initiative now. She filed the request and got this copy of their investigation. I thought I'd done a good job of making provisions for her in case something happened to me, which now it has. But she's...
Her voice trailed off. She cleared her throat and pointed to a shelf behind the flat-screen TV.
You'll need a picture to show your witnesses. I'm afraid that's not the best, but it's what I can give you now, without having to dig through a lot of old boxes.
I stepped over and picked up the framed 5x7 photo of Jennifer Blake holding baby Cassie on her lap. Both were dressed in pink sweaters.
She'd bleached her hair,
Linda said.
Wanted it lighter, like mine, not the rich brown from her father's side.
I'll leave the frame with you, if that's okay. Linda nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Cassie sounds very hopeful that we can locate her mother. At least that's what I took from our conversation this morning. Linda nodded.
Let me give you a little background. It might help you understand the girl's viewpoint. Jenny and Ricky married young, way too young to my way of thinking, but they were determined. They were high school sweethearts, both graduated and got jobs. Well, his was sporadic work. Musicians are like that. He played with a band that was actually starting to be fairly well known here in town. Jenny worked in an office and decided becoming an accountant would be a good career choice. She was always good with numbers, and she liked office work.
I had to smile at the parallels. My own skill with numbers was what led a university professor to suggest that direction for me. I couldn't say I loved office work, but the computer presented no big challenge, so that was the path I took.
I encouraged Jenny to get her degree. She would get better jobs and could open her own office as a CPA one day. That was my thinking. What I didn't say was she would need a decent income after Ricky bailed on her, which he did. When Cassie was born a year or so later, he decided fatherhood wasn't much fun. Going on the road with the band was more to his liking.
She sighed and shifted slightly in her seat.
I really tried not to say I told you so to my daughter, but it was there. She heard it enough from friends and other family members who had seen doom in the marriage.
I nodded, sipped my water, and let her continue.
I tried to talk Jenny into moving herself and the baby in here with me. I've got plenty of space and all, but she was so fiercely independent. She wanted to stay in her own little rented place. Secretly, I think she always hoped Ricky would come back. She loved him blindly. I kept my mouth shut and just tried to help out where I could, mainly with childcare because she worked and attended classes.
I read your statement in the police report, I said. So on the day she disappeared, Jenny was supposed to go to her university class?
Yes. I got to the house to pick up Cassie and take her for a checkup, and Jenny wasn't there. I was surprised at first, then puzzled. Well, you read the report. I asked the neighbors if they'd seen her leave, or if they had talked to her that morning. No one knew anything. I called a few of her friends. Their names are in there. I gave everything to the police so they could follow up. At first, they didn't want to. You know how they can be. But after I stayed all day and that night at Jenny's house and she didn't turn up, well, I had to insist to the cops that something was really wrong.
I'll read through it all and see if I can locate the friends, maybe revisit the trail the police worked on. She nodded. What about any other avenues? Did you put up flyers around the neighborhood, try to get the TV stations involved, anything like that?
A sigh. Yes, some. I suppose I could have done more. The problem with getting media attention was there was simply no sign of violence or any reason for them to think a crime had been committed. Do you know the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads? That's what they learn in journalism. The news reports aren't interested in stories unless there's a promise of violence. Look at the way they cover anything. A natural disaster, a political race, a disagreement between groups. It's only interesting as long as there's an angle that involves a battle of some kind. Once the problem gets solved or gets happily resolved, it's over for those guys. Sorry, didn't mean to start on a rant.
She shifted in the chair again, trying to get comfortable, then gave me a piercing stare.
Can I be frank with you?
Of course, please do. She glanced toward the hallway where Cassie had gone, then lowered her voice.
At the time, I really thought Jenny might have decided to go off with Ricky. Maybe she had gotten her fill of motherhood. Ask any woman with an infant. It's hard. It's exhausting, especially if you're doing it alone. I didn't want to believe my daughter would ever abandon her baby. I still don't think she would have. But that thought must have crossed everyone's mind. What if Ricky had come to the door, begged real hard with that winning smile and those baby blue eyes? What if Jenny just plopped the baby down in the playpen and walked out the door with him?
She gave a shrug. It could have been a possibility, and she wouldn't have been the first to do it.
But without her purse, without packing a change of clothes, anything? And that was the main reason I never voiced that doubt to anybody,"
Linda said.
"Plus, it didn't fit with what I'd witnessed. Jenny loved that baby. I can't imagine what might cause her to turn her back and walk away, not willingly."
I heard the sound of a washing machine running in the background, and I glanced toward the hall to see if Cassie was returning. No sign yet.
"Let me ask you one more thing, Linda, and then I'll let you rest. Do you believe Jenny is still alive?" "My granddaughter wants that more than anything. But with not a single word in all this time?"
She shook her head sadly.
"Probably not."
Cassie met me near the front door as I left, and I wondered how much of the conversation she'd overheard from another room. We stepped quietly out to the porch, and she reached out to touch my arm.
"Please find her. The doctors only hinted at it, but Grandma probably only has a month or two, and my uncle is already making plans to move me to Colorado in time to start school in August. Charlie, I can't stand the idea."
Tears gleamed in her eyes. I swallowed a lump in my throat.
"Cassie, if her condition is that bad, a big change is coming for you, no matter what." "I know."
Her head hung, her hair hiding her face like a curtain.
"But I don't know Uncle Ted, and Aunt Mira is just so unfriendly. They don't want a kid now. All their children are older, grown, and away from home. I just want my mom."
This time I couldn't swallow it all. I squeezed her hand and managed to mumble that I would do my best, before my vision blurred and it was all I could do to navigate the porch steps and head in the right direction down the street. I'd bitten off a huge chunk of responsibility by taking this case. Chapter 3. Back at the office, Freckles was ecstatic to see me, which lifted my mood a bit. The one thing I could do to feel better about the situation was dive right in and start searching out whatever clues I could pull from the file. Then I would see who I might track down to question. Sometimes people remembered little things that hadn't come to mind at the time. Who was I kidding? Memories typically don't improve with time. I could only hope to ask the right questions and learn something the police had not been able to ferret out. I decided it couldn't hurt to start online, browsing back to see if there had been any mention of the investigation at the time. Despite what Linda had said about the lack of interest from the media, it was always possible some beat reporter had got wind of the disappearance, perhaps through the police department, and there might be a piece in the police blotter section. This was about the time print newspapers were scaling back, but they hadn't quite given up yet. So what I discovered was a combination of articles reproduced from the print editions and some decidedly dated versions of the classifieds and other sections. I entered the date of Jenny Blake's disappearance and scrolled through the news for that and the following 3 days, leaning forward to see if I could spot even a tiny blurb. It had been Thanksgiving weekend, so the feel-good stories all had to do with the traditions of getting together with friends and family, best turkey recipes, and the inevitable challenges of crowded airports and flight delays. The front-page story in the Albuquerque Journal had been about a blizzard that roared through the state and a resulting multi-car pileup on I-40 east of the mountains. I entered Jenny's name as a search term, went through the pages carefully, and still didn't find anything. Frustrated, but not surprised, I shut down the laptop. There was still the file folder Cassie had given me. I stared around the quiet office and decided to close up early. No point in sitting here to read through a folder I could take home with me. I had no one here or at home to make plans with, and maybe a big plate of Pedro's chicken enchiladas would hit the spot. I locked the front door, set the answering machine, hustled Freckles back out to the car, and headed toward Old Town. 2 blocks off the plaza sits the best-kept secret in the city, a tiny restaurant that seats about a dozen people. Pedro makes margaritas to die for, and his wife, Concha, is known equally for her red or her green chili sauce. and they bend the rules a little about letting me bring the dog inside. Freckles and I took our usual corner table. I declined the margarita in favor of iced tea, this being midday and me having a lot of reading to do this afternoon. Within minutes, there was my plate of green chili chicken enchiladas and a basket of chips I could share with my pup.
"Drake is still away?"
Concha asked when she emerged from the kitchen, dabbing rivulets of perspiration from her face. She sat with me a few minutes, since no other customers were present, not even Manny, who is always a fixture on the last stool at the bar. I nodded. "Busy fire season this year. I'm hoping the monsoons will start soon." She glanced up at a wall calendar with the Virgin Mary on it. 2-3 weeks. By the end of the month it will." I smiled at her certainty, hoping she was right. I've been out with Drake on many of his helicopter jobs, but fires scare the poop out of me. I'll admit it. There's a low-grade tension running through me every hour of every week he's out there, and I'm always thankful to see the seasonal rains show up. Concha patted my arm and stood up.
"He'll be fine."
And she disappeared back into the kitchen without another word. I finished my lunch, chatted for a few minutes with Pedro as I paid my bill, and nodded hello to Manny, who walked in as I headed out. It wasn't really on my way home, but I detoured a couple miles out of the way to drive past the house on 6th Street where Jenny Blake had been living with her baby daughter 15 years ago. I had no idea what it looked like then. Today it seemed an ordinary small house with white siding and a blue metal roof, neatly tended front yard, behind a waist-high chain-link fence. A driveway ran along the south edge of the property, and an old Mustang sat there, probably in the very spot where Jenny had left her car parked on the day she vanished. Random thoughts meandered into my head. What had happened to her car, her furniture, her personal belongings, when she never came home? Most likely, the rent ran out and Linda had no choice but to pack up everything and take it to her place. I could make a list of items that might provide clues and ask Linda about them. My big lunch was settling well, and I felt a nap coming on as I steered into my driveway. A pearl-white Lexus pulled to the curb in front of Elsa's about the time I reached my porch, and I paused to watch Elsa's friend Iris emerge from the driver's seat and circle to help Elsa out and see her to her own front door. I waved, glad to see my neighbor was home safely, but not wanting to get involved in a conversation at the moment. I allowed myself a 20-minute doze on the couch before getting back to my new case. Brewing a cup of cappuccino and icing it down to a good frigid temperature, I settled at the dining table with the police file, a yellow notepad, and my laptop. I began to read, determined to start by making a list of every name I came across in the folder. The place to begin was at the beginning, with Linda's initial report to the police. Although I'd glanced through it quickly at the office, this time I made notes. Chapter 4. Then. Detective Ernie D'Angelo watched the blonde woman sign her written statement. Another mother who couldn't believe her daughter would leave town without a word. He couldn't tell her how often he'd seen this. A baby at home, a 21-year-old who could think of a lot more fun things to do with her Saturday nights than to change stinky diapers or wipe crusty oatmeal off the food tray, and she runs off with the first guy who shows an interest. But the guy doesn't want to be a daddy, and face it, the girl doesn't really want to be a mommy either, now that she's had a taste of it. And here was poor Grandma, about to be stuck with all the chores her daughter didn't want to do, and she hoped the police could solve it all. He glanced down at the name on the report form. "Thanks, Mrs. Arnold. As I mentioned, we can't officially start working on the case until Jennifer has been gone 48 hours. The woman started to sputter a protest. He held up a hand. But that doesn't mean I can't start making a few calls. Did you list all her friends on that paper?"
"I think so," Linda Arnold said. "Jenny has a lot of friends. I tried to remember them all."
"See there? Most likely someone called her up and suggested they go out, and she'll be back home before you know it. It's probably someone you didn't think to call yet."
The look on Mrs. Arnold's face told him she didn't believe a word he said. Frankly, he didn't believe it either, but it was the standard line, the thing they had to say until it became obvious that their victim was not coming right back home. The good-looking woman in her late 40s wanted to keep talking, he could tell, but they'd been through everything she could tell him about yesterday's events. Once they started to repeat themselves, it became pretty obvious that these types needed a friend to commiserate with, not a police officer. He gave her the department version of "Don't call us, we'll call you," and began subtly walking her toward the door. At the end of the hall, she stopped abruptly, and he nearly bumped into her.
"I thought of one odd thing that I forgot to tell you," she said, turning to aim her vivid blue eyes at his face. "Gosh, I don't know why I didn't remember this."
He gave her a polite smile that he hoped didn't convey, "Get on with it."
"There was a cigarette butt on the ground, right at the base of the front steps. I just know it wasn't there the day before. It was bright white with a tan filter, not all dingy like it might have been there a while. Whoever came to the house and took Jenny away must have dropped it yesterday morning."
A cigarette butt. Do you know how many people smoke? And most of them drop the butts before they enter a house, with smoking protocol being what it is nowadays.
She gave an impatient nod.
"I know. Detective, please don't treat me like I'm stupid. I'm just telling you, no one in the family smokes. I can't think of a single friend of Jenny's who smokes. It was dropped by a stranger, and if you get over there and pick it up right away, there could still be DNA or prints or something, couldn't there?"
He conceded the point that there could be trace evidence on the discarded piece, and he promised to go by the address she'd given.
"Don't go over and pick it up yourself," he said. "People want to be helpful, but your touching it could change things."
She gave him another of those "don't call me stupid" looks, turned on her heel, and left. He sighed and walked to his desk in the squad room. Truthfully, the woman's story did intrigue him. It was just a touch off from the usual scenario, in which the young mother would drop her kid off at Grandma's for the weekend and then pull a vanishing act. In those cases, they always packed their clothes and took whatever was important to them. Even a young woman who met up with a guy in a bar or something, at least she had her purse with her. Yeah, this case was different. He ran a thumb across the folders in his inbox on the desk. His caseload was light right now, relatively. And Linda Arnold was right. The sooner he collected any trace evidence, the fresher it would be. Plus, he had to admit, he was eager to take a look around inside the house. Ms. Arnold had given him a key and told him to check it out. Didn't seem as though she had anything to hide anyway. He glanced at the clock. Nearly lunchtime. Why not? Grab a burger, drive by the house on 6th Street and scope it out. 40 minutes later, he wadded up his Lotta Burger wrapper and tossed it into the back seat of the plain government-issue car before heading up to Manal. He found the house on the east side of the street, in a block of small homes where the majority were most likely rentals. Jennifer Blake's place seemed well kept, with white siding and blue trim. D'Angelo pulled to the curb and got out, scanning the neighborhood's activity. On a late fall weekday, kids would be in school, parents at work. Other than a noisy car chugging down 4th, a couple blocks away, it was so quiet he could hear the birds in the trees. He caught movement at the mini blinds covering a window across the street in one house to the south. So there was a neighborhood busybody. Ernie had told his previous partner there was one on every block. Once they officially opened the investigation, he would get back here and ask some questions. For now, he casually strolled up the driveway that ran along the south side of the white and blue house and lifted the latch on the short chain-link gate. A sidewalk led to a screened porch, and he immediately spotted the bright white of the cigarette Linda had told him about. Dipping his hand into the left-hand pocket of his tweed jacket, he pulled out a zip-top plastic bag and a slender pair of tweezers. He purposely turned his back toward the house where someone was watching him, holding the specimen up for a look. No lipstick stain, no sign that the butt had been dropped and then stepped on. It was in pristine condition. He dropped it into the baggie, sealed it, and slid it into his pocket. For show, he went through the motion of tapping on the screen door. It rattled loosely on its hinges. He opened it and stepped onto the screened porch, crossed the front door into the house, and rang the bell. No response. No surprise. He tried the doorknob. You never knew. But it was firmly locked. Well, Linda Arnold had given him a key and permission. Didn't need a warrant to follow up on that. He used the key and stepped directly into the living room. Hardwood floors, yellowish paint on the walls, thin flowered curtains over the front window, a narrow bay with barely a window seat. The furnishings were early marriage, dorm room, or rental. Cheap stuff with plenty of wear. Brown sofa, wooden side chair, laminate coffee table and end table. The newest thing in the room was a playpen in bright colors for the baby. A set of hooks near the door held a couple of jackets and a purse hanging by its strap. The mother had said her daughter left her purse behind. Once this became an official case and he had a warrant, he'd go through it. He could see a refrigerator through a doorway near the end of the couch, so he walked into the kitchen. Again, simple furnishings, a laminated table with 3 chairs. Why 3? Who knew? Older, outdated appliances, the kind you didn't mind putting in a rental so they wouldn't get stolen or trashed. Linoleum flooring that must have been in place since 1960, but it seemed clean enough, although worn thin in places. The countertops were clear, and the baby's high chair had been wiped clean of spills. Linda Arnold's handiwork? Maybe. Beyond the kitchen was a small bedroom decked out with a crib, changing table, rocking chair, and pastel chest of drawers, filled with baby clothes, he discovered. A second door in the room led to a larger bedroom. A bathroom branched off from it. At a glance, nothing in the bedroom seemed out of place. The closet held jeans, shirts, sweaters, and a bulky winter coat. Purses lined the shelf above the rail. Shoes were thrown a little haphazardly on the floor below. A large suitcase stood in one corner. Surely the bag Jennifer Blake would have taken with her if she'd packed up with the plan of being gone a long time. He made a note to ask the mother if Jenny owned a smaller suitcase or 2. She hadn't mentioned any. A bureau in one corner held a stack of textbooks, basic accounting and a tome on the U.S. tax code. A laptop computer case leaned against the chest. The main bedroom had a second door that led back to the living room. Kind of a strange floor plan, he thought, but ideally suited to the single mom and her one child. He took his time and retraced his steps through the series of rooms, scanning the spaces carefully. No sign of violence or struggle. The whole place was tidy, if not spotless. Just the type of environment that fit with what Ms. Arnold had told him. Jenny lived a quiet life with her child, worked part-time, and attended university classes. He would need time to search the computer, and that would cross the line where he needed to be officially working on the disappearance. And right now, it had been slightly more than 24 hours since Jenny went missing. D'Angelo walked to what would be the center point of the house, the side of the living room near the playpen, and stood there quietly, getting the feel of the place. He swore sometimes he got, for lack of a better word, vibes about places. In a 20-year career, he'd learned to pay attention, so he stood there now, listening, faintly sniffing, feeling the air on his bare hands. Nope, nothing came to him.
Doesn't mean there was or wasn't anything that happened here,
he muttered to the empty room. The fact that his neck hairs didn't rise or his heart didn't beat faster didn't mean anything. Ernie D'Angelo had been a cop long enough to know he had to follow the evidence. One cigarette butt. Some evidence. Chapter 5. Now. I yawned and stretched. Somehow the afternoon had disappeared as I read through page after page of the investigative notes. If only there had been some clue that jumped out at me. But no, there wasn't. I picked up the yellow sheet of paper from the police report, the one where Linda Arnold had written down names and phone numbers of all her daughter's friends, At least I had a photo, one of Jenny holding baby Cassie on her hip. Unfortunately, the shot was too far away to get clear details of Jenny's face. Linda hadn't wanted to part with any of the few studio portraits she had left. Also in the folder were pages from a pocket-sized spiral notebook, the kind with a curly wire at the top. They were filled with bold, angular writing, which I assumed belonged to Detective Ernie D'Angelo, based on the small set of initials EDA at the top of each page. I carried them to our home office and turned on the printer copier. If something happened to remove the police file from my possession, I would at least have a good starting point toward following the same trail the cops had taken 15 years ago. Above the whir of the copier, a light tapping sound drifted into my consciousness. A familiar tap, and I went to the back door, where Elsa stood with a plate of chocolate chip cookies.
"Dottie's not around, so I baked," she said with a hint of an evil grin. "I had a big lunch with Iris, and I was in the mood for dessert."
I knew Dottie was trying to get Graham to cut back on her sugar intake, but habits of 90-plus-year-olds are hard to break. Besides, what the heck? Past a certain age, I think we should be allowed to do what we want. When you're in the final leg of the race, does it really matter that you extend it by a few extra months or years? Have fun, I say. I chuckled along with her and invited her in. Cohorts in crime, we decided to put on a movie and treat ourselves to popcorn and cookies. I'd had a big lunch, too, so this evening would be our trip into decadence. Freckles settled at our feet, alert to the fact that Elsa doesn't always notice when she drops popcorn kernels. We chose a chick flick and cozied into the corners of my living room sofa, but it turned out we had both seen the movie.
"Did I tell you Iris says she's been going out with a real hunk?"
Graham said out of the blue. I muted the sound and just let the movie keep running. What? No. When did she meet him? I was having a hard time associating hunk with anyone in the geriatric set.
"At bingo 3 weeks ago."
She nodded and passed the popcorn bowl over to me.
"I guess he was the youngest thing to walk in the place in ages. All the ladies were so jealous when he sat down next to Iris."
I laughed at the image. The youngest thing? So he's what, 60?
"Oh, no, more like 40.
"Really?" I must have been staring.
"Well, I don't know. I can't guess ages anymore. She says he's quite the hottie."
"Have you met him?"
"I was there that day at bingo. Got a real good long look. She's right. Total hottie. And they've been going out every night. Tonight she says he's coming to her house for dinner and most likely staying over. She bought a sexy lacy red thing to wear."
Ew. I didn't even want to imagine that. Iris, from what I could tell, was shaped about the same as most 80-somethings. Red and lacy clothing somehow didn't fit the picture. But who was I to say? Sounds like she's having a good time. Good for her.
"He's been dropping hints. She thinks he's going to propose."
My clutched popcorn went flying, but the dog took care of them. This bombshell went a lot further than Iris just having a good time. Graham, she wouldn't actually marry someone that much younger, would she? A niggle of worry went through me.
"She's pretty crazy about him."
"But marriage? Seriously?"
"She says he wants to take care of her in her old age. Not that she's there yet. 72 isn't old at all."
Take care of her. Was I being overdramatic by giving it a sinister meaning? I set down the popcorn bowl and turned on the couch to face Elsa squarely. Listen, Iris has money. One look at her car and her clothes, and I know she's not some helpless old lady living on the edge.
"Well, of course not. Harry made a killing in oil futures way back when. The man was an investment wizard, and he died leaving Iris set for life.
Exactly. I looked into her eyes, but she didn't seem to be picking up my clues. This new man, what was his name? He could easily have noticed the wealthy widow who seemed a little lonely.
Jeffrey something. But Iris? Lonely? Why, the woman has more friends than you can count. She's on the boards of a bunch of charities, and she gets invites to all the important fundraisers, including the governor's.
Yes, every single one of them wanting her money. I took a deep breath and resisted the urge to lecture. Iris was a grown woman. Surely she had close friends and relatives looking out for her interests. And at least Elsa wasn't in that same position. She owned her house and had a little something coming from Social Security and Mr. Higgins' retirement, but nothing in the way of real wealth. And she certainly wasn't flashy about it, not in the way Iris seemed to be. Just tell her your nosy neighbor recommends that she have her attorney drop a prenuptial agreement. Certainly Iris has an attorney who knows her circumstances.
That's a good idea. I'll tell her.
She turned to face the TV screen again. I had the distinct feeling she was humoring me, but at least I'd done my bit by making a sensible suggestion. I unmuted the sound and we watched Kate Hudson's fictional love life unfold toward the inevitably mushy happy ending. Headlights flared through a space between the front drapes, and a couple minutes later there was a quick ding-dong at the front door. I had a feeling I knew who it would be, even before I opened the door.
I thought I'd find you here,
Dottie said, smiling across the room at Elsa.
We about ready to head for home and get ourselves tucked in?
Elsa popped up from the sofa, spry as anyone half her age. I had to admire her spunky way of facing old age.
I walked on over when I saw there wasn't lights on at the house, Dottie said. But I got my little flashlight here to see us back across the lawn.
She took Elsa's elbow to the door, and I watched them negotiate the porch steps and move away. When I turned back, Freckles was eyeing the near-empty plate with the enticing bits of cookie crumbs.
You,
I warned.
Not even crumbs of chocolate for you.
I picked up the plate, carried it to the kitchen, and handed the dog one of her own biscuits. On the dining table, my phone rang. Drake, checking in after his day's work. I told him briefly about the new case that had come into the office, but I could tell he was tired and not all that interested. After 10 minutes of catching up, we wished each other a good sleep and ended the call. I glanced at the police file and list of names and numbers I'd left scattered about earlier in the evening, thinking I could go back to them. But frankly, no one would welcome a phone call this time of night from an investigator, and the day was catching up with me. I locked up and settled the dog for the night, resolved to read a novel for a while before falling asleep. I managed 2 pages before my eyes slammed shut. Chapter 6. Canvassing a neighborhood is not a favorite thing to do, but sitting on surveillance is worse, and I totally understand why my brother hates doing either. He's more of a computer research guy. Certain cop friends have actually admitted they like canvassing, questioning people about what they saw. They said a lot of interesting stories come out. I hoped that would be true this morning. A car sat in the driveway at the little white house on 6th Street, so I figured what the hey, I would stop in and see if they knew anything. A young woman answered, so young she might have been Jenny Blake 15 years ago. I could hear a toddler jabbering in the background as we stood at the door, she just inside the screen porch, me on the bottom step outside. Not surprisingly, the girl said she'd never heard of a missing person who once lived in this house. She and her partner and their child had only lived here 6 months, and she'd heard from the landlord that the couple who was here before had occupied the house for 3 years. There seemed to be no one remotely tied to Jenny's case, but I asked for the name and number of the landlord on the off chance he might have owned the property that long ago. I had no clue what information he would have, even if he did, but it was one loose thread I could tie up. I stepped out the short chain-link gate and looked at the homes on either side. No vehicles at either one, but I took a chance and rang the bell at the place to the south. 2 rings, no answer. Moving on, the next house down the street yielded the same. From the notes in the file, I recalled the detective had tried this same maneuver and hadn't much luck then either. I crossed the street, studying address numbers. One of these places had produced someone who spoke to the cop back then, a woman named Mrs. Donna Chacon. The detective's notes had been basic and sparse, so I assumed he learned nothing here. But it was worth a shot. I saw a curtain move, oh so slightly, at a window 1 house to the south and across the street from Jenny's. If Donna Chacon was elderly then, she was nearly ancient now. She took a while in getting to the door with her metal walker, and the poor thing could barely raise her face to look at me, so bent was her spine. I gave my spiel about being a friend of the family who once lived across the street, the young woman who had gone missing some 15 years ago. She let me talk, without giving any indication of wanting to share information.
Anyway, according to the investigation at the time, the police officer said he talked with you? 15 years. Oh, how time gets away.
She didn't seem inclined to invite me in, which was probably a smart thing on her part. When you can't move fast, it's not a good idea to let a stranger come too close.
I'm trying to help the family, hoping to piece together what happened that day when Jenny Blake disappeared. Do you remember that day?
Her head wagged back and forth slowly.
Not really. I remember the day the cop came by. He was a kind of cold one. Just questions, real quick. Like that old TV show, Dragnet.
A memory sparkled for me. My father used to watch that one.
Do you recall what he asked and what you told him?
She shifted her weight within the framework of the walker.
Not exactly. Something about a girl with a baby who lived over there.
A gnarled finger pointed toward the Blake house.
Guess she left, but didn't take the baby with her? He wondered if I'd seen anyone around the house 2 days earlier.
Do you recall if you did see anyone?
You know how hard it is to remember something from 2 days before?
I smiled sympathetically, but left the question open. This was the neighborhood busybody, then and now. She would have noted details, and a visit from the police would have cemented those memories. I pulled out the photo of Jenny and Cassie and held it up to the screen door. She fidgeted a little more.
I do remember the girl. I guess she'd be called a young woman. And I remember the baby. When she moved in, there was a man. They made a cute couple, her with her belly out to here,
she said, indicating a basketball-sized shape.
I suppose they were dirt poor, rented the house and the furniture, and everything they had fit into 2 cars. Well, his was a small pickup truck. His gear was mostly guitars and amplifiers. She had a big blue suitcase and boxes that probably held dishes and such.
I nodded, hoping to keep her talking.
That's about it. I remember the day she came home with the baby all wrapped up in a pink blanket. A month or so later, he took off. The husband, boyfriend, whatever he was. Packed up the pickup truck with the musical gear, and I never saw him again.
That fit with Linda's account.
Oh, wait, maybe I saw him a time or 2. Never did go inside for long. They'd have these discussions, him standing out on the steps there. I don't know if he was asking to come back home or wanted her to go with him, or maybe just bringing her a little money. She never looked very happy to see him.
So that day in November, right before you talked to the cop, did the man come around that day,
The day they're saying she disappeared? Sorry, I didn't see that.
Did my face register skepticism? It must have.
That cop gave me the same look, ma'am. I'd caught the flu or a really bad cold. I remember not feeling like talking to him at all. So my guess is that I was in bed that day, or indisposed. I didn't see the girl leave, didn't see the man come by, didn't see anyone around that day.
Thanks, it helps. Could I ask one more thing? Do you remember the last time you did see the ex-husband come around? Was it close to that time, or had it been a while? Weeks or months?
Oh, at least a few weeks, I think. Well, I'm fairly sure, but I could be mistaken. You know how it goes.
She tapped the side of her head, making me think she was talking about her memory going. I couldn't be sure. And later, after the girl disappeared, did the ex-husband ever come around again? She shook her head.
I guess the rent came due the end of the month, right after Thanksgiving, because the girl's parents came over in their minivan and packed up all the personal stuff and took it away.
Did you speak to them at all? Another head shake.
Never met them, actually. I figured out the blonde woman was her mom because of all the times I saw her come by in the minivan. They always hugged. She brought gifts for the baby, stayed to babysit sometimes, that kind of thing.
Donna was becoming visibly tired, so I thanked her for her help and went on my way. Driving into the neighborhood, I'd noticed a small convenience store at the corner, less than 2 blocks away. It was a mom-and-pop sort of place, the kind that looked like it even predated the intrusion of Circle K and 7-Eleven stores everywhere else in the city. The kind of place that most likely had been here a while, and very likely under the same ownership. I hopped in my Jeep and drove to it. Chapter 7. Then.
You heard the chief,
D'Angelo told his new partner.
We're officially on the case.
Alan Curtis reminded him of a field mouse. Pinpoint dark eyes that darted here and there, as though unsure where his enemy might be lurking. Surely the guy wasn't truly a wimp. He'd never have made it through the police academy. But there was something timid about him. D'Angelo shook off the feeling. Probably it was just the fact this was Curtis's first day in the division. He most likely had heard of Ernie D'Angelo and his reputation for being tough to work with. D'Angelo knew about the talk. Yeah, he asked a lot of his partners, expected them to be as sharp as he'd become after more than 20 years of chasing down bad guys. He needed another 10 on the force, but he made no secret that he didn't plan to spend it behind a desk. He'd tolerated the mandatory years on patrol, thrived in major crimes, and now saw missing persons as his way to shine and to end his career with a commendation or two. He just wasn't sure this no-leads case of the young mother who'd vanished was going to cut it. Seemed almost obvious that Jenny Blake's ex must have come back and convinced her a place in the glamorous lifestyle of a musician trumped being home with a squalling baby. D'Angelo gathered his notes and turned to his new partner.
Let's go.
Curtis almost flinched at the sharp tone, but he buttoned his overcoat and scooted in behind the senior man, following him out to the gray government car in the parking garage. Unlike a lot of the detectives, who liked having their junior officer chauffeur them around, D'Angelo took the wheel.
I've put in for a search warrant for the missing woman's home,
he said as he pulled out of the parking lot and made the turn onto Roma and then the quick turn to 6th.
I went in yesterday with permission from the girl's mother, but to take evidence away, I want the warrant in place. Meanwhile, there are some potential witnesses we can talk to.
Curtis looked like he was about to pull out his notebook and write all this down. He switched the motion to a nod when he caught D'Angelo's sharp glance.
Right. You do much canvassing in the past?
Not really. I only did 6 months on patrol, and it was pretty routine.
Traffic stops, the occasional domestic dispute, you know.
The younger man tried hard to appear nonchalant.
I was just lucky to get this assignment so quickly, especially to work with you. I know I'll learn a lot.
Suck up.
Yeah, you will.
D'Angelo slowed when they reached the block on 6th Street he was looking for.
I read the mom's statement. Sounds like she's going on mother's intuition and one cigarette butt as her basis for believing her daughter didn't just walk out willingly. Pretty much. You heard the mumbling around the squad room after the briefing, right? But something doesn't feel right about her walking out with the ex. That kind of scenario, a woman would at least take her purse, some clothes, her computer. Doesn't make sense to me. Unless he or somebody came to the door, grabbed her by the arm, dragged her away.
Curtis nodded.
But no witnesses to her leaving the house? Not yet.
Emphasis fell on the word yet.
We'll take the neighborhood, house by house. Anybody that's not home this time of day will come back around dinner time. But best to start with roughly the same time the victim disappeared, which was 9 in the morning. Usually it's the same people home every day at the same time. Routines. People stick with them.
He pulled to the curb across from a tan stucco house with mini blinds over the front windows.
Someone was here yesterday. Didn't answer the door. I didn't push it since the case wasn't officially underway. Today we'll get her attention.
Her?
I saw the blinds move when I walked up to the door there at 1604.
He aimed a thumb at the white and blue house across the street.
It was a quick glimpse, but I definitely saw a female hand with nail polish and a ring with some sparkle to it. The more you do this, the more you'll realize every neighborhood has a busybody. That little old lady or man who has nothing else to do all day but look at what's going on. You watch. She'll brag about how observant she is, how she notices little details.
Sounds like she's the one we want.
She might be. You gotta watch out for the ones who want to embellish, make themselves the star of the show. Add things to their story to make it sound better.
Curtis nodded thoughtfully as they got out of the car. D'Angelo strode across the quiet residential street and up the short sidewalk at 1607. He gave the doorbell 2 quick jabs and stepped slightly back to watch the front windows. No movement, no sound. He repeated his moves with the same result.
Was there a car here yesterday?
Curtis asked. D'Angelo shook his head.
Most likely in the garage.
For good measure, in case the doorbell wasn't functional, he gave a good firm knock on the wooden screen door frame. Still nothing.
Okay, we'll come back.
The 2 men walked down the steps and stood at the sidewalk.
All right, it's door to door now.
Let the fun begin, right?
Curtis joked.
It may not be fun, but it's going to become one of the most important parts of your job.
Rookie. At the chastisement, the meek mouse was back.
Yes, sir.
D'Angelo ignored him and started toward the next house to the north. For the next 45 minutes, they rang doorbells and waited on porches, with little success. 2 residents answered. One was a teen who claimed to be homesick with a cold and said his mother wouldn't like him talking to anyone. Rap music thumped heavily from somewhere inside the house. All the cops could ask him was whether he'd been home the day before yesterday. The answer was no. The second person they spoke to lived 3 houses away from 1604. An elderly lady with such bad hearing, she asked them to repeat every question at least twice. She seemed completely at a loss when D'Angelo showed her the photo of Jenny Blake and explained that the young woman had gone missing from a house down the block. She merely shook her fluffy white head and started to close her door. Even the veteran detective began to show some impatience.
Okay, look,
he said as they entered their car to get out of the chilly wind that had come up.
I thought of one more place. It's not far, but I'm not up for walking it."
He started the Taurus and drove to the next corner, making a left turn.
"If I remember from the days when my own kids were little, the wife used to like to get them out of the house now and then. We had a convenience store in our neighborhood, a little fancier than this one, and she'd take the stroller out and go buy some little thing, just to keep life interesting."
"And maybe Jenny Blake did the same with her baby? Good thinking."
They parked in front of the wide glass windows, noting 2 other cars in the lot. A young man in a tightly fitted t-shirt, leather jacket, and jeans was paying for a tin of tobacco when they walked in, and he brushed past them without a second glance. The man behind the counter was 50-ish, with a tired expression. He glanced up when they entered, but sent his attention back to a clipboard with some kind of list on it until they approached, and D'Angelo cleared his throat and showed his badge.
"Just a couple of questions,"
he began, pulling out the photo of Jenny from his inner jacket pocket.
"Is she a customer?"
"Yeah, she comes in."
"Driving or walking?"
"Some of each. Drives a blue Celica, I think. But more often, when the weather's nice, she's walking. Has a cute little baby."
"Has she been in here since Monday?"
The man's eyes went upward as he calculated that today was Wednesday. He let out a puh on a breath of air.
"You know how many people come in here on any given day?"
Both cops waited patiently.
"Look, it's dozens, a lot of them regulars. Did any certain one of them come in Monday, Saturday, yesterday? Hell, I don't remember. I can come closer to telling you what they bought. This one,"
a nod at the photo,
"she likes her candy bars, always a Milky Way dark, and a fruit roll-up for the baby. Otherwise, she looks like any other college kid or young mom."
D'Angelo nodded slowly, as if he was giving some thought to his next question.
"Was she ever with another adult? Maybe a man?"
The store owner shook his head.
"Not that I recall. She's probably been coming in here a year or so. I don't remember anybody other than the baby."
They jotted down his name for the record, left a business card with instructions that he call if he thought of anything more, thanked him for his time, and walked back out to the car after purchasing 2 coffees.
"He talked about Jenny Blake in the present tense," Curtis commented. "I suppose that's a good thing."
D'Angelo nodded.
"At this point, we can't really make judgments about whether something is good or bad, just gathering facts. But that's a good observation on your part."
Curtis looked like he'd take any praise he could get right now. They sat in the Taurus, sipping their coffee, until D'Angelo's phone interrupted with an incoming text message. He set his cup in the drink holder, pulled out the phone, and looked at the screen.
"Looks like the judge came through with our warrant. Let's go pick it up."
40 minutes later, they were back on 6th Street, ready to go through all of Jenny Blake's possessions to see if they could find anything to explain her eerie disappearance. The warrant limited them to evidence that might point to an abduction, signs of violence, or to connections that would show she willingly went away with another person or persons unknown at this time. Using the same key he'd used yesterday, D'Angelo unlocked the front door and they went inside. Curtis carried an empty cardboard box for whatever evidence they collected.
"Start with the person jackets near the front door,"
he told Curtis as they both pulled on latex gloves.
"Go through the pockets and pull out anything resembling a note or anything informative. Bag it all. Same with the clothes in the closet. I saw a computer case in the bedroom. I'm going to check that out."
Chapter 8. Now. The convenience store in Jenny's old neighborhood had definitely seen better days. Surely no one builds a business with the intent of showing off the peeling paint, faded sign, and piles of last autumn's leaves rotting in the back of the parking lot. But when I walked in, I was impressed to see bright new merchandise and clean floors. I didn't plan on giving it the real test, finding out what kind of shape the bathrooms were in. I whiled away a couple of minutes, looking over the candy bars, until the only other customer in the place had gone. Then I approached the older man behind the counter. He looked to be in his late 60s, with a tired face that went along with the overall tiredness of the whole establishment. "Hi, are you Joe O'Connell?" His eyes narrowed, obviously wondering whether I might be with the IRS or some branch of the law. Or maybe he was generally suspicious of anyone who walked in and called him by name. I introduced myself and handed him one of my business cards.
"Investigator, huh?"
"We're looking into the disappearance of a young woman from this neighborhood
Haven't heard anything about that.
About 15 years ago. I believe the police canvassed the neighborhood and talked with you at the time?"
Maybe.
The non-helpful attitude was beginning to wear on me. "They did. I've got a copy of the entire police file. Your name was noted." Silence. "Look, I'm just hoping you might have remembered something in the meantime. Maybe the young woman returned. Maybe someone else came in asking about her." I pulled out the photo of Jenny and the baby. "Could you take a look?"
This girl and the baby. I recollect that someone was asking about somebody like that. Been a lot of years, though.
"But do you remember her as a customer?" A slight tilt of one shoulder. "Aside from the police, did anyone else come by asking questions? She was recently divorced from the baby's father, and he might have been concerned." And hell might have frozen over. According to Linda Arnold, Ricky Blake had cared precious little about doing right by his child. She said he'd never paid a dime in child support, but it was worth asking here.
Afraid not. Or I don't remember. I've been parked in this store going on 40 years now. My dad left me a little money and I used it to build the business. Little did I guess it would turn into a life sentence. Can't sell the place, can't abandon it, can't do anything but work, work, work.
I tried for a sympathetic expression on my face. I did fully understand how owning one's own business was far different from having a job you could walk away from. But I had to think that sometime over the years he might have had an offer or some other options.
Day in, day out. People rush in, buy a pack of gum or soda, dash back out. I'm the furniture. They don't see me. Didn't used to be that way in my dad's time. He was a friendly type who visited a little with every shop clerk he encountered.
Times really have changed, haven't they? I didn't personally remember a whole lot chattier time in our history, but Elsa talked about it some. My vaguely sympathetic comment warmed his demeanor several notches.
The one thing I'm thankful for, well, two, really. I've never been robbed. This is still a neighborhood of pretty decent people.
A questioning look must have crossed my face.
Oh, the second thing is that this fall I can start collecting my Social Security. I'm putting the building up for sale and don't care if anybody wants to run a store here or not. My wife wants us to go live with the kids in Phoenix, and I'm gonna do it.
I gave him a smile and let him talk another few minutes about his plans. I picked up a few little items, hand sanitizer, a lip balm, and a splurgy-feeling pastry wrapped in cellophane and filled with useless calories. He brightened a little further. "I don't suppose you remember the last time you saw this woman, Jenny, come in here?" I asked and pulled out some cash. He shook his head sadly.
People come and go around here. So many of the houses are rentals now, and no one stays long. I have my regulars, but never seem to notice until way later when somebody hasn't shown up for a while. Sorry.
I can imagine. Well, thanks anyway. I put my purchases into my purse, except for the pastry, which was likely to be gone before I got home. Out in my Jeep, I started to peel back the wrapper on it, getting a heady whiff of cherries and sugar when my phone rang. I fumbled for a tissue to get the sticky stuff off my fingers and tapped the screen.
"Hi, Charlie," said Elsa. "Is it okay that I'm calling on your cell phone?"
She was still under the impression that all cell phones charged by the minute, and it was a luxury to use them. Luckily, I had gotten past that.
Absolutely fine. What's up? Iris just came by, and she's so excited. Jeffrey proposed, and they're having a wedding right away. She brought me an invitation she printed off the computers at Kinko's.
Wow, that seems quick.
It's this weekend at a park somewhere in the Northeast Heights. I told her I didn't know where that was, but she says I should bring a +1, someone who can drive me there. So, will you be my +1?
I started my Jeep to get the AC running. My pastry was beginning to feel a little squishy in the heat. It also gave me a few seconds to think about Elsa's request. Well, how could I turn her down?
Sure, I'll take you. Give me the details when I get home and we'll make it a date.
4 days to put together a wedding. Interesting, I thought, as I ended the call with Graham and took a big bite of my pastry. In a lot of ways, it made more sense to me than what so many brides did, sending out save-the-date cards a year in advance and spending the price of a luxury car just to have a do with all the expensive trimmings. Save the money and all the big fuss and get into your new life right away. Still, a little frisson of worry nagged at me when I thought of Iris. I hoped Elsa's friend wasn't making a colossal mistake. I wondered if there was anything I could do for her. But put that aside. 1, she's a mature woman who can make her own choices. 2, I don't know her well enough for this to be any of my business. 3, my life is pretty darn full already. I'd go to the ceremony with Elsa and keep my eyes open. That's about all I could offer. Reminding myself that I was on the clock with Cassie Blake's retainer money, I decided I'd better get myself back to my computer. I might accomplish more with some online searches than by trekking around out here, trying to get information from people who couldn't care less. Putting the Jeep in gear, I headed west on Lomas, toward my own neighborhood. Stepping out onto my driveway, the heat hit me again. I scanned the sky, but there was nary a cloud in sight. Concha had promised rain would come in 2 or 3 weeks, she'd said. Our lawns were drinking gallons of water every morning, and the leaves on our trees were looking a bit limp. I hoped the weather would shift sooner than that. Inside, Freckles lay in her crate, seemingly in no great rush to exercise. She rolled to her back, presenting her belly to me, so I crossed the room and opened the little door for her. Only after I reached in and tickled her tummy did she get to her feet and come out, giving a long leisurely stretch on the way. It was nearly noon, but since I'd effectively spoiled my appetite for lunch with that cherry pastry, I decided I could wait for food and make better use of the time with my computer. I washed the residue of icing off my fingers and picked up my laptop, carrying it to a cozy corner of the sofa. Maybe rather than trying to piece together the events of the day Jenny Blake disappeared, based on old and probably faulty memories of people who didn't especially know or care about her, I needed to look at this in a different way. Cassie and Linda seemed convinced that Jenny was alive and well somewhere. The police had been convinced she had taken off with her shiftless ex. What if both those ideas were true? If Jenny was still in love with the high school sweetheart, and knowing her mother would take good care of her daughter, maybe the young couple really had simply hit the road together and not given Albuquerque and their life here another thought. And if that were the case, where would they be now, and how would I go about finding them? I drummed my fingertips lightly on the keyboard while the computer booted up. Linda said Ricky Blake was a musician, so that might be a good start. Ron tells me all the time, if you want to find a person who skipped, look toward his hobbies. People can change their names, change their looks, but they rarely change their interests. He'd often served papers for the courts, most of the time finding the subject at their favorite bar, the casino, the car races, even the library. So I went right into a search for Ricky Blake musician. The little searcher thingy whirled around for a few seconds and gave back about 1 million hits. But at least among the top searches, I didn't see anything promising for the particular Ricky I was looking for. Maybe his name was Richard and he was using that. Good try, but I got the same results. And spent 2 hours of my time reading through non-related results. All right, what about Jenny? I muttered to Freckles lying at my feet. I had no idea whether our missing woman had gone ahead with her studies, begun a career, or if she really was trailing Ricky along whatever path he'd now taken. She could be remarried to someone else and have an entirely different surname, but I wasn't going that route. I went to Facebook first. Everybody in the world wanted to share the details of their lives. Why not her? I came up with more than 100 Jennifer Blakes. Ugh. I began going through them. Jenny would be 37 years old now, and yes, people do fudge their ages. So I glanced through the given birth dates of each prospect. Most got weeded out right away, and I clicked the profiles of those who didn't list a birth date, trying to guess by their photos whether I might be on track. That took out about half the remaining prospects, being too young or too old to fit Jenny. Hair color was another clue, but women these days were not like those of 2 generations ago. We can change our hair color on a whim, and many do. And most of the profile pics were not taken close enough or clearly enough to match with my file photo of Jenny. Not to mention those smarty pants types who posted pictures of their cat or their grandchild or a cartoon avatar to represent themselves. This was turning into a dead end, but I went through a similar exercise on Instagram until it was starting to get dark outside. Holy cow, it was after 8 p.m., and I was getting a low battery warning for the laptop. How had Freckles not pestered me for her dinner? Maybe she had. I sometimes have a way of moving through routine duties in a blur. I got up to plug the computer into its power cord, groaning at the crick in my neck and stiffness of my legs. Sheesh. As I walked into my home office, I had the thought, what would Ron do? He tracks down info on people all the time. And the answer came to me. We subscribe to some super sophisticated professional databases that give out a whole lot more information than social media. I needed to get to the office, get his login data, and try that. Gigantic head slap. Chapter 9. Then. D'Angelo carried the laptop computer case to the kitchen table in the 6th Street house, pushing aside a napkin holder, a set of salt and pepper shakers, and a child's plastic sippy cup to make room for the power cord to drape behind and plug into a wall outlet. As the older machine booted up, he hoped it wouldn't ask for a password. That would require taking it to the lab guys and probably have his case slotted in line behind a few dozen others. This would be so much easier if he could just take a peek now. When someone goes missing, there often is no time to wait for due process when their life could be on the line. A colorful screen came up, a scene in a forest somewhere, most likely a stock photo that came with the computer itself. He waited a moment, but no little box asked for a password. He tapped the touchpad, and up came icons for all her programs. Good, it looked like standard stuff. Word processing, spreadsheet, email, internet browser, and one linked to UNM studies. The mother had said she was taking courses there. Curtis walked into the kitchen and set his cardboard box on the table.
Done already?
D'Angelo asked.
Got the purse, phone, and a few things. This thing is getting bulky to lug around. I'm going to check pockets and items in the closet now. I'll be a few more minutes here,
said the senior man.
Go ahead, sit down and go through the purse and phone first. Those are most likely the places to find anything of value.
Sure. Curtis did as instructed, setting the box on the floor, taking a chair, and pulling out Jenny Blake's phone. It took no more than 5 seconds for him to announce, "It needs a passcode." Next came the purse. He dumped the contents on the table and ended up chasing down a tube of lip gloss that threatened to roll away.
Be sure to list everything,
D'Angelo reminded. Curtis pulled out his own small notebook and a pen.
Lip stuff, whatever you call this. 2 pens, hairbrush, That might have DNA. Bag it separately.
What D'Angelo didn't say was that if a body was found that was beyond visual identification, a few stray hairs might be the thing that identified their victim.
Right.
Curtis was, at least, good at following directions without argument. D'Angelo turned his attention back to the laptop. Most valuable for his purposes was likely the email. He tapped that one and got stopped by the damn password box. Okay, he could make some guesses, but would probably end up locked out. Better to take it to a guy he knew. Later.
What do you think about this?
Curtis interrupted, holding up a 4-inch square plastic container that showed bands of colored makeup inside. Eyeshadow.
Bag that, too. Smooth plastic, good fingerprints.
He looked over at the collection of junk all women seemed to carry. In this case, there was also a pacifier for the baby, a little packet of wet towelettes, and a tiny box of raisins.
Just put it all into a bigger evidence bag together. Lab will go over everything. What about the wallet?
Curtis unsnapped a fold-over flap.
Driver's license, details match what we've been told. A debit card, 1 credit card, a little packet thingy of photos.
He spent a moment flipping through them.
One of her with a guy, maybe the ex, and a bunch of the kid. Okay, bag all that. As long as there isn't an appointment card for something in the last day or two. We'll have time to go through it all later. Might as well get back to the closet and dresser drawers. Pull out anything written, receipts, notes, appointments. Well, you know the drill, right? Then we gotta check out the car. Yep.
Curtis carefully placed the various evidence bags back into the box at his feet, then left the room. D'Angelo stared back at the computer screen, tapped the word processor icon, and got a list of Blake's most recent documents. Most looked like school reports, but the name of one stopped him in his tracks. Me, deceased.
What on earth?
He opened the document, which turned out to be less than a page long. Jennifer Blake died of unknown causes on Monday the 24th. She was known during her short lifetime for being a loving daughter to Linda and Stephen Arnold, devoted wife of Ricky Blake, and an awesome mom to Cassandra Blake. When asked about her dreams for her future, she had once stated that she wanted to become either a dancer on Broadway, the lead singer with a band like Gloria Estefan had done, or an astronaut. She had not yet followed through on those plans, but a girl can dream, can't she? Mainly, Jenny wanted to be remembered as the girl who loved her friends and never said no to adventure, even if it was risky. D'Angelo sat back in the cheap wooden kitchen chair and stared at the screen. What exactly was he seeing here? Chapter 10. Then. Ricky parked on a side street 2 blocks down from Jenny's place and walked over, keeping to the alley wherever possible, looking over his shoulder the whole way. The last thing he wanted to do was put his baby daughter in danger, but he needed to see her. Getting past Jenny, the gatekeeper, was the thing. And that was his story. He didn't think his ex had yet discovered the loose boards in the bedroom floor. 3 times he'd been to the door and asked. 3 times she turned him away. No child support money, no visits, she said. What the hell? A guy had to pay money to see his own kid? Apparently the court saw it that way too, said Jenny, threatening him with some piece of paper she waved around in his face. She'd taken away his key to the house when they split. On the advice of my attorney, she told him at the time. That gray-haired bitch with the frown like iron could go straight to hell, he decided. What if he still had some of his stuff in there? But she was pretty sure he didn't. He'd packed everything valuable, his music gear, and somehow that counted as burning all his bridges. First time he came back, 7 months later, Jenny had kicked a weather-beaten cardboard box out the door, onto the porch, and told him that was the last of his stuff. She didn't want him leaving socks and underwear in the drawers, thinking he could come back any old time. He left. He'd better take all his crap with him. She had moved on, she said. He had staked out the house for 2 weeks, knowing he would see some guy. Jenny wouldn't just move on alone. There had to be a guy. But he never saw one. Just Jenny and Cassie coming and going, her mother stopping by way too often. The woman hadn't liked him from day one. The first time he picked up Jenny for a date, their junior year in high school, Linda Arnold had given him the stink eye. She frowned her way through their wedding, and he never saw a woman less happy about the news she was becoming a grandmother. The old bat wanted Ricky out of the way, and Jenny married to somebody acceptable before she had any kids. He ducked into the unfenced backyard of the house next to 1604, standing with his back pressed to the trunk of an old elm, scanning the area for movement. Nothing. The breeze chilled the light sweat that he only now realized had broken out on his forehead. He waited a full 2 minutes, watchful, then edged along the side of the white house. Her car sat in the driveway, which could be good news. At least it wasn't Linda Arnold's. Since he'd been back in town, a week now, Jenny went somewhere nearly every day, probably work, and Linda most likely was Cassie's babysitter. Most of the times he'd done a casual drive-by during the day, it was her car parked out front, and Jenny's was gone. He'd already planned his approach. This time he had cash in his pocket, and he would pull it out and show her before she had a chance to say anything about his lousy record for paying child support. Hey, the music business wasn't like others. Gigs came along whenever, wherever. When he could get with a band and they got work, he was real flush. Other times, not so much. She had to understand this wasn't like some crappy office job where the employer took money out of your check and sent it to the ex. But he would tell her that, and what he had with him today should at least buy him a few visits. He wondered if the baby would remember him, and a small stab of guilt went deep. Even when he'd lived here, he'd almost never been home. Nights out, connecting with the right bands, connecting in other ways. And Cassie had only been a month old when he got word that he could be working in Branson. Not long after, Jenny pulled that abandonment shit and got some jerk-off to serve him papers. What was he supposed to do? He started to round the corner of the house when he heard voices. Male voices. Nearby. Uh-oh. He risked a peek and saw a man in dark pants, white shirt, tie, and trench coat leaning on the open door of Jenny's blue Celica. He was facing the house, and another male voice was talking to him. Everything about the guy screamed cop. Well, hell. He should have just broken into the damn house when he had the chance. He'd blown it now. Ricky turned around toward the alley and ran. Chapter 11. Now. There was no way I would sleep. I figured this out after 2 hours of tossing and turning. Once the idea of getting into Ron's databases online had got into my head, my mind wouldn't stop whirling over the possibilities. I put on some jeans, woke my sleepy puppy dog, and we headed for the office. The Victorian sat quietly, lit by a couple of nighttime lamps we keep on timers, while the rest of our half-residential, half-commercial neighborhood slept. I steered down the driveway beside the building to the parking area behind and went in through the kitchen door. A cup of tea sounded good, so I nuked a cup of water and dunked a tea bag while I tried to remember the name of the database Ron preferred for searches. Upstairs, I sat in his chair and turned on his computer. He's got a strange system of filing names, numbers, and other pertinent information. I pulled the old-school Rolodex toward me and began flipping through the cards. If I'd hoped there was something under C for computer passwords, I'd have been in for a letdown. Luckily, I already knew a little something about Ron's filing system. Nothing under S for searches, nothing under M for missing persons, ways to locate. Finally, under L, Lost People, I came across NextFind. The name rang a bell. This was it. At least he had listed his username and password on the card. Now that the computer was booted and ready, I entered the required fields and was all set to go. I explored around the features of the program for a few minutes, getting a feel for what to query in order to get what I wanted out of it. I started with Jennifer Blake. From the police report, I got her date of birth. The biggest stumbling block was that I had no social security number for her. I would need to ask Linda, and could only hope that she had written it down somewhere. How many people would know, offhand, the numbers for their kids or spouses? And a phone call at nearly 1 o'clock in the morning wasn't likely to be well received. So, okay. I entered what little I knew. Work history. An office position with a plumbing and heating contractor was the only scrap of information I had. Schooling. I listed UNM, accounting major, and guessing at the years of enrollment, hoping that was correct. I could also ask Linda what high school Jenny had attended. Medical history. I only knew she had given birth to a baby. Credit history. Mortgages. I had no clue, but it didn't seem like there would be much in that area. Face it, I think I pretty much sucked at this investigative stuff. Seeing how many blanks were left empty on the form gave me a whole new appreciation for how my brother manages to ask all the right questions and come up with detailed reports. And he does this all the time. Too bad I didn't have him here right now. I gave a shrug and clicked on the Generate Report button. Amazingly, given the tiny amount of information I had, up came 2 names on the screen. One of the Jennifer Blakes was flagged with a red asterisk and a note that the age of the person was not an exact match. But the second one was good, and it appeared was our Jenny Blake. I clicked the button asking the program to email the full report. That opened up a whole new scramble, as everything in NextFind was tied to Ron's name and account info, and the email would be coming to him. Luckily, the one thing in his darn Rolodex that was in a logical place was email password. I found it, signed in, and there was my brand new NextFind report. It seemed like a good idea to print it out, to have something I could show Linda and Cassie if need be, so I turned on the printer and did that. Unfortunately, the report was every bit as skimpy as the data I had given it. The good news, or bad depending on your viewpoint, was that a person's history seems to be on some computer somewhere for a very long time. Jennifer Blake had co-signed the rental agreement along with her husband Rick for the house on 6th Street. She'd had a Visa card issued to her, but the account showed as expired and unused after the month in which she disappeared. The credit section of the report showed no other cards issued to her, no loans in her name. Her student record at UNM showed an incomplete for the last semester she was there, and there didn't seem to be any record of her re-enrolling or of a transfer to another school. The heading on the 3rd page was work history. Something I could follow up on. But after her brief stint as office staff at ABC Mechanical, there had been no other wages reported for her. This was not good news. No matter where a person lives, if they are working anywhere, their employers will be reporting their taxable income and paying into Social Security on their behalf. For Jenny to be this completely off the grid did not look promising. I felt a huge letdown when I thought of passing this information along to Cassie and her grandmother. Their beloved Jenny might have been deceased all this time. I paced the floor between Ron's office and mine, debating alternatives. Okay, what if Jenny really had run off with Ricky? Maybe they survived on what he made as a gig musician, earning cash paid under the table, nothing regular, on the move too much for her to get and hold a steady job of her own? Yes, I was grasping at threads, but I wanted some ray of hope I might present to my clients. I slugged down the last of my tea, now gone cold, and went back to Ron's desk. The skimpy information on the old rental agreement contained the only scraps of data I had on Ricky Blake. I started a new search and entered his details. His report came through with the following tidbits. He had worked sporadically, not enough to support himself, really, but his scanty work history was at least there. He'd once joined the Musicians' Union in Arizona. Note to self, check further on this. But the membership had lapsed after 6 months and was never renewed. Ricky had been in rehab twice, sent there the first time after an arrest for dealing less than an ounce of cocaine. Interesting, but probably not surprising, given that a lot of people in various types of showbiz found themselves on that path. His first stint shortly after the couple split. The second time was 6 months after that. I compared the dates of his treatment with the dates on his work history. This seemed to be the point at which Ricky Blake had dropped off the radar. So, had he simply quit working after his second release from rehab? Had he gone over completely to the underground cash economy, working only for those who wouldn't report it? Or had he too disappeared, like Jenny? Daylight began to show through the windows, and I realized I'd been at the research more than 4 hours. As all the questions about Ricky and Jenny Blake began to blur my thinking, I realized I was tired. I shut down Ron's computer and went into my own office, where I curled up on my small sofa and promptly fell asleep. Chapter 12. Then. Curtis carried the box filled with Jenny Blake's possessions into the squad room, while D'Angelo went in search of the young whiz kid he knew in computer forensics. Affectionately dubbed Tarantula by the detective squad because of his unruly black furry hair and because of the way his fingers flew over computer keys like spider legs, the 24-year-old followed the senior detective to his desk.
"We have to keep the chain of evidence here,"
D'Angelo told him.
"Right."
Tarantula kept the impatience out of his tone, barely. D'Angelo picked up Jenny's cell phone and laptop inside their labeled plastic bags and had the computer guy initial the labels and sign the log sheet.
"Get me into these," he said. I need to check the victim's emails and phone calls." "Got it. You want me to—"
The guy indicated D'Angelo's desk chair.
"You can take them to the lab. Just give me a call when you've figured out the passwords and I'll take it from there."
"Right." Tarantula headed out of the room.
"Meanwhile,"
D'Angelo said to his partner,
"run a DMV check on the girl's license. See if there have been any traffic stops where she claimed not to have it with her, and run a check on her credit card and bank account. Any activity, find out where, when, and what she bought."
Curtis picked up the bag containing all of Jenny's identification and headed toward his own desk. D'Angelo lowered himself onto his chair, feeling aches in his back and legs he sure didn't remember from a few years ago. Maybe a cup of coffee would perk him up. But before he'd even reached for his mug, his desk phone rang.
"Gotcha the passwords,"
came the young tech's voice over the line.
"Both?"
He heard the skepticism in his own voice and added a,
"Damn, you're good. Want to come down here, or shall I bring the laptop and phone back to you?" "If you don't mind."
"Be right there." His old mug was looking a little battered and stained these days, but D'Angelo picked it up and filled it from the carafe at the far end of the room. He'd barely made it back to his desk when Tarantula came in with his prizes.
"All set, boss. I unlocked both devices. You don't need a password to get into them now." "Thanks. Appreciate that."
See, he was getting better about offering praise, not being the complete curmudgeon people thought he was. He'd heard the remarks when his back was turned. Oh well, it probably was about time to retire. Meanwhile, he'd see if there really was anything to this mother's claim that her daughter had vanished into thin air. He started with the cell phone. Kids these days use their phones more than computers, or so he'd been told. It took him a couple of long minutes to figure out the little pictures on the screen and which ones to touch. Luckily, Tarantula had left the squad room, showing off that springy young step of his, and Curtis was on the telephone, apparently talking to someone at the credit card company. D'Angelo fumbled his way into Jenny's phone contact list and scrolled through, looking at the names. M and D he assumed were Mom and Dad. Under Blake, there were no names. Either Jenny wasn't close with her ex's family members, or he had none. Maybe the kid had been a loner, and Jenny latched onto him from some sense of filling the gaps in his life. Women and their motives in relationships were way beyond him. He gave a quick shake of his head. No point in going that route. Most of her contacts were simply first names, and mostly female. He would need to compare the names with those on the list the mother had given, see who she deemed important to contact. Later. Right now, this was recon. He looked at Jenny's list of recent calls. 3 numbers came up repeatedly. M&D, Laura, and an unknown caller. He went to the details. Long calls to Mom, not surprising. The two seemed very close. 1 to 2 minute calls to Laura, the friend Linda Arnold had told him was a girl in Jenny's classes at school. They sometimes carpooled, so the short calls made sense. The unknown caller was the intriguing one. They were all from the same number. He would have Curtis check that out, see which company provided the service, and whether they could determine the owner of the phone. The interesting thing was that, while she ignored 90% of the calls, she actually had answered a few of them. She knew this person. D'Angelo jotted the number on a sticky note and leaned across the desk to hand it to his partner.
"When you're done with those other calls,"
he said. He switched back to the main screen on the girl's phone and studied it. One of the icons was obviously for email, but he had little experience with the program and didn't know how to look at the history of messages, so he opted for the laptop. Opening the lid, he saw what Tarantula had told him was true. He was able to immediately get into the email program without a password. The inbox showed 76 new unread messages. His eyes widened. The girl had been gone, a little over 60 hours now? He began the tedious task of reading through them. Within 10 minutes, he began to realize Jenny Blake must have subscribed to every free offer and win this thing promotion she came across. At least 90% of the messages came from someone offering her a free download, complimentary consultation, or some kind of goodie. He started to recognize the marketing speak and skimmed past those. Several appeared to be from professors at the university. Who knew consultations were scheduled and assignments handed out via email? Her friend Laura was apparently also a study partner. There were a couple of threads where they went back and forth over some of the classwork. He switched to the sent mail folder. The last time Jenny had initiated or replied to a message was the morning she disappeared. She had responded to a couple of the freebie offers, and there was a note to an Emily, a name he remembered from her phone contacts. The two were going back and forth about a plan to go out on Saturday night with a group of friends. A separate message went to an Anna Wentworth, and he noticed there was an attachment. He opened the message with the subject line, "Here's mine," and read the short note. "Here's mine. What do you think? Interesting to do this." The attached was a Word document, and he swallowed hard when he read the title of it. Me, Deceased. The piece that read like an obituary written by Jenny herself. She called it interesting. He called it plain weird. He needed to find out who this Anna Wentworth was. Back to Jenny's inbox, he scanned the senders of everything received after Jenny had sent the strange document to Anna. Sure enough, there was a reply. Chapter 13. Now. I needed to see Linda Arnold again. On the face of it, her report to the police had seemed complete and honest. Now that I'd begun digging into Jenny's and Ricky's past, I was thinking there had been a lot left unsaid by Linda. Surely the police had dug deeper, discovered some of the same things I was learning now, and they had pretty much concluded that Jenny and Ricky had run off together, or that Ricky had enticed her away and maybe harmed her. Linda was the only link between then and now, and I had no idea how much longer she would be clear-headed and able to help. Those cancer drugs were strong, and it might get tricky to catch her in the mood to talk. I meandered from my office to the upstairs bathroom and checked myself in the mirror. My shirt looked a bit slept in, as did my hair. I rounded up a hairbrush from my purse and found a ponytail band in my desk drawer. Applying those, brushing my teeth, and washing my face made a big improvement. I smoothed my t-shirt and took Freckles outside for her morning duties. Back in the kitchen, we broke into the office stash of dog food, a necessity I'd discovered years ago because I spent too many late nights at work. She seemed happy with that, but I knew coffee alone wasn't going to quite get me through. I made an executive decision to hit the Lotta Burger on Rio Grande before going by Linda's house. This New Mexico chain began with burgers and fries, which are still tops on my list, but I have to say, the breakfast burritos are unsurpassed. Huge and well-filled with eggs, bacon, potatoes, and green chili. It's heaven in a foil-wrapped packet, which you can eat sitting at a stool and watching the world drive by, or feast on in the car. I chose the latter, as I wanted time to look back through the emailed reports, which I had forwarded from Ron's account to my own sometime in the wee morning hours. I scrolled through them on my phone as I munched happily, and by the time I tossed my burrito wrapper in the trash barrel and started the Jeep again, I was feeling much more human. Linda's trim little house looked fresh and bright in the morning sunlight when I pulled up at the curb. Cassie stood there, directing a water hose at the flowers in narrow beds that ran along the front of the porch. She stared curiously at the vehicle until she recognized me. I parked under the shade of an overhanging sycamore and rolled windows down a generous amount for Freckles, who had her paws up on the backseat window edge and was wagging her whole body at the teen across the lawn. "Hey, Cassie, how's it going?" I stuffed my phone into the side pocket on my purse and grabbed its shoulder strap as I got out of the car. She set the hose in one of the beds and crossed toward me. "Hi, Charlie. Is there some news?" I shook my head. "Sorry, nothing concrete yet, but I've been searching a lot." "Did you try Instagram and Snapchat?" She seemed eager to offer ideas. "I tried them but didn't have much luck. Too many people with the same names." I chuckled a little. "Yeah, I noticed that too. But we have some other things to try." Before she could pin me for details, I switched subjects a bit. "Listen, is this a good time for me to see your grandmother?" "Sure. She's had her breakfast and is probably in the den. Go on in. I need to move this hose before too much water runs toward the street." Conscientious kid. It's amazing how many people flout the city's laws on landscape water usage and just allow their sprinklers and hoses to run water for blocks down the street. Well, there's a fine for that. I was glad to see Cassie exhibiting responsibility concerning her family's expenses. I walked up the steps to the porch and opened the screen door, calling out to Linda as I walked inside. "In here, I'm in the den." Her voice sounded thinner than I remembered from a few days ago. I walked in to find her on the sofa, her back against one of the padded arms with a big pillow behind her, her legs stretched out and covered with an afghan. She wore a bright turquoise top and her hair had been freshly washed, possibly also Cassie's doing. She caught me admiring that fact. "I got lucky with my chemo," she said. "Didn't lose much of my hair at all. Of course, when some of the numbers came back not so great, I decided I wasn't going to spend a whole lot more time on that route. Why spend my last few months traipsing to doctors when it's not going to make a different outcome, right? Cassie and I got in a couple of fun road trips this summer, and that's a lot better, to my way of thinking, than keeping a bunch of sterile old appointments." She shifted, lowering her legs to sit upright and setting her book aside. "But that's not what you came to talk about." A get right to it kind of lady. I liked that. I dropped my purse to the floor beside one of the armchairs and sat facing her. "Well, I just wanted to give a little update on what I've been doing and maybe pick your brain a little, hoping you can fill in some gaps for me. Bottom line, any luck yet?" Another aspect of her no-nonsense attitude. "I haven't located her, if that's what you mean, so no." She nodded, eyes lowered to the coffee table in front of her. "I understand." I've accessed several databases, things like credit companies use when verifying a person's employment history, their credit status, and such. It can give us a good picture of how they've moved about, how much they earn and spend. Well, you know.
That's a good idea. So has Jenny's name come up?
I took a breath.
Prior to her disappearance, yes. I found her, the record that she was attending UNM, her driver's license and credit card information. But since then?
I shook my head.
Sorry, nothing yet.
Now, that's not to say that she might be using a different name now. She could have remarried. I should let you know that I also ran some background checks on Ricky Blake. Did I imagine that her expression hardened a little?
I'll be frank. Ricky's name showed up more often than Jenny's.
He apparently worked sporadically, although there's nothing on his employment record in recent times. He also has an arrest record. I paused a moment to let that sink in. Drugs, minor charges, but still enough that they didn't get dismissed. He was sent to drug rehab centers twice, and no, I haven't yet been able to contact those places. The rules are so strict these days about releasing any patient information at all. I may not be able to learn many details. She chewed at a dry spot on her lower lip, waiting for me to continue. Anyway, I know from the report that the police believe Jenny most likely took off with Ricky, went along with his lifestyle of her own free will. At this point, I don't think the facts bear that out. At the very least, she would have renewed her driver's license.
If they stayed in New Mexico, otherwise she might have gotten a new one somewhere else.
Very true. But her employment history would have shown jobs in other states. That would at least give me a starting point in tracking down a new home address or something.
So that's it then? You're out of leads?
Not at all. I still have a big list of people to talk to, people she might have kept in touch with. My voice trailed off as I realized the one person on the planet Jenny would have kept in touch with was sitting right here. Mother and daughter had been close, as far as I knew. Linda read my thoughts and nodded.
We were close, and I swear to you, there had been no argument or split that would cause her to willingly cut me and Cassie off for all these years.
I know. I got that sense right from the beginning. Again, I let the moment of silence stretch out, in case there was more she wanted to say. When she didn't speak, I continued. All I can be fairly certain about right now is that either Jenny didn't leave with Ricky, or if the two were together, they were living under the radar, working in the underground economy, which wouldn't be unheard of for a musician like Ricky. I plan on doing some more checking on that aspect, but it's tough. When people can't be found by the IRS, they most likely can't be found by me either. She smiled a little at that.
But still, there are ways for someone living that way to keep in touch with family. I know my Jenny. She would have contacted me. She would have found a way to come back for Cassie.
Probably. Maybe. I had to bring up the part no one wanted to hear. I've mentioned that I have more sources, more people I can speak with, including the two cops who worked the case at the time. But this was the hardest part. But we also need to be prepared that it could turn out Jenny isn't alive, that she didn't even survive beyond that awful day. I couldn't believe I'd uttered that possibility, and to a dying mother at that. Surprisingly, Linda's face appeared even more calm. She nodded.
I know.
Linda? I'm wondering. I kind of get the sense that you believed this all along. Is that true? She let out a long sigh that seemed to bring forth a pain deep within her. I felt it fill the space between us, but I couldn't be sure if it was an aspect of her condition or if the pain was purely emotional. Either would make sense. Finally, she gave a slight nod, and her words came out as barely a whisper.
When the years went by, yes, I had to resign myself.
But I glanced toward the front door and could still hear the outdoor water running. But Cassie, did you keep the hope about her mother alive for her? Or did she come to me despite the conversations you and she must have had over the years?
The latter. I never could bring myself to say to her outright that her mother was probably dead, because there was always the possibility that one day she might come back to us. It's the horror any family faces when someone is missing. There's no proof they've died, but there's no proof they are alive either. I had to leave that little ray of hope open, for both of us.
I nodded silently and willed the tears not to spill over. It was true. I had nothing to compare with their experience. When my parents died, at least it was known as a fact. Everyone had to come to grips and deal with it, and eventually we all did. This poor woman, the poor girl outside, I couldn't begin to imagine their pain.
Charlie, thank you for trying. I will tell Cassie what you've told me, and I will try to both break it to her gently and let her see the finality of it. She's old enough now. It's time to be truthful.
I wanted to say she's not old enough now. A person is never old enough for this news. But Linda had to handle it in the best way she knew. She would not be here much longer either, and she needed to prepare Cassie for the idea of spending a few years with the uncle and aunt she barely knew, and then to make her own way in the adult world. It was simply the way things went. But as the thoughts ran through my head, the tears escaped and trailed down my cheeks. Linda reached to the end of the table at her side and passed me the tissue box. I dabbed at my eyes and she dabbed at hers, and we let those words be the decree on her decision. When I stood a moment later, I stepped over and gave her a long hug, promising to return the unused portion of the money she had paid. She seemed to be wrapped in her own thoughts entirely. I picked up my purse, wishing Linda well, and headed toward the front door. I was in the foyer, barely out of sight of the den door, when a hand reached out and grabbed my arm. Cassie, her firm grip never wavering, put a finger to her lips and led me outside and down the sidewalk.
I heard everything. Charlie, please don't quit.
Her urgently whispered plea, the near panic on her face. Well, I couldn't just ignore the girl who'd gone to such lengths to get me started on this case. And darn if I didn't still relate to her. It had taken me many years to learn the full truth of my own parents' deaths. She would not rest until she knew what had happened to her mother, and I couldn't blame her a bit. She shouldn't have to wait until she was 30 to know the truth.
Okay, I said. I'll keep looking.
Chapter 14. Our plan was to meet again briefly before I started back to work on the case. Cassie told me she had been searching the house and found a box of mementos her grandmother had kept of Jenny's. I wasn't sure whether she meant things like old birthday cards and plaster molds with kid-size handprints, or if there could be something pertinent to finding Jenny now. But I figured it was worth sitting down together and taking a look. Cassie would smuggle the box out to Linda's car as soon as she drifted into a nap, and then she would drive over to my office. I spotted the older Toyota minivan from my upstairs bay window, even before Freckles sounded the alert. For a moment, as Cassie climbed out and retrieved a cardboard box from the back seat, I could imagine this same van filled with kids as Linda acted as chauffeur to the soccer team or the Girl Scouts or whatever activity had consumed Cassie's childhood days. I reached the front door at the same time as my client. "Hey, can I help you with that?" The box looked heavy.
"It's okay. I got it," she said.
We headed directly for the conference room table, and she set the box there with a mild thud. I must admit to curiosity. Almost the feeling of wondering what's in that great big Christmas present in the corner. Unfortunately, this would not be a very happy occasion. I watched as the girl unfolded the tucked-in cardboard flaps to reveal the contents. "I assume you've already gone through this?" I asked.
"A little. There were some papers and photos. Mostly what caught my eye were the clothes. It's a peek into a different time, you know? There's a fancy dress that must have been a prom dress or something."
She lifted out the package, which had been set carefully on top of the heavier items to avoid crushing it. Folding back the layers of tissue paper, she revealed a gown of midnight blue satin and held it up. It was floor-length, with a V neckline, high waist, and flowing skirt. A button-sized rhinestone ornament at the point where the bodice met the skirt front was the only ornamentation, and it was exactly enough. Jenny Blake had classic good taste.
"Look, she and I are nearly the same size."
She lifted the dress by the shoulder straps and held it against her body. I had to agree. It would probably be a perfect fit for Jenny's daughter.
"There's a picture of her in the dress."
Cassie reached into the box.
"I'll bet this is her and my dad going to their senior prom."
I studied the photo she handed me, betting she was right about the occasion. The couple were posed in front of a deep red curtain with some kind of shimmery threads woven into it. Jenny in this blue dress, Ricky in a rented tuxedo. She had a corsage of blue and white flowers on a band around her wrist. It was my first look at Ricky Blake, and I took in the details. Average height, slender build, although it's hard to tell about men in formal wear. Blonde hair, a jaunty smile with slightly crooked teeth, the kind of smile that exudes youthful, will-conquer-the-world confidence. His bow tie was deep blue, his eyes matching it. He stood with Jenny in the protective curve of his shoulder. Cute couple. So young, shining with the prospect of a wonderful life ahead, nothing to suggest either of their lives would come to anything but perfection. I'm afraid I gave a sigh as I handed the picture back to Cassie. She draped the dress over the back of a chair and turned back to the box. Next layer down revealed a couple of purses and a wallet. I got a strange feeling as I held them in my hands. The light weight of the two purses indicated that they were empty, cleared of the day-to-day things Jenny had probably carried. Both were in good condition, although not expensive brands. Just decent leather shoulder bags that Linda had probably had a hard time giving away. As with the formal gown, the purses probably evoked images of the daughter who never came home. The wallet had enough bulk to suggest it still contained something. "Do you mind if I look?" I asked Cassie.
"Go for it."
Her attention had returned to the box.
"I love the things in here,"
she said, pulling out a small jewelry box and opening the lid. I gave a glance, spotting a tangle of earrings and other glittery things. But my real interest was on gathering information. I sat down and unsnapped the clasp on the wallet. The police had been through this. It was evident from the way the driver's license, credit card, and the few dollars in cash were jammed back into various slots that a woman had not organized this wallet. Plus, okay, I admit that I remembered seeing part of the police report, which listed the personal possessions of the missing woman. Other than verifying most of what I'd learned from my online searches, the wallet didn't contain anything new or earth-shaking. I set it aside and picked up one of the shoulder bags. The pocket on the front was a little stretched out of shape, making me think this was probably accessed often, most likely where Jenny would drop her cell phone or car keys inside for quick access. But none of those items were here now. Unzipping the top, I found the inner compartments equally empty, but I turned it upside down and gave a shake to be sure. A tiny inner section was zipped closed, so I opened that to reveal a little space that might hold a credit card or a matchbook. Nothing much bigger. At first glance, it appeared empty, but I ran an index finger inside it and felt a slip of paper. What came out appeared to be a clipping from a classified newspaper ad. I hadn't seen one of these in years. I brought it out to the light and unfolded it. One side showed a partial photo, maybe part of an advertisement. The other was the printed classified. Need help? Naranon meetings every evening. There was an address on Lomas Boulevard, which I thought corresponded to a church. I'd have to check. Or not. Obviously, this clipping was old. So what did it mean? Jenny's having it tucked into a hidden spot in her purse suggested maybe it was something she was thinking about but had not acted upon. Or maybe she meant to give the clipping to someone. Ricky? No, wait. Wasn't Narcotics Anonymous for drug users? Nar-Anon, like Al-Anon, was for families of addicts. Maybe Jenny herself had attended. Cassie was watching me. She reached for the scrap of paper and read what I'd just been looking at.
My grandmother said my dad had gotten messed up in some bad stuff,
she said quietly.
Do you think this was it?
I had to be frank with her. Yes. I didn't really want to tell you this until I learned more about what was going on back then, but I found background information that showed your dad spent some time in rehab. Twice, actually. She nodded slowly. That was years after he left, even after your mother disappeared. She let out a ragged breath.
So it looks like she knew about his drug use. Maybe was looking for a way to help him?
Could be. I gave her what I hoped passed for a smile. In fact, I'll bet you're right. Maybe all their problems came from this, and he didn't just leave because of what everyone said.
That he was useless and didn't want to be a father?
It wasn't a question. Poor kid had probably heard talk about it all her life. I'm not the best person to give advice, Cassie, but we might consider the idea that your mom asked him to leave for this very reason. If she'd stuck with him, she might have gotten pulled into the same set of problems. Maybe you've been better off all along because of the fact he wasn't in your life.
I know. Grandma says the same thing. I mean, she has always tried to be fair and not to criticize, but it comes out, you know. She blames him for Mom being gone, no matter what was behind it.
She set the little jewelry box aside.
I even wondered if Mom left to get away from him, to hide out or something.
I know the skepticism showed on my face. But to never contact your grandmother? Never to try and see you again? It just doesn't seem logical. I couldn't bring myself to say the reason for that could only be that Jenny was dead. Cassie had already overheard me talking with Linda this morning. She didn't need it repeated. For the next 10 minutes, she busied herself with the contents of the box and wouldn't make eye contact. Chapter 15. Then. Ricky crouched beside a dumpster behind a bakery on 4th Street, thinking about the cops who'd been at the house. 100 thoughts flitted through his head, and it was frustrating that he couldn't keep them straight. He'd seen the guy standing at Jenny's car. Where was she? What were the men there for? What had they found? He pictured the loose boards under the bed. Had Jenny discovered it and reported him? Why was he here? He stared at his surroundings. Oh, yeah. He'd hitched a ride with a guy he barely knew. I need to see my baby girl, he told the truck driver who delivered sodas to the convenience stores in Espanola. That sounded better than, I gotta score some blow. And he kind of remembered the guy asking him questions about the wife and kid, and him making up a bunch of shit to help fill the 90-minute drive. Maybe he'd started to believe his own story, that seeing his baby was the real reason for this driving need to get inside that house. He gripped the sides of his head, which was pounding now. The dumpster stank, and the smell churned his stomach. He wanted to get away, but couldn't think where he would go. Wherever he'd spent the last few nights. One of the guys in the band he played with on Saturday nights had let him crash in a spare room, but said it was temporary. Something told him he'd better get back there before the guy decided to hawk his guitar and throw out the pack containing his 2 changes of clothes. All the important stuff was with him. A small wad of cash and the baggie of white powder he was here to sell. Except he needed a hit of it himself. He took a deep breath, nearly retched, and decided he had to get away from the dumpster. They said your sense of smell was dulled when you use coke, but not today. He stood up and walked out of the alley, but when he hit the street, the November wind nearly took his breath away. He gripped the edges of his leather jacket and zipped it closed, but it offered no protection against the 40-degree air and the 20-mile-an-hour wind. Shit. At least the cold cleared his head a little. Okay, can't go by the house, can't open the baggie here on the street. He needed to sell the baggie and get himself a ride back to Española before El Tiburón realized he was gone. Those thugs of his wouldn't let a couple $1,000 slide. The 4th Street bus rolled up to a bus stop at the next corner. That would get him downtown. He ran to catch it. There were only 3 other people on the bus, all near the front. He ambled to the back where he could be alone. At least he was out of the wind. He leaned his head against the side of the window and let the warmth lull him into a doze. How had he gotten here? Not here today. Here in life. Everybody warned him. His mom, who worked double shifts waitressing, a couple of buddies from school, and then Jenny. The musician's lifestyle wasn't an easy one. Booze and drugs nearly always came into it. Late nights, sleeping away the days, impossible to hold any kind of normal job and do your music at night. And at first, it was all about the music. He played in a couple of garage bands in high school, learned the popular songs, could duplicate some complex licks, got in with a better band, lied about his age so he could play in casinos. These guys were big time, or so he thought. And one of their routines was to snort a few lines right before they went on stage. Ricky hesitated. He had a wife at home. He didn't do this stuff. Until he did. And then, man, oh man, could he play. Life on stage was so much better, so enhanced, and his riffs were something else. Each night a different guy brought the goodie, and then, the 4th time they did it, somebody said, "Your turn to bring the stuff tomorrow night." What? Where did you buy the stuff? It took him less than 10 minutes to find someone to sell him a baggie, which took all the cash he'd earned for the weekend. And that took some explaining at home when he showed up, having worked a solid week and had no money to pay the rent. He and Jenny fought. Everything escalated. His habit, her complaining. She was about to have a baby any day now, she nagged, as if the sight of that huge belly wasn't reminder enough. He left her home every night now, not just when the band was playing. The bus was stopping every couple of blocks, so he kept an eye out for a likely cross street that would get him into the center of downtown without having to walk very far. He'd never been good with money. Jenny handled the rent and the groceries and all that, but now it positively melted away. Where, he didn't know, but he never had any cash. He started asking around. "Hey man," a guy told him. "El Tiburón, out of Española. He's always looking for dealers. You can make a fortune and you can stay with the band." Something about Española rang a bell. Rio Arriba County was connected, part of the pipeline from Mexico to all parts north. Something like that. It felt dangerous, but it was also exhilarating the first time he drove his pickup truck there and met with 2 heavyweights in the Chaco cartel. He'd never felt quite so blonde-haired and blue-eyed. They teased him a little and said that was good. He could blend in better with Anglos and bring in a lot of new business. Okay, it sounded feasible, and why not? By that evening, he had a disposable cell phone and all the coke he could buy with what cash he'd had on him. So, first stop was to meet up with the band and show how good he could treat them. He'd make his money back the next morning outside one of the high schools. That's what the Chaco guys had told him would work best. Pick a school and in a good neighborhood where the kids had more money than they knew what to do with. That lasted a week, until some girl saw her boyfriend talking to him and figured it out. Next day, the narcs were on his tail, and he barely escaped. He shook off that image. No way was he wasting yet another 28 days in some stupid program. Or worse. The judge wouldn't give him rehab next time. It was the old 3 strikes you're out rule. He shook off those thoughts. He'd gotten away, and he was doing just fine, thank you very much. Right now, he needed to catch up with a guy he knew who always spent money. He'd sell the baggie in his pocket and then try to get back to the house, where more waited under the floorboard. All he needed to do was get Jenny on the phone and sweet-talk her into believing he missed her and the baby. With luck, she would invite him to dinner, and he'd figure out a way to get his stash. He held on to that thought until he was off the bus and standing in the protected doorway of a pawn shop on Central. But Jenny's phone went straight to voicemail. It had worked last week, and she had actually come to meet him for coffee. Oh well, he thought. He would do his deal and then try her again. She'd jabbered on last time about being in school. That's probably where she was now. Chapter 16. Now. 2 days went by, during which I felt my investigation was taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. While trying to make some sense of the items Cassie had brought in the box from Linda's house, I thought maybe the larger perspective might come from speaking with the police officers who had handled the case from the beginning. I started with a call to APD and asked for the Missing Persons Division. I know maybe I could have tried Kent Taylor, the cop Ron works with sometimes, but Kent deals better with Ron. I guess that's because I've gotten on the wrong side of him a few times. More importantly, Kent is a homicide detective, and most likely wouldn't have had much to do with the Jenny Blake case back then. I'd be lucky to find anyone who remembered it at all. So anyway, I began by asking whether I might speak with either Ernie D'Angelo or Alan Curtis, the 2 names I had spotted in the file.
Detective D'Angelo retired some years ago, I believe,
said the female voice who picked up when my call was transferred.
He was already gone when I came into this division.
How about Alan Curtis? There was a silence space on the line.
I will need to check. That name isn't familiar at all.
I got up from my dining room table, using the time to walk to the kitchen to see if the coffee was still warm, then to let Freckles outside. By the time the dog came in, I was still on hold, but the woman came back on the line before I had quite poured myself a second cup.
It seems Detective Curtis was only with APD for 4 years, and then he took a job with another department. The last one anyone remembers is that it was in Indianapolis.
I thanked her and hung up. Now that Curtis was so much further along the career path, would he remember anything from this one unsolved case that went way too far back in time? It was worth a shot, I supposed, so I looked up the number for Indianapolis PD and made the call. Surprisingly, Alan Curtis picked up quickly after the call was transferred. I went into a recap explaining my role in the case and asking whether he remembered the Jenny Blake disappearance.
My first unsolved missing person case. Of course I remember.
The smooth, cultured voice didn't match how I'd imagined Alan Curtis to be. I had a picture of 2 crusty old cops, talking to the parties involved, but hardened to the reality that so many people go missing because they want to. Based on the conclusions written in the angular handwriting of Ernie D'Angelo, I assumed both cops were treating Jenny's case as just one of many such.
I'm not sure how many details I can give you, he continued. But I remember her photo. I remember the distraught mother and the little baby. A girl, wasn't it?
Wow, you are good with details.
Like I said, my first case after I made detective. What can I do for you now? I assume Ms. Blake hasn't turned up. We never hear about those.
No, sadly she hasn't. It's her daughter, actually, who hired us to keep working on it. The girl is 16 now. Her grandmother raised a pretty sharp cookie. There was a moment's silence, and I realized I hadn't gotten to the point. What he could do for me now. Sorry, I know you're busy. What I'm wondering now, and I know this is a long shot, is whether you remember anything about the case that wasn't documented. Your own impressions, maybe something you learned after you stopped working on it? I don't know, but I imagine there are things that come to an officer, maybe even a few years later. Was there any angle that wasn't worked at the time, something I might be able to follow up? A long exhale at the other end of the line.
Let me think. Problem is, I left Albuquerque less than a year after we worked the Blake case. Maybe 6 months after, we felt we'd exhausted our leads and the file got stuck away as a cold case. In the meantime, Dozens more cases came across the desk. Somebody is reported missing nearly every day.
Wow.
If you read the stats, you already know that a lot of them turn up safe and well. Kids that head out partying and don't tell their parents, spouses who fight and later make up, rebellious teens. Those often don't turn out well because they end up on the streets. And then sometimes a person just feels they need to get away, but they don't tell anyone. Head off to a cabin somewhere for a week or so, and they're stunned to learn their family has called the police. We got a lot of that.
I imagine that's one reason the ones who stay missing, especially under odd circumstances, can stick in your mind.
True.
And Jenny Blake?
It looked like we ruled out a fight with a family member, a deep unhappiness, or anything like that. As I recall, she was a student, doing well in college, looking forward to her midterm exams. I do remember it was late fall at the time. I never seemed to take a heavy enough coat on those days we hiked around door to door to question people. Believe me, now that I'm in the Midwest, I have an appreciation for winter weather.
A slight chuckle.
No, I can't think of any new evidence that jumped out at us later.
I thought I'd talk with your partner, Ernie D'Angelo. You wouldn't happen to remember if he expressed any other thoughts, something he didn't write in his notes?
Afraid not. We worked okay together, D'Angelo and me, but we never really did get close. He was inches away from retirement, and any personal chit-chat went that direction. How much the wife wanted them to retire to Phoenix, and how much he was looking forward to it. Thought he'd take up golf, although I don't remember him ever saying he played the game. Me, I was new enough that I felt the pressure of the older guy critiquing everything I did. Don't get me wrong, D'Angelo was a good cop, a seasoned detective, and I learned a lot. He just wasn't the chummy type.
So he must have retired before you left, or shortly after?
Yeah, shortly after. I came out here and never did hear whether he and the wife got their retirement wish or not. We didn't keep in touch.
Although the information was practically non-existent, I thanked Detective Curtis and gave him my number, just in case. I was just starting an online search for Ernie D'Angelo, whose age I guessed would be about 80 now, in the Phoenix area, when my phone rang. Elsa's voice sounded agitated.
Charlie, I need some help.
When someone in her 90s issues that statement, you don't question. You go. I closed my laptop's cover and ran for the back door. Chapter 17. This is the big emergency? I asked. I had bypassed Dottie in the kitchen and found Elsa standing in front of her closet.
I never said it was an emergency,
she reminded.
Only that I needed some help.
True enough. I accepted the mild chastisement with a nod.
I can't decide what to wear to the wedding,
she said, staring at the row of dresses on hangers.
Maybe I need to go shopping for something new.
To wear to a wedding that probably wouldn't last as long as the shopping trip? I wasn't volunteering for that one. I've clothes shopped with Elsa before. She tries on 100 things, at the pace of a tortoise, before choosing. I didn't say any of this out loud. Let's see, Graham. There must be something appropriate here. I stepped forward and began poking into the cluttered mass. Realistically, any of her church dresses would work perfectly well for a summer afternoon wedding in a park.
I saw Iris's dress yesterday,
she told me as I pulled out a couple of choices.
She's going all out with white chiffon, or it might be pink lace. She's narrowed it down to 2.
I couldn't begin to imagine either on Iris, but I didn't comment. Well, you don't need to outshine the bride, you know. How about this one? I held up a lavender dress with matching jacket that had small tucks on the front, which I knew to be one of her favorites. She was reaching for a bright turquoise one. The dress was tasteful, probably more so than Iris's white chiffon, if truth be told. But it was an older one. It's nice. You'll want to try it on to be sure it fits well. She tossed that one on the bed and studied the closet again. I could see this going on a while, just like the department store visits.
Let's pick one more. Then you try on all three, and we'll know which one is the winner.
I reached for a flowered print, pink and white, and its coordinating pink jacket.
This one's nice.
She shook her head.
I'm thinking bolder colors.
There was no point in reminding her that pastels suited her coloring better. I reached for a vivid blue that brought out the color in her eyes, holding it up and doing a little pose with it.
Okay, I'll try on these three, she said.
I quickly shut the closet door so we could remain undistracted.
Need some help?
No. You go check on Dottie, and I'll come out when I have the first one on.
Good plan, I said, pulling the bedroom door closed behind me.
Having fun yet?
Dottie teased when I walked into the dining room, where she was setting the table for their early supper. Don't tell me she tried to talk you into shopping for something new?
Oh, she'd try. But I been that route once last Christmas. Ain't doing that again. But nothing I pick from the closet catch a fancy. That's when she called you. Sorry.
It's okay, really. We've done this routine a lot of times over the years, believe me. In the beginning, she was the one standing at my closet door trying to get me to wear something the least bit feminine to a school dance. I would have gone in jeans if I'd had my way. I glanced down at my current pair, which were showing some wear. I have to say, she was right. 15 minutes later, Elsa emerged wearing the bright turquoise dress, which, as I'd feared, was baggy in the shoulders and snug in the waist. Dottie and I both gave it a head shake and suggested she try the next. Within an hour, during which time Dottie convinced me to try a few of the peanut butter cookies she'd baked this morning, we'd settled on the vivid blue one, and everyone was happy. Mostly me, because I was raring to get back to my work on the case. In a metro area of 4.5 million people, there are bound to be more than one or two D'Angelos. But I persevered until I found an Ernest D'Angelo, who seemed to be in the correct age range and was a retired police officer. This discovered, interestingly enough, on Facebook, where a daughter loved to post things about her elderly parents. By the time I unearthed all this juicy stuff, it was after 7 p.m., which seemed an ideal time to place a call, and luckily names and numbers gave me the means to do that.
Carefree Manor,
came a chipper voice over the line.
Oh, I thought I was calling the number of Ernest D'Angelo,
I said, momentarily flummoxed.
That's right. I will connect you.
Why hadn't the Facebooking daughter thought to mention that he lived in a facility? As the phone rang, I wondered if the place was truly carefree or a manor. I suspected it would prove to be neither. When a female voice answered, I asked again to speak to Mr. D'Angelo.
Who's calling? He doesn't accept sales calls.
The voice carried a certain proprietary tone.
Are you his daughter?
Before she could answer, I rushed on.
I'm calling from Albuquerque, and one of Detective Angelo's former partners on the police force told me where to reach him.
Okay, so that statement was only about 25% true.
Oh, what did you say your name was?
Charlie Parker.
I'm with RJP Investigations. We're looking into one of his old cases, and I hoped I might be able to speak with him. Maybe just a few minutes?
Charlie, you said?
Hi, yes, I'm his daughter, Janine. Mother passed away last year, so I'm here with Dad nearly every day. Listen.
She lowered her voice slightly.
I'm afraid he doesn't remember much these days. Too many changes in the past few years. He can't keep it all straight, and his hearing is terrible.
Stubborn man, he won't wear hearing aids. Phone conversations are nearly impossible for him.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I'd hoped this case might have stuck in his mind. His partner, Alan Curtis, still remembered it.
How long ago was this? You know, amazingly, his memories from a long time ago are much better than his memories of recent events. Some days he thinks I'm Mom, if I'm in his little kitchenette making coffee or something. I gave a few little facts that the case was 15 years old and was probably one of the last ones he worked before he retired. I don't know, Charlie. You might actually have some luck with him. If you would stop by while I'm here, I can maybe help get past the hearing impediment. Stop by? Well, why not? I could probably get a last-minute seat on a Southwest flight. There were probably a dozen a day between our two cities. I told her to plan on my being there day after tomorrow, and I got her cell number so we could connect once I reached the city. In the background, I could hear a ragged male voice.
"Who's on the phone, Janine?"
"Dad, good news! You're going to have a visitor!" I had to hold my phone away from my ear. She evidently didn't realize how loudly she had to speak to him. I told her I would let her know once I had a flight booked, and we said a quick goodbye. Less than a minute later, I was on the airline website looking at my options. It would be crappy of me to visit the city without touching base with my other brother, Paul, and his family. We're not nearly as close as I am with Ron, but still. To call in advance, or just get there and then see if a meal or something could be worked out. Plans with Paul's group tend to get complicated. Dinner can't be arranged until softball is done, and that's never a preset time because games can go long or short, and Lorraine now has a new career, so her hours are unpredictable. Truthfully, all of that was fine with me. A cup of coffee with Paul would be ideal. But if I announced my visit, they would come up with something that could very well send me driving all over the huge metropolis and barely meeting up. Yeah, I'd wait and call when I got there. I chose flights that would get me there late tomorrow evening and out the next day. I got a hotel room near the airport and a rental car with GPS. That should meet nearly all my needs. No one, including Paul, could talk me into staying longer because I had the wedding obligation on Saturday. I texted Janine my flight info, suggesting she choose any time Thursday after mid-morning for our meeting. All set. And with that bit of business done, I realized I'd better be prepared with questions for the retired detective, so I sat down with the file. Chapter 18. By midnight, I had been through the police file completely, and my eyes were burning with dryness. All I wanted was my bed. And then I slept until 9:30. So what had been the point of staying up so late? I showered and dressed, finding a change of clothes to take to Phoenix, remembering it would be 1,000 degrees hot there. Remind me again, why had I decided this trip would be a good idea? Never mind that. Freckles and I walked out to the backyard and went through the hedge over to Elsa's, where I needed to ask a favor.
"You bet," said Dottie.
"Little Freckles, sweetie, can stay with us any time." "It's only tonight," I promised. "I'll be back home tomorrow late afternoon." Dottie bent over to tickle the top of the dog's head, while Freckles urgently sniffed at the pockets of the caregiver's apron. When she got a whiff of the ever-present doggy treat inside, she plopped her bottom on the ground and stared up expectantly. Dottie laughed and handed over the biscuit.
"See, we get along just fine."
"I'll bring her crate and food over in a little while," I promised. Back at home, I stacked the dog's overnight gear beside the kitchen door. Crate, bedding, bowls for food and water, baggie with 2 days' supply of food, extra treats, leash, a couple of toys. This was way more stuff than I was taking with me, and the dog was only traveling as far as the house next door. Sheesh. Next up was to gather the items I wanted to have along for the Blake case. I'd already decided I would take the police file. Seeing the report and the notes in his own writing might spur memories for Detective D'Angelo. At least I hoped they would. Something else might work to bring back a memory. I called Cassie and asked if I might borrow a couple of the items we'd looked at from the box of her mother's things. She agreed and said she could drop them off at my office when she left for work. We were still being a little clandestine about my work on the case after Linda had semi-fired me. I needed to scramble to get there in time, but at least things at home felt fairly organized. Freckles trailed me anxiously as I picked up the tote bag filled with her gear in one hand, the handle of the crate in the other, and we walked over to Elsa's. I quickly set up the crate in the living room and handed Dottie the rest of the things.
"She gonna do fine, don't you worry about nothing,"
she told me.
"I know she will. Just got anxious mama feelings."
She patted my shoulder and then pulled me in for one of her famed Dottie hugs. Nobody can feel anxious after receiving one of those. I left the dog in Elsa's kitchen, staring up at the bag of treats on the counter. Dottie was right. My little girl would be just fine. I had 10 minutes to meet Cassie at the office, so I basically raced through my house, locking the back door, grabbing my purse and keys, and heading out. I steered into the driveway of the Victorian at the same moment she pulled up to the curb in her grandmother's minivan. We both stopped and met on the front lawn.
"Here are the purse and wallet," she said, handing them over. "That's all you wanted?"
"Yeah, that's it." I had told her about my quick Phoenix trip. Most likely these are the items the detective saw and handled. I'm hoping to spark his memories of the case. She nodded, understanding.
"I know it's been a long time. Hopefully he'll remember something that helps."
She got back in the van and drove away. I pulled around to my usual parking spot and went in the back door. Sally's vehicle was here. I'd forgotten this was one of her half-days, so I walked directly to the reception desk, planning to fill her in on the new case.
"Messages I took off the answering machine,"
she said, handing me a stack of pink slips. No matter how modern technology gets in certain areas, some things were still done old school, especially in this office.
"Most of them are for Ron, but I thought you'd want to take a look."
I flipped through them, recognizing the names of several regular clients. I held on to the ones that would likely be about billing or some other office procedure, and handed the others back. "Would you mind giving each of these a call? Let them know Ron's away and when he'll be back. If anyone still needs to talk to someone, I can call them back day after tomorrow." Most of Ron's regular clients would be surprised to hear that he'd taken an actual vacation, but I was betting their business could wait until he got back.
"Sure, no problem. And what's with day after tomorrow? Going somewhere yourself?"
"Actually, yes." I laughed and gave a quick explanation. "Just shows you never know how a case will unfold." Sally picked up the phone and started making the calls while I went upstairs, feeling as though something was missing because there was no furry ball of brown and white at my heels, no clicking of doggy toenails on the wooden floors. Things are simply too quiet when there's no dog around. A little pang went through me. I'm such a softie about pets. The calls I'd agreed to return took another hour of my time. By the time I'd looked up billing statements for a couple of people and researched the files for requested information. Back to the Blake case. Last night, in my reading through the police reports, it occurred to me it might be smart to talk with some of the witnesses the detectives had interviewed. Not that I expected any of them would have a sudden flash of insight about Jenny and what had happened to her, but simply to see if someone might provide me a spark of an idea I could question D'Angelo about. Laura Jaramillo, the school friend Jenny had sometimes carpooled with, seemed impatient when I identified myself and told her why I was calling.
"I don't know why everyone keeps calling me about this," she said.
"Okay, I understand why Jenny's mother called. It's what moms do. But the police... I had already said that I hadn't talked to Jenny in a couple of days. I didn't know anything about it then, and I still don't."
All I could do was thank her for her time and click off the call. From the detective's notes, I had gotten a phone number for Emily Banji, with whom Jenny had spoken on the morning she disappeared. I was amazed when the number actually still belonged to the same young woman.
"Wow, that's a blast from the past. Jenny Blake,"
she said, sounding a little breathless.
"Sorry, I'm on the treadmill at the gym. Too hot to run outdoors, unless I go at 5 a.m., and sorry, I'm not doing that."
"I'm sure the police talked to you at the time Jenny disappeared?" I said, knowing full well that they had.
"They say you talked to her that morning." "Yeah, yes I did. We talked a lot."
Puff, puff.
"Friends since high school."
"That day, do you remember what you talked about?"
"Oh, not specifically. Too long ago. Most likely making plans to go out. Whenever she could, Jenny would get her mom to babysit.
We'd go hit one of the clubs. You know, we all just turned 21, so that was the fun thing. Emily drew a deep breath. All of that agreed with what the detective had written in his notes. So I'm curious, have you thought of anything else in the meantime? Any little things she said that gave a clue about what happened later? Hang on, she said. I'm putting this thing on cooldown mode. I heard the electronic beeps in the background, and the steady whirring sound changed tone. Emily's breathing was still huffing. Now, what was I thinking about? Clues. Anything about Jenny and that day? You know, it was nothing special. I think we talked about whether we might be on for that Saturday night, girls' night out. There were 5 or 6 of us back then, and the group changed up depending on who was available. I was usually the one who either sent out a text or called around and put it together. And Jenny was up for it, planning to go that week? Yeah, as I recall, she was. I think I told that to the police officer. She had. D'Angelo put it in his notes, but I'd wanted to verify. What about afterward, when you learned she'd gone missing? Did you speak with her mother or anyone else? Oh, yeah, that's right. Mrs. Arnold called me, and I guess a few of the others, too. I basically told her the same thing I've told you. She did ask whether Jenny had been in touch with her ex. God, Ricky Blake. That guy was a case. In what way? So full of himself. You know, he had hit on every one of Jenny's friends. She was clueless, of course, and none of us would think of telling her. When he bailed, none of us were surprised, and none of us were sad about it. He was a musician with a band, right? That's what he said. But then Ricky said a lot of things that were pure bull. You never knew what to believe. Except for poor Jenny. She believed it all. Interesting. Linda hadn't brought out this aspect of her former son-in-law, and I'd found nothing along these lines in the police notes. Do you think Ricky might have been back in touch with Jenny right before her disappearance? The treadmill sound in the background whirred to a stop. If he did, she never said anything to me. If I had to guess, I'd say no. I got the sense Emily was finished with her workout and antsy to get on with other things, so I glanced down at my notes. One last thing. Was Anna Wentworth part of your group who went out together? Anna Wentworth. No, I don't recognize the name. Okay, thanks. I'll let you go. I clicked off the call and quickly jotted down a few facts and additional questions. Anna Wentworth, the next name on my list, was someone Jenny had apparently sent an obituary she'd written about herself. Chapter 19. For a 21-year-old, writing one's own obituary seemed like a bizarre thing to do. I couldn't wait to see if Anna Wentworth remembered receiving Jenny's, and how she might explain it. Jennifer Blake, Jenny Blake. I don't recall anyone. The woman at the other end sounded as if she really was giving my request some serious thought. She wrote her own obituary and emailed it to you? This was about 15 years ago. Somehow that clicked. Oh my gosh, yes! I remember now. A hearty laugh. What a silly thing that was. Jenny Blake disappeared less than a day after she sent that message. Her family has heard nothing from her since then. 2 beats of complete silence. Oh, God! I never knew. I believed her. Anna, how did you know Jenny? Longtime friends or what? No, not at all. Casual acquaintances at the most. Can you tell me more? Yeah, well, sure. I would see her around, usually at the library at UNM. We seemed to choose similar study hours,
and we'd recognize each other and smile or say hi. I was hustling for my master's at the time. She was a lot younger, and I seem to remember she was majoring in business admin. No, but it was something like that. Anyway, this one day I was in the newspaper archives for some reason, and I had flipped to the obituaries at the back of the journal. I read a couple of them, and I must have shaken my head or made some kind of sound. This girl across the table looked up at me. I think I apologized for disturbing her. She said it was okay. She was at a frustration level at working on the tax code. That's right, accounting was her major. I was jotting notes, mainly doodling. So we whispered back and forth a little, and she asked what I was reading in the paper. I commented that it was the obituaries and how dry they all were written. So-and-so died, survived by blah blah number of children and grandchildren. It's like there was a formula for the notices, but they gave no picture of the person, their life, their interests. I knew what she meant and hoped I wouldn't ever need to provide the data for someone I knew. But that brought an image of Elsa into my head, so I forced my thoughts to shut up and went back to listening. We got to joking around about it, playing with some of the listings in the paper, guessing. Was that guy a stunt pilot? Had this elderly woman been a spy during the war? What was interesting about them? The thing that didn't make it into the bland listings. And Jenny said, people should write their own before they die. I bet I could come up with a good one for myself. And that idea kind of took hold. I told her I'd write mine if she would write hers, and we could share them if we wanted to. And that was it? A lark? Sure, why not? She must have gone home and done hers right away. I think it came in my email within a day or two. I kept thinking I should get around to doing mine, but things got crazy and I never did. You received hers, though. Yeah, I'm sure I did. In fact, I kind of recall that she listed some things that would have been her dream career, fame and glory kind of stuff that all young girls think about. Not accounting and learning the tax code for sure. I meant to tease her about it the next time I saw her. There was a long, thoughtful pause. But then I never did see her. It never occurred to me until just now. I got so busy with midterm finals and the fact I would be getting my degree at the end of the semester. Damn it, it never entered my mind that I never did see this girl again. How could I have been so thoughtless? Anna seemed genuinely upset. I found myself trying to reassure her. Well, UNM is a huge campus. Not an easy place to run into someone unless you're in the same classes. True, but still. There was an investigation into her disappearance. Didn't the police contact you? No. Now that I would definitely remember. A glance at the clock told me I was running late, so I thanked Anna Wentworth for her time and gave one final assurance that her losing track of Jenny Blake was understandable. I was stuffing things into my purse as I said goodbye. Back home, I organized a briefcase with the paperwork I would carry. I was forgetting something. I knew it. Halfway to the airport, it hit me. Drake. I'd never even told my husband I was about to hop on a plane. I parked my Jeep, wheeled my bag into the terminal, and poked numbers into the little kiosk thingy until it spat out a boarding pass for me. The security line was insane, but I made it through and down to gate A12, naturally the one at the very end of the line. I'm not complaining. The Albuquerque airport is still one of the easiest in the country in which to negotiate one's way around. My boarding group was already filing into the jetway, and I joined them, finding that inside the plane there were only middle seats remaining. I received an impatient look from the aisle guy, who had to stand up to let me get through. But I figured if he didn't want someone stepping over his toes, he could have taken the middle seat himself. He didn't seem thrilled that I immediately pulled out my phone and made a call,
hoping to hear Drake's voice before the announcement came that we had to turn off our electronics. No Drake, but that made sense. In the late afternoons, they would normally do a final pre-dark recon of the fire area. I left him a quick message to let him know about this sudden shift in plans. Not that he couldn't reach me just as easily in Phoenix as at home, but if the worst happened and the plane went down, it was only polite to let him know so he wouldn't be shocked when he got that dreaded airline call. Okay, I'm putting those thoughts right out of my head. It won't happen. And it didn't. The flight was fine, other than the normal bumpiness arriving into the Phoenix area because of the waves of heat coming off the earth. I handled the terminal crowds and the rental desk and stepped out to the curb where a van would take me to the lot to get my car. That's when the temperature nearly knocked me off my feet. I know it's like this, but the blast always takes me by surprise. Picture heating your oven to 400 degrees, opening the door, and stepping right inside. It's kind of like that. Even at dusk, the air temperature was well over 100 degrees, actually 118, according to the app on my phone, which I opened while I rode the van to pick up my rental. Okay, that was information I probably didn't want to know. The cars were under covered parking, and some blessed concierge soul had come out and started mine, running the AC a few minutes. I tipped heavily, got in, and programmed the address of my hotel into the GPS. Getting out of this massive airport is an adventure in itself, as even the locals will attest. But I managed it with the helpful directions delivered in a soothing female voice that never once got ruffled. During the flight, I had debated once again about calling my brother Paul to see about meeting up this evening for a drink or something. But the day, and now the heat, were beginning to wear on me. I opted instead to get settled in my room and call him from there. A plan was soon in place to meet for breakfast, just the two of us. A quick call to Janine D'Angelo, and we had a date for mid-morning at Carefree Manor. I slept well and awoke refreshed. Love how hotels near airports are built to such soundproof standards. By 8:30, I had showered and dressed and braced myself to go outdoors. Paul had graciously offered to drive to my part of the city and meet near the hotel. The restaurant was next door, less than a block away. I debated walk or drive, and decided it was ridiculous to drive such a short distance. I'd had no exercise at all yesterday. I would walk. Distances can be deceiving, especially when you are physically miserable. The good thing was that it had cooled off from last night. The early morning air was a balmy 104, but I could do this. And yes, I was feeling a little broiled by the time I stepped inside, enough that I didn't immediately notice that the inside of the Village Inn was air-conditioned down to what felt like 37 degrees after I'd been in there 10 minutes. It's another thing the locals know, which I had forgotten. Take a coat with you everywhere unless your body can easily adapt to major temperature changes. Paul waved at me from a corner booth, wearing a sport coat, I noted.
Hey, little sis.
He stood and greeted me with a hug. His whole family are a huggy bunch. We ordered pancakes for him, a veggie omelet for me, and ran through our usual topics of conversation while we had coffee and waited for our food. How were Lorraine and the kids? Fine. How was Drake? Fine. Busy. How's Graham these days? I gave the rundown of what I knew. She's still going strong and has invited me to attend a wedding tomorrow as her +1. Dropping in the fact of a social obligation the next day automatically saved me from having to explain why I wasn't staying long. The waitress came along with a laden tray just as I was telling Paul what time my flight would leave this afternoon. We ate, contented that we had exhausted all the social obligations between us. Don't get me wrong, I love my brother dearly. I can take or leave the rest of his family. They're all nice people. We just have nothing in common. He politely asked about the case I'd told him was the reason for my trip, but his eyes glazed over a bit the moment I went into any detail. His pancakes had his full attention. With Ron, I can spend a whole day talking business or socializing with Victoria. This one is just a different type of relationship, and that's fine. We split the check, hugged again at the exit door, and headed our separate ways. Chapter 20. Since it's impossible to guess how long it might take to get from point A to point B in this city, traffic being a real bear, I arrived at Carefree Manor 30 minutes before my appointment time with Detective Ernie D'Angelo and his daughter Janine. I used the time to sit in my air-conditioned car and glance back through his notes to formulate my questions. That is, if the man was actually astute enough to comprehend and could bring up some memories from his working years. Janine had been cautious and promised nothing in that regard. One of the detective's notes that intrigued me was a mention of their finding a packet of cocaine inside the 6th Street house. There was a notation in D'Angelo's writing, "The husband?" I hoped he could tell me whether anything ever came of that. It could be that Ricky Blake had been doing prison time all these years, which would account for his having no work history or credit history. Maybe. Depending on what I might learn here, I would need to sit down and compare the dates from the various sources and see if anything matched. When the dashboard clock ticked over to 5 minutes before our appointment time, I set the notes back inside my briefcase and went into the building marked office. Carefree Manor consisted of 4 buildings. 3 of them were 3-story stucco and tile apartments that formed a horseshoe shape around a center courtyard. The smaller building, where the office was located, contained the complex's common areas. I signed in at a reception desk, where a lady in business attire reached for a phone to announce me. Janine D'Angelo approached within a couple of minutes. She was a little older than I, probably mid-40s, wearing a cherry red skirt, red and white top with geometric designs, and white canvas slip-on shoes. Her dark hair was pulled up into a messy bun on top of her head. She smiled and shook my hand. "Hi, Charlie. Good to meet you. I've told Dad he was having a visitor this morning, and he'll get to talk shop." She led the way past the library on the right, decorated in desert hues of tan, turquoise, and coral. I could see several tables set up with jigsaw puzzles in progress, and comfortable-looking wingback chairs, most of them occupied with chattering older women. On the left was the dining hall. The doors were closed now, and a signboard on an easel announced it would reopen for lunch at 11:30. A couple of smaller meeting rooms lined the wide corridor on the right, and there was a small room with a half door. The sign above called it the Activity Center, where apparently the residents could book little excursions to the museums, grocery store, or doctor appointments. We walked out a rear door and crossed an open area filled with shuffleboard and bocce ball courts, attractive plantings, and a swimming pool surrounded by lounge chairs. Surprisingly, given the oppressive heat, there was quite a bit of activity. He got very excited when I mentioned you were investigating one of his old cases, Janine said as we approached an elevator and stepped inside. "Does he remember a lot from those days?" I asked. She pressed the button for the 3rd floor, then waggled a hand in a sometimes yes, sometimes no motion. "The past is easier for him than the present. You know, he and Mom had such great plans when they moved here. She loved having their own apartment, but with the convenience of someone else doing all the cooking and cleaning. She really got into the social life of the various ladies' clubs here in the complex, book club, knitting. She was even taking up watercolors. Dad was going to play golf every single day. They'd brought their own car and could go anywhere they wanted, so they were out to my house a lot to do things with the kids." The elevator stopped, and she indicated we would turn left at the hallway intersection. Her pace slowed. Then things changed. Mom's cancer, only a year after they came here. Dad never did get around to playing much golf. He just lost interest. And my kids grew up. 10 and 12 when the grandparents arrived. They were soon in high school and had no time for family. Now they're both finishing college and living in other cities. I feel bad for older people who make their own life plans based on their grandchildren. Life begins to move along too fast for them to keep up. She stopped in front of a tan door marked 321.
At least that's what happened to Dad.
Her smile brightened once again as she opened the door and ushered me inside. There was a short entryway with a little kitchenette on my left, a living room straight ahead with sliding glass door leading to a balcony with a padded lounge chair and a bunch of potted plants on it. One doorway on my right must lead to the bedroom.
"Dad, your company's here,"
she announced a little bit loudly. My reminder, the old cop had diminished hearing. The man who strode out of the bedroom certainly didn't appear fragile or senile. He walked confidently and greeted me with a pleasant expression, not exuberant, but certainly friendly. He wore cotton khaki slacks, a short-sleeved button-down shirt in a tropical print that revealed age spots dotted all over his arms, and sturdy brown lace-up shoes. The only kind a respectable street cop would wear, I suspected. His hair had gone gray, with streaks to remind me that it had once been dark, and his eyes seemed focused. We shook hands, then he turned to Janine.
"Who's this again?"
"Her name is Charlie Parker. She's a private investigator from Albuquerque." I automatically started to correct the part about my being a licensed investigator, but what was the point? She'd told him 15 minutes ago that he had a visitor coming and already needed to repeat the information. I wondered if the whole trip would be a waste of time. But I wasn't going into this without my positive attitude in place. "I understand you were with APD for a lot of years."
"I was, indeed. Went to the police academy right out of high school. Patrol officer for 15 years before I made detective. And then I was in missing persons for the rest of my career."
Janine, standing behind him, nodded. Apparently he had all those facts firmly stored, even if other parts of his memory were slipping.
"Would you two like something to drink while you talk?"
she asked, slipping past me into the kitchenette.
"I've made iced tea and there's lemonade."
"I want the lemon stuff,"
D'Angelo said. I nodded that I would take the same. While Janine got busy with glasses and ice, her father ushered me toward the sofa.
"I brought some of the things from the case I'm working on,"
I told him. A young woman was reported missing by her mother. The frightening thing was that she had been home alone with her 1-year-old baby, and when the mother arrived, the baby was alone in the house. The missing woman was Jennifer Blake. He sat in an armchair across from me and leaned forward with elbows on his knees, nodding. I held out the photo of Jenny and Cassie, and he took it. After studying the faces for a long minute, he said,
"The house was in the North Valley somewhere. Yeah, we talked to the neighbors."
"Yes, on 6th Street.
It was you and your partner at the time, Alan Curtis?" More nodding.
"Curtis, new guy. Wasn't with me very long."
"According to your notes," I reached into the briefcase I had set on the sofa beside me and pulled out his old notebook pages. "The main suspect was Jenny Blake's ex-husband, a musician named Ricky Blake. I've spoken with the girl's mother, and she says a lot of people thought Ricky may have come back and Jenny decided to leave with him. She, Linda Arnold, the mother, didn't believe that to be the case. She has felt all along that Jenny was abducted by an intruder." D'Angelo held his hand out for the handwritten notes I held. He silently read through a few of the small sheets from the spiral notebook, his forehead wrinkling in concentration. Janine came in with 2 glasses of lemonade, which she set on coasters on the coffee table. She pointed over her shoulder toward the bedroom, indicating she would be nearby if needed. While the detective stared at his notes, I took a sip. The beverage was freshly made and wonderful, reminding me how much citrus is grown locally in Arizona.
"Boy, this does take me back,"
he said, running his thumb over the lines written in his own hand.
"I wonder how many of these little notebooks I filled up over the years. I'd get big packs of them from Costco. Probably used 1 or 2 of them on each case, sometimes more."
I smiled when he looked up at me. So far the memories were coming to him. I hoped he could get more specific. I pointed to one of the small sheets I had read at least a dozen times. Jenny and Ricky, the possibility that they might have run off together. It looks like you took the idea seriously. You have some notes about trying to locate the ex. He nodded and reread the notes I indicated, but then he shook his head. Did you ever have any luck with that, finding him? I couldn't find anything much about him in the file.
No, never did actually make contact.
Linda Arnold and a few of Jenny's friends have told me Ricky was a musician, that he played in a band, but someone raised a doubt about that. One friend told me Ricky had lied about a lot of things. D'Angelo flipped a couple of pages in the notes and read some more. I sipped my lemonade and gave him time.
This,
he said at last.
This note, Mud and Blood. That was the name of the only band I could find associated with him.
Interesting. I'd seen Mud and Blood written there and assumed it referred to some physical evidence. It was something I had intended to ask about, so now I had the answer. I've never heard of them. Were they popular? I could pretty much guess they weren't exactly famous. After all, I was in the right age group at the time to know a little something about the music of my generation. A smile turned up one corner of the detective's mouth.
Nah, I found an old website someone had set up for them. Pretty rudimentary by today's standards. Their schedule of appearances included some high school dances and one music festival in a park somewhere. The last of those gigs was well before the time frame of this case. I assumed they split up after that. It's what bands do.
Excellent memory you have for this kind of thing. He stared down at the papers in his hand.
Don't let me fool you. Things from the past, these notes bring it all back. I can't tell you what I had for breakfast this morning.
His admission was heartfelt and so sad. I wasn't sure what to say, but reminded myself that I was here for a reason. I needed to take advantage of his clarity while he had it. I pulled Jenny's purse from my briefcase and handed it over to him. Does this bring back any other memories of the case? He picked up the purse and ran his fingers through the zippered pockets.
A cell phone. There was a phone in here. Oh, and we took a laptop from the house. Check those. It's how we got numbers for some friends of the victim.
I made a mental note to see if I could get a hold of those items. All Cassie got access to were the written records. They might reveal something more than what I already knew, although I had a feeling the detective's notes were fairly thorough. I'll check them out. Do you recall any other physical evidence that might help with my search? His eyes narrowed, as though he was manually willing them to focus.
Drugs. We confiscated a half kilo of cocaine from the house.
From Jenny Blake's house on 6th? Wow. I'd picked up rumors of Ricky and some possible drug use, but assumed it was small-time stuff. A pound of cocaine was a lot. Did Jenny...
We didn't think the female subject was involved. We almost didn't find the stash. We were nearly done searching the house when I noticed scrapes where the bed in the main bedroom had been scooted across the wood floor several times. The scratches looked old, but we pushed it out and looked. There was a loose floorboard, and when I pried it up, there was the bag of coke.
He looked down again at his notes, refreshing his memory.
It looked like the stuff had been there a while. The floor was dusty, the bag of coke was dusty. I figured the ex had skipped out so quick he forgot it.
I came up with some hints about drugs, but never imagined that much.
The Rio Arriba cartel was big in northern New Mexico. Probably still is, for all I know. We suspected a connection based on a rumor that Ricky was in a new band based in Española. Hard to imagine an Anglo kid fitting in, but who knows?
You never did actually locate him, then? Something in that man's eyes shifted, and I had a feeling I was losing him. Ernie? Ricky Blake? No leads? He shook his head and cleared up again.
No, we never located him. Can't say that we tried too hard. Our job was to find Jennifer.
He handed the notes back to me, picked up his lemonade, and sipped a little of it. When I showed him Jenny's wallet and the items inside, I could tell his attention was fading. I gave it another 10 minutes to see if he would snap to with more information, but the interview was fairly much over. I gathered the pages and items I'd brought and packed them away. Janine must have had an ear to the conversation, because she seemed to know the exact moment to reappear. I thanked Ernie D'Angelo for his help, wished him well, and started for the door. His daughter walked me out. "That's the sharpest I've seen him in a very long time," she said, turning to face me when we reached the elevator. "He seemed to perk up when he saw his own handwriting on the notes. I was amazed at the amount of detail he recalled." She shrugged. "As I said, he's a lot better with the past than the present, and much better with good memories than bad ones. I can't get him to talk about Mom's death at all, but you saw how he lit up when he got on the topic of his career." I nodded. "He loved being a cop, Charlie. Too bad he can't go back to it now. But that's the way it is." I squeezed her hand and stepped into the open elevator. Chapter 21. Then. Curtis looked up from the open door of the blue Celica when D'Angelo called out to him. He closed the door and joined his partner on the front porch.
"Our wind's picking up. I didn't hear what you said. Let's get inside."
"I was asking what you found in the car."
The senior detective glanced at the luminol bottle and flashlight in his partner's hands.
"You spray down the whole thing?"
"Seats, dash, steering wheel, door handles. Nada."
Well, at least there hadn't been a bloody crime or removal of a body in Jenny Blake's vehicle.
"Let's check a few places in the house. Just see if anything pops up. Although I have my doubts. Mrs. Arnold said she left the house as she found it, other than taking the baby and her gear home with her."
"I sure didn't see any signs of a struggle,"
Curtis commented as they walked indoors to get out of the wind.
"Doesn't make any sense that somebody would abduct the young woman, then come back and straighten up the house, especially if there's a screaming baby inside to alert anyone passing by. Still, it's better if we can tell the chief we covered our bases."
"Right."
Curtis began by spritzing the blood-detecting chemical on the front doorknob and frame. When he shined the black light on the fluid, nothing showed up. If blood were present, any droplets would glow pinkish-purple.
"I'm going to walk through the place one more time,"
D'Angelo said.
"Have fun."
"Ha ha,"
Curtis said with a grimace. It was probably the most irreverent thing he'd ever said, the closest thing to a joke, around his superior. D'Angelo parked himself on the living room sofa and stared at the open laptop he'd left on the cheap coffee table.
"Ever hear of someone writing their own obituary?"
Curtis had sprayed the luminol on the floor near the front door and was shining his light on it.
"For real, or as a joke?"
"Either."
"My aunt told me she was going to write her own."
He moved toward the kitchen door and spritzed the door jamb on both sides.
"She said she could do a better job than some newspaper employee who knew nothing about her."
"Did she write it and then share it with friends?"
The younger detective shrugged.
"No idea. She didn't send it to me. That's all I know."
"Okay. Maybe it's a thing with the younger crowd. I've got the email address of the person Miss Blake sent hers to. I think I'll look her up and see if I can find out what it's all about."
He shut down the computer and put it back in its case, tagging it as evidence and placing the case near the box of the other items they'd collected. He meandered back into the bedroom, switching on the overhead light, looking for anything he might have missed before. A picture on the wall seemed crooked. He lifted a corner of it and peered behind. Nothing. He even took it down and examined the back. Still nothing. Get a grip, he told himself. It was crooked because nobody was particular enough to straighten it. Probably had hung that way for weeks. He'd already been through the dresser drawers. Now he picked up each of the many pillows on the bed, shaking them and tossing them aside. A cardigan sweater had been tucked under one of them, and he imagined Jenny Blake slipping it on to warm her arms when she read in bed on chilly nights. At least that's what his own wife did. He'd even teased her about it. He lifted the comforter, blanket, and sheet, but found nothing that didn't look 100% like a bed that had been slept in. Kneeling, he raised the bed skirt and peered under. No storage boxes or junk. Amazing. This was the place his wife stashed all kinds of extra stuff that she'd probably never use. The hardwood floor was dusty, but that was about it. Then the light hit some marks in the wood. He pulled his small flashlight from his pocket and took a closer look. There were definitely scratches on the wood floor, and when he checked the other 3 legs of the bed, he discovered the same. The bed had been pushed across the floor, several times if he had to guess. Not that it would be unusual, but something about this one was setting off his cop radar.
"Hey, Curtis, give me a hand real quick, would you?"
When his partner arrived, he explained,
"I want to move the bed away from the wall over there, but need to do it without disturbing much. Maybe if we lift slightly as we pull."
Once the bed was out of the way, he spotted the thing that triggered his senses. Near the wall, he could tell one of the floorboards was loose. Before approaching it, he pulled out his camera and took shots of the bed, floor, and surrounding area. As he'd gathered from his sideways glance earlier, the floor was thick with dust that obviously hadn't been disturbed in a while. He took out his pocket knife and used the screwdriver attachment to get the loose board, prying it upward until he could see the space beneath. A plastic bag filled with something white, the whole thing about the size and shape of a brick. He knew instantly what it was. Somebody who had lived in this house was into cocaine. Not just using, dealing. Every bit of his police training had taught him never to jump to conclusions, but at this moment, if he had to bet money, he'd say Ricky Blake had left behind one very important item when he'd moved away. Unfortunately, this item could have put Jenny Blake in grave danger, especially if she didn't even realize she possessed it. And if she did know it was there, if this was her doing, she was likely in trouble with some very bad dudes. Curtis let out a low whistle when D'Angelo pulled the brick from its hiding spot.
"Get me an evidence bag. We need to get this plastic dusted for prints when we get to the station."
During the short drive back downtown, they discussed potential loose ends.
"Fill me in," D'Angelo said. "What was in the Celica?"
"Not much. The usual paperwork, insurance card, a baby car seat. The mother must have a second one in her own vehicle, since she took the kid, but not the car seat. I ran the plate and the victim's driver's license. No wants or warrants, no traffic tickets. I gave the credit card info to Conroy. She'll find out if there's been recent activity on the card."
"So, impound the car or not? What do you say?"
"Your call, boss. I sprayed luminol around inside, didn't pick up anything, didn't find any evidence of a crime."
"Okay, so no. There's enough vehicles in the impound lot as it is, and those guys are swamped."
He glanced over at his partner.
"Other than that brick under the bedroom floor, we don't even know that we have a crime yet."
"So, any bets we're just spinning our wheels?"
The senior cop didn't hesitate.
"I didn't say that. Just saying we need to dig some more. It's early days. We still got the rest of her computer, her cell phone, and now this package from under the floor. Now that's a bet I will take. Gotta be coke."
He had no sooner pulled off the street into the department's employee parking area than his phone rang. He stared at the screen for a moment before he recognized the number.
"Oh, great. It's Linda Arnold."
Chapter 22. Now. The weather gods cooperated on the day of the wedding. A cool front had moved through during the night, with a brisk wind to carry away some of the oppressive heat we'd endured for the past 6 weeks. Although after my visit to Phoenix, I would never again complain about heat in Albuquerque. The high for the day was predicted to be a pleasant 85 at 2 o'clock, the time set forth on the invitation. Despite our fashion consultation a few days ago, Elsa had changed her mind about what to wear. With Dottie's assistance, she was dressed in the lavender outfit. The large purple hat, I suspected, had come from Dottie's own collection. But it was a fun look, and Graham seemed quite pleased with herself. She chattered nonstop in the car as I drove east on Lomas, watching for the turn to the park. 2 blocks off the very busy 6-lane boulevard, we found the place, and it was no problem at all to figure out which of the picnic areas was the wedding venue. I heard a sharp intake of breath from Graham's side of the car as we took in the swagged yards and yards of diaphanous white fabric that hung from the rafters and edges of the covered palapa. Gigantic bundles of pink silk flowers marked the top of each swag, and the support poles were wound with garlands of something in green and pink. From each corner of the 4-sided structure, there soared a massive bouquet of pink balloons. I felt my eyes go wide. Who decorated this place? A 14-year-old with a streak of gypsy in her? I parked at the curb about 20 yards from the... I wasn't sure what to call it at this point. As we got out, Graham spotted Iris across the way. She gave a shout and waved, but it didn't seem that her friend had heard her. I took her elbow and we started across the grass. The crowd, I guessed about 50 people at this point, seemed to consist of people in Iris's age range and people under 40. Bride's side, groom's side. Fairly easy to figure out. Except here I was, firmly sticking by Elsa for the duration. Iris spotted us just then, and she came rushing toward us with her cream puff of a dress fluttering as she moved, and a veil threatening to leave its tiara anchor if the breeze caught it just right.
Elsa, I'm so happy you came. And Charlie, thanks for coming along too.
The bride reached out and took each of our hands, giving a little squeeze. Elsa beamed, although I picked up a hint that she was a little taken aback by the frou-frou and all the fuss. When she had told me about the wedding plans, she had the distinct impression that Iris's wedding outfit would be a tailored suit, and the ceremony in the park considerably simpler than this.
I want you to meet Geoffrey Lugan,
Iris said, turning to point toward a tall, good-looking man who was chatting with a group of the younger people in the shade.
Oh, sweetheart, Geoffrey, come meet my friends.
He put on a bright smile when she waved him over, and he stood attentively as Iris gushed over how long she had known Elsa.
Ah, the beautiful Miss Elsa,
he said, taking her hand in a courtly gesture and bowing over it.
I have heard so many good things.
He didn't quite say he had heard good things about me, but he was gracious enough in taking my hand, too.
Geoffrey's sister planned the decorations and got all her cousins to set everything up this morning,
Iris said, beaming at the garish setup. Nice. I hoped my smile wasn't too revealing.
Here she is, our budding designer,
Iris said, waving over the 20-something with dark hair and long curls, and a form-fitting hot pink dress that left nothing to the imagination.
And one of my maids of honor. This is Celeste.
As I acknowledged the introduction, I spotted 3 other girls in the same attire.
Iris, Pastor Mike is ready any time,
Celeste said, tilting her head toward the decorated structure.
Oh, so excited.
This is it, my love,
Geoffrey said, his eyes on Iris. He extended an arm, and she looped hers through his.
Let me get your bouquet,
Celeste said, dashing off.
We'd better take our seats,
Elsa told me.
Oh, yes, you're next to Aunt Raina. We've saved you 2 seats on the very front row,
Geoffrey said.
One of the ushers will show you.
A young man met us at the entrance, a guy who looked so much like Geoffrey he must be a relative. In fact, as I looked at the faces we passed on the way to our chairs, I figured out that nearly everyone other than the old folks in Elsa's crowd had to be related. It looked like Iris was marrying into a great big happy family. The minister was a surprise, 30-ish with a shaved head and tattooed arms, wearing a white robe that seemed vaguely Hindu. But he read his lines and got the others to repeat theirs, and the deed was done in under 10 minutes. While the bride and groom scurried off to the side to sign their license and make it all legal, the 4 bridesmaids and 6 groomsmen led the way toward the open bar at the back. By the increased noise level, I guessed a few of them had already been at the punch. The aunt who sat next to Elsa stood, stretched a little, and stepped aside so we could pass. She glanced toward the groom, a satisfied look on her face. I caught myself watching the group dynamic and didn't realize Elsa was having a bit of an issue with her purse, which had become lodged between the legs of her chair and mine. "Go on ahead, Raina," I said. "We might be a minute." I reached for the tangled purse strap, thinking all the while that Raina must be Celeste's mother. They looked so much alike. Then again, every dark-haired person in the place looked very much alike. I looped Elsa's purse over her arm, noticing tables of food near the bar. "Can I bring you something?" I asked. But she'd spotted another friend from her church and was already heading toward the white-haired woman. Good. She wouldn't go too far, and she had company. I decided I would see what the food offerings were and fill a couple of plates. Already, several of the young men had begun rearranging the rows of folding chairs into groupings, and small tables appeared. Informal, quick dining at its best. A short queue had formed in front of the food, which appeared to consist of hot hors d'oeuvres over sterno heat and plates of fruit and veggies. As I moved forward, I spotted Iris and Jeffrey at a table away from the wedding palapa, along with a dark-suited man I didn't recognize. Aunt Raina was standing there, pointing at a sheaf of papers on the table. This looked like more than a signing of a license. I remembered asking if Iris was making sure they had a prenup, but that would have been signed before the wedding, not today. Well, maybe I would get a chance to discreetly ask her about it later. Or maybe I would just butt out and not interfere. 2 more of Elsa's church lady friends had joined the conversation by the time I arrived with the food, which I set on one of the small tables. "Here, you ladies start on this," I suggested, "and I'll bring more." They all smiled and seemed glad to get off their feet. This time, as I stood in the food line, I noticed the foursome at the other table had disappeared. I looked for Iris and saw her, smiling and clinging to Jeffrey's hand as they walked into the shade to join their guests. Her eyes were on the tiered wedding cake, which sat on its own table. His eyes drifted toward another table that held a few wrapped presents and a large box earmarked for cash gifts. I'd begun this day with a mild distrust of the man, and now I felt it growing steadily. "Charlie?" I turned to see Aunt Raina standing next to me. Had my face given away my feelings? I rearranged my smile accordingly. "Very nice party, and just look at the happy couple." Her expression softened. "Yes, I'm so happy to see my nephew get together with his true love." "So is this his first marriage, then?" "There was a girl, several years ago, such a tragedy. They were to be married in the spring, but there was a terrible accident. He never recovered, would not look at another woman. Well, not until he met Iris. We are all so happy for him." "Yes, well, they both seem very happy." Happy, happy, happy. It seemed the most anyone could say about the couple and the day. I reached the stack of plates and reached for a large one. "For Elsa and 3 of her friends," I said with a nod toward the chatty table in the corner. Come on, why was I explaining myself to the aunt? But Raina had returned her attention elsewhere, back to Jeffrey and Iris. I noticed nearly everyone in the groom's family had their eyes on the couple. What was that about? I loaded the plate with meatballs and sausages, some shrimp and cocktail sauce, a big pile of nachos, and topped it with carrot and celery sticks. If this didn't give all the old ladies indigestion, nothing would. I nabbed one of the meatballs for myself with a small wooden skewer and turned back to view the crowd. This time I couldn't tell that anyone was necessarily staring at the bride and groom. Was I just becoming a little crazy and making stuff up in my head? I joined Elsa and her friends, pulling up another chair, listening to their chit-chat about their church activities, wishing I was home working on the Blake case, or better yet, that Drake and I were home together. This summer was dragging on far too long. We could be up at our tiny house cabin in the mountains, and ding, 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 came the universal signal for attention, a fork being tapped against the side of a champagne glass. The same young men came around with glasses of champagne on trays. Maybe they were paid wait staff rather than cousins after all? Who knew? Who cared? I took one, as did each of my table companions. Toasts were made, champagne drunk, the cake was cut and handed out. By the time the dance music began throbbing through unseen speakers somewhere, I could tell Elsa's energy was lagging. We were standing up, ready to make our excuses and leave, when I saw Iris and Jeffrey approaching. Well, we better at least congratulate the couple and wish them well. I'd heard they planned a cruise for their honeymoon trip. Iris was radiant, Jeffrey beaming. We said all the right things. When Jeffrey turned aside to say something to another man about his age, and yes, I guessed a relative, Iris took Elsa by the arm. "Isn't he wonderful? I can't believe what a sweet and thoughtful man I've married. And so good-looking. Do you know we've started a tradition of having a cup of tea together at bedtime? Jeffrey makes it and delivers my cup to me in bed. So romantic. We sip our tea and talk about the day. I am just so incredibly lucky." "He sounds like a prize," Elsa told her. Jeffrey stepped back up to us.
"Iris, what do you think?"
He tilted his head toward the man he'd been talking to. "Oh, yes. Elsa, Jeffrey wanted to introduce you to his friend Mark." Iris took a step sideways to let Mark approach, and Jeffrey formally made the introductions.
"Enchanté, madam,"
Mark said, bending over Elsa's hand and kissing it. She blushed and pulled her hand back.
"I apologize,"
Mark said.
"If that was somewhat forward of me. I admit that I share my cousin's love for mature women. You are ravishing in that purple hat. What can I say?"
"You can say goodbye," I inserted. "We were just leaving. It was nice to meet all of you." And to Iris, I added, "Enjoy the dancing, and give us a report on your cruise when you return." Elsa had shaken off her fluster over the younger man's attention, and it seemed all was well. I took her home and saw her safely into the care of Dottie, who promised to get her into her comfy robe and see that she got some rest. It didn't take me 5 minutes after I got inside my own house to change from my summer dress into shorts and a t-shirt, pour a glass of iced tea, and start a computer search on the Lugan family. I'd never picked up such hinky vibes from so many people in one place, especially the aunt and Jeffrey. But Cousin Mark was definitely up there on my list. I found a Facebook profile on Jeffrey Lugan, which actually kind of surprised me. If he was the entrepreneur and successful businessman Iris described, I would have thought he'd more likely gravitate to LinkedIn. But there he was, smiling face and sketchy background. The profile had only been set up 6 months ago, and nearly all the friends seemed to be family members. I didn't, however, spot either Raina or Mark among them. So, okay, maybe they weren't into this stuff. I have to admit, I'm not much into it myself. I tried general searches for his name, then tacked CEO to the end of it, hoping to figure out what kind of business he was in. No luck. I thought of other ways to learn more, but without the deeper searches available on Ron's software at the office, I couldn't go a lot further. At this point, all I could do would be to strongly caution Elsa about having any involvement with Jeffrey's friend Mark. Friend, cousin, whatever the relationship was. They were a little too similar for my comfort level when it came to my gram. Chapter 23. Then. Curtis walked on ahead with the box of evidence from the Blake house, while D'Angelo took the call from Linda Arnold.
"Did you find any evidence of who took my daughter?" she asked, not bothering with any niceties first.
"We have just this minute walked back into the squad room after searching the house, Ms. Arnold. We'll need some time to go through everything and analyze it. It's only been a couple of days."
2 days with my daughter in the hands of someone dangerous?
"We don't know that for certain, ma'am. We have to be open to any possibility at this point."
"What about the cigarette butt outside the front door? You took that for testing. Did you learn anything from that?"
"Ma'am, DNA results take a little time. Yes, the testing methods are better now, but it's not an instant thing. I've asked that it be given top priority in the lab."
Then she brought up what he already knew. No one in the family smoked. It had to be a stranger. And for whatever reason, she believed it. This smoker was someone with evil intent. He brought up the idea that there could be any number of explanations. A salesperson, friend, anybody.
"If DNA is recovered from the cigarette, and if it's a match to anyone in our law enforcement databases, please be assured that I will check it out. Right now, I need to get busy with my partner and others in the department so we can begin looking at everything. We will be in touch."
Linda Arnold seemed dismayed that he didn't have immediate answers. He reminded himself that all families reacted this way, wanted answers and became agitated when the police couldn't solve the crime right away. They all watched too much TV and thought real-life arrests happened just as fast. Curtis had set the evidence box on a work table in the middle of the room, and D'Angelo placed Jenny Blake's computer case next to it. Now the real work began. Felice Conroy looked up from her desk when she saw him enter the room. She picked up a scrap of notepaper and walked toward them, a tall black woman who wore her hair in about 1,000,000 long braids. D'Angelo couldn't for the life of him figure out how she did them and how they always looked smooth and neat. His granddaughter sometimes wore her hair in braids, but strands were always poking out of them, well before the end of the day. Conroy waved the slip of paper in the air. "Checked out the credit and debit cards for you." "Want to start an incident wall?" Curtis asked. He had already erased some previous scribbles from the large whiteboard that covered part of one wall of the room.
"Sure, let's see what we got,"
D'Angelo said. He always began with a photo of the victim, so he pulled out the picture he'd been carrying around to show to potential witnesses. He stuck it in the center of the board with a little piece of clear tape.
"Conroy, what you got?"
Felice stepped forward with her notes and began writing on the board.
"Jenny Blake carried 1 debit card and 1 credit card, right?"
"That's all we found in her wallet, except for a few bucks in cash."
"So I did a credit check on those," she said. "And I found squat. The credit card was used earlier this month at the Walmart on Carlisle. She spent $47.83.
Don't know how she gets out for so little. I can't leave the store without spending $100 easy."
She flashed her brilliant smile with the perfect teeth.
Curtis chuckled. D'Angelo merely waited. "Okay, the debit card was used more often. Groceries for 1 adult and 1 baby don't amount to much. Her one splurge seemed to be a daily visit to the convenience store in the neighborhood, where the amount of the purchase would indicate a coffee or soda or something. It's a couple bucks a day, and she used the debit card to buy it."
"When was?"
"The last time she purchased her coffee was the day before she vanished."
"And nothing since?"
"Not at all since."
"I'd like to read more into that, but it makes sense. She walked out without her purse. Debit and credit cards were inside the purse. Couldn't very well use them."
"Maybe she'd had more cash in the house, and she took that with her," Conroy suggested. D'Angelo didn't mention the drugs. Not yet. The packet they found was too dusty to have recently been placed there or accessed. He didn't see that as the source of Jenny's cash anyway. He started writing other evidence on the wall. In black marker he put cigarette butt, being processed for DNA, purse and wallet. He drew a blue line between the word wallet and Conroy's notes about the recent spending on the cards. Beside Jenny Blake's picture, he wrote her mother's name, her ex-husband's name, and the baby's name. Below the picture, he jotted a list of people they had spoken to: the noisy neighbor across the street, the owner of the convenience store, the kid who'd claimed to be homesick, a couple of others, and a brief note about what each told them. He also noted that Curtis had examined the victim's car and sprayed it with luminol, which revealed nothing. When he stepped back from the board, he realized they basically knew squat about Jenny and her movements of that morning. "We don't have much, do we?" Conroy stated the obvious. Curtis was pawing through the evidence box, and he added a few notes. He transferred the pictures from his camera to a nearby printer, and as they rolled off, he taped a few of them to the board as well. Shots of the exterior and interior of the house.
"Let's talk this out a little,"
D'Angelo suggested.
"We got the mother stating that she and the daughter had made plans for her to stop by and take the baby to the doctor, and Jenny would be leaving soon for her classes. Mom gets to the house, baby's alone. So who would come to the door who had Jenny's trust enough that she would step outside with them and leave her baby alone?"
As the only woman in the group, Conroy spoke up. "Well, stepping outside is one thing. Maybe to answer a question or chat for a few minutes with someone she knew? Yeah, maybe. But to go away with that person, to get in a car, leaving the door unlocked and the baby alone? Nuh-uh. No mom's doing that."
"You'd say she didn't go willingly."
"Damn right I'm saying that."
"But there was no sign of a struggle inside the house,"
Curtis said, pointing to the interior photos. "So she stepped outside for whatever reason." Conroy shrugged. "There was a noise. A person outside the windows, a kitty cat, a puppy dog, a knock on the door by someone she knew."
"And she thought it would only take a minute,"
D'Angelo said. "Right. So her purse and coat were there because she was going right back inside." Conroy seemed happy with her logic.
"But she didn't go back inside. She never went back inside, and she was gone by the time her mother came by. What, within an hour? A half hour?" "Thereabouts. Linda Arnold said they had talked on the phone less than an hour before she got there."
Curtis had Jenny's cell phone in his gloved hand. He tapped a couple of icons on it.
"And that seems right. Here in her list of recent calls, there's Ms. Arnold's number, the most recent on the list. We'll need to check out all the calls on the phone, going back at least 3 days before she disappeared. Conroy, if you've got the time."
"I'm making the time. This missing mommy abandoned baby situation has my attention."
"Find out who the numbers belong to and follow up."
"Got it." She took the cell phone and went back to her desk.
"Meanwhile, think,"
D'Angelo said to Curtis and the 2 other officers who'd paused to stare at the board.
"Who could have talked Jenny into walking out of the house without her purse, leaving her baby behind, and getting into their car? It had to be someone she knew and trusted. Come on, we all know the stats. Murders by random strangers are rare."
He held up a cautionary hand.
"Yes, I know we're only talking about an abduction at this point, but still, 97% of victims are killed or harmed by someone they know, and often it's someone they once loved."
"The ex," Curtis offered.
"Think about it. Ricky seems the most likely. Maybe she spotted him from the window, went out to talk to him, got in the car because it was chilly out and she didn't have her coat, but then he drives away."
"It's a logical scenario, but what would he want? Why would he have come by?" Conroy piped up from across the room. "The brick," but D'Angelo didn't say it.
"That's what we have to figure out. We gotta locate this guy. Let me know immediately if one of those phone numbers ties into him." "Meanwhile,"
he said, turning back to Curtis and picking up the evidence box,
"let's get this stuff down to the lab for prints and whatever other trace evidence can be found."
Chapter 24. Then. The deal had gone well. Better than that. Great. The guy had bought the baggie Ricky brought with him, and he'd even offered a hit from it. Ricky's downer mood instantly soared. Now all he had to do was reach Jenny and talk his way into the house. He wondered if those two cops were gone by now, and why had they been there anyway? If he could just get her on the phone, he'd play like he was all concerned and get her to talk to him. That was always the secret with Jenny. Flash her a smile, compliment her hair or her clothes or something, run his fingertip across her cheek. She'd melt. Just like she always did. He'd get into the house, maybe get lucky and get her into bed. It had been too long since the last band gig and the groupies that hung around for a little fun afterward. He stood at the end of an alley off 3rd Street and pulled his phone from his pocket. A strange male voice answered, and Ricky immediately hung up. What the hell? But the thought died the moment a dark shadow crossed in front of him.
Ricky Blake? Hey, hombre.
The guttural voice was unmistakable. Serpiente, the snake. His real name was Raul, but that was almost as scary. Ricky shoved the phone into his pocket and put on a smile, but he felt it waver.
Man, you owe the boss some money.
The wiry guy, who was rumored to be able to kill a person with a 2-finger pinch, stepped in closer.
You know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
Payment for product. He trusted you. Tiburon extended you credit. The loan came due a long time ago.
Another step closer. Ricky found himself edging backward, but he was already against a cinder block wall.
Yeah, sure, man. Got part of it right here.
He patted his pocket, but didn't reach for the cash.
Oh, hombre, you see, part of it, that isn't good enough. Tiburon wants it all. He's, what would you say, calling in the loan.
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't exactly have it with me.
His mind raced. He pictured the alley behind him. Could he outrun the whippy little guy? But before he could think of a way to glance over his shoulder subtly, he heard a sound behind him. A footstep. He spun to look and nearly crashed into a human wall. El Toro, the silent but deadly muscle Tiburon sent after someone who needed to learn a lesson. Oh, shit. Double shit. A black SUV with dark-tinted windows screeched to a halt at the curb, less than 10 feet away. Ricky wanted to run, make a dash for the open street, but his legs had turned to water. Before he knew it, the two thugs had shoved him into the back seat of the dark vehicle, and they were on the move. When he came to, the light was fading and he was freezing cold. Images muddled in his brain. Brass knuckles smashing into his face, shouted threats, muttering between the two men in Spanish. He rolled over, nearly screaming at the pain in his ribs, reaching with a grimy hand to touch his face, which was swollen beyond recognition. He managed to open one eye to see that he was in a large open space, a warehouse of some kind. In the distance, he heard low conversation in Spanish. They weren't finished with him yet. He thought of getting up, willed his body to try, but it was too much effort, and he drifted back into a half-conscious haze. Jenny. He was meeting her for coffee, asking to talk things over with her. But that was a week ago, maybe more. He couldn't remember. He focused on what the cartel thugs wanted, the brick of coke he'd foolishly left behind when he packed up his stuff after the big blowout fight with Jenny. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The coffee shop. He drifted back to that day, how he'd tried so hard not to appear desperate when he asked his wife to take him back. How about a visit, he'd wheedled. I miss you and the baby. For the first time ever, she hadn't fallen for his winsome smile and flirty talk. I had the locks changed when you left, Ricky. You're into a bad lifestyle now, and I'm not having Cassie exposed to that. Damn, her voice had been firm.
I'm giving all that up,
he promised.
We'll go on the road, just you and me. I'll find another band. If I can get to Branson, I'll join up with a Christian rock band. They won't be into the bad stuff, the drinking and drugs, like the musicians around here."
She hadn't even dignified that with an answer. "I don't trust you, Ricky. You've lied to me so often. I can't believe anything you say anymore." The cold began to seep into his muscles and his consciousness again, and the memory of their encounter at the coffee shop faded away. A garage door opened somewhere. He heard the whir of the opener, and a vehicle drove in. For a moment he felt warmth from its engine, but the voices in Spanish became louder, coming closer. In his head, Jenny's sweet face blended with what was going on now. Had she seen something she shouldn't have? Witnessed the cartel thugs talking to him at some point? Maybe she'd found the brick under the floor and reported it, and that's why the cops were at the house. And maybe El Tiburon suspected that he, Ricky, had given them up, ratted out their operation. If he could only convince them. A sharp kick in the ribs sent fire throughout his body. He heard himself scream, and the scream echoed through the cavernous space.
"Gringo? You little pendejo? Wake up!"
It was the voice of Raoul, the serpent. Then a deeper voice, a smoother one, a scarier one.
"You say you still have the product I consigned to you. Where is it? What is the address?"
Someone grabbed his left hand, and he dimly realized they would smash his ability to make chords on the guitar. A heavy boot on the fingers, and his hand went numb. But the electric pain from his core overrode everything else right now. He began to babble, to beg for mercy, until everything became a blur of noise and pain. In one moment of clarity, Ricky realized you don't walk away from the cartel, and you don't cross them. The moment they got the brick, he was dead meat. As for Jenny and the baby, he may have just signed their death warrants too. Chapter 25. Now. I had intended to go back through the police file and compare it with my notes from my Phoenix trip and the visit with Detective D'Angelo, but I ended up happily sidetracked when Drake called to say he was getting an extra 2 days off. The helicopter had to go in for scheduled maintenance. Those 100-hour inspections don't get delayed just because there's a fire somewhere. So he would fly it to the airport and we could have some time together while the mechanics did their thing. With no more than a small pang of guilt, I dropped the case, let the house stay dusty, and turned off my cell phone while the two of us drove up to our tiny cabin on the east side of the Sandia Mountains. Other than nibbling on the picnic foods I'd packed, and occasionally emerging into sunlight to take the dog outside, we spent 2 glorious days in bed. It was exactly the break we needed. No matter how busy I get when he's away, our time together is sacred, and I couldn't believe how much I'd missed my husband. On the 3rd day, we took a long hike through the foothills at dawn, tidied the cabin, and made our way home. A stop in the small artists' colony of Madrid, some lunch at a favorite cafe in Tierras, and we were on the way straight through the city to drop Drake off at the West Side Airport. He had to be back on the fire contract by dark. Freckles and I watched him go through his pre-flight checklist and rev up the turbine engine, watching wistfully as the aircraft lifted skyward. Back at home, I spent the afternoon putting away our picnic gear and doing laundry, but I could feel the Blake case beginning to tug at me. It was time for me to get back to work. I pulled out the police file, plus my own notes, from my meeting with Detective D'Angelo. The old man had been surprisingly lucid about many details, but something was nagging at me. His memory began to fail once he got onto the subject of the drug cartel up north. Why was that? I poured a glass of iced tea and paced the length of my living room, thinking back to the conversation. Logically, there could be any number of reasons why a cop from the missing persons detail in Albuquerque wouldn't know much about the doings of a group of drug runners 100 miles away, jurisdiction being one of them. If this Chaco cartel was well known, and I had no idea if they were, they would likely be on the radar of the feds, DEA, ATF, other departments well outside the purview of D'Angelo's department. Still, he'd made a connection between these dudes and Ricky Blake. Why didn't you put more of it in writing? I mused aloud as I stood over the table and stared at his handwritten notes. I set my glass down and flipped back through the various interviews. None of the neighbors mentioned drugs at all. Fine, most likely they wouldn't. Even the young couple's friends wouldn't talk about that aspect, I suspected. People on the margins of drug users' lives are either oblivious to the clues, in denial that there are clues, or they're involved too. None of those people would admit anything to a cop who comes around asking questions. So, okay, that was most likely a dead end. Other cops. I could see if I could find someone who would look up old records for me. I needed someone who was around at the time when D'Angelo and Curtis worked the case. It took 2 phone calls. 20 minutes later, I was speaking with a Felice Conroy and explaining how RJP Investigations had been hired to take a look at the old Blake case. I gave a few little details in hopes it would refresh her memory. "Oh my gosh, that was the young mother who went missing and left her baby alone in the house," she immediately said. "You do remember the case?" "Like it was last week. That poor girl, that poor little baby. It was the situation. My own kids were still little then, and I couldn't imagine what it would take for me to walk out of the house and leave them alone." "It really struck a chord with you." "Absolutely." "I wonder if we could meet and talk. I don't want to interfere with your current work, but a half hour of your time would be—" "I get off work in 30 minutes. About the coffee shop at Central and Girard. It's on my way home." "And not far from me." "Perfect. Will you be in uniform?" "Oh, heavens, no. I'm strictly a desk jockey, computer programmer. I've got on a bright yellow jacket today." "Great. See you soon." I spotted Conroy the moment I walked into the coffee place. A tall black woman in bright yellow, sitting at a corner table and staring at a phone screen and tapping it with her thumbs. She appeared to be in her mid-40s, attractive, with her hair in a chin-length bob. She looked up and put the phone away when I approached. We did quick introductions, and I offered to buy her a coffee. Turned out she'd already ordered an iced latte, and I asked the waitress for the same. "I've always wondered what happened to that little baby. It seems there was a grandmother or some other family in the picture," she said as soon as our beverages came. "Cute little thing. It would have killed me to see her go into the system." I can report that she's grown up to be a pretty impressive teenager. In fact, she's the one who hired me to look into her mother's disappearance. "You don't say. Wow." She sipped her latte and set the glass mug back down. "I'm so glad to hear it." I had brought a copy of the police file with me. "I didn't see your name in here, only Curtis and D'Angelo, so I hadn't realized there was another officer on the case." "Like I said, I'm strictly computer research. On this case, I looked into the financial records of the missing girl, helped the detectives make some connections, well, basically talked things through with them a little. My name probably isn't in the file because I never got a sworn statement or filed any reports. I just tell what I find, they write it up." I spoke with each of them, actually traveled to Phoenix a few days ago to meet D'Angelo in person. "Oh yeah? How's he doing?" I filled her in, keeping it basic. "His daughter has been looking out for him ever since his wife died. I gathered she's the only family member he has." Felice nodded slowly. "He talked very little about his family. I was aware of a wife and 2 kids, and he talked a little about the daughter, never about the son. Don't know what the story was there. Of course, I never knew him socially at all. Could be that he just liked to keep his family life private. A lot of cops do. It's their way of feeling they are protecting the family from the bad influences of the job. Can't say if that works or not." I had been flipping through the folder looking for things Felice mentioned. "I don't see a whole lot about Jenny Blake's financial records here." "Wasn't much to it, as I recall. You'll want to see the notes the detectives made. I seem to remember she only carried 1 or 2 banking cards. She was pretty young, and she hadn't used them at any time after the disappearance was reported. That's the kind of thing we're normally looking for. Someone's gone, but if they're okay, they still gotta be spending some money, right? I nodded. It made sense. So if they're not spending on their cards, they've got some cash stashed away, someone else starts footing the bills, or... Deep breath. Or they're not okay. By her pained expression, I could see that she was thinking specifically of Jenny. Following the timelines here in the case reports, it seems D'Angelo and Curtis worked the case pretty actively for a week or two. Then the notes get skimpier, and within a couple of months they kind of gave up. Do you recall them saying anything more, months later? She shook her head. Every once in a while I'd ask about that missing mom, but there wasn't anything. They seemed to think the ex-husband was somehow involved, but I don't think they ever caught up with him. There was one conversation, and this was maybe a week or two after the reported disappearance. The guys were talking about the grandmother, well, Jenny's mother, and one of them said the woman seemed resigned to the idea her daughter was dead. Seemed strange to me at the time because family members will always hold out hope. I've seen missing persons cases go years, and there's always the family member who'll swear that their loved one is alive and well someplace. Maybe Linda Arnold just wasn't one of those? A shrug. Maybe. I mean, I have to admit, some are more realistic. If they've had no word after a long time, they'll begin to accept that the person isn't coming back, that they've probably died. DNA testing has come a long way, I surmised, thinking back to another recent investigation of mine. I'd imagine whenever an unidentified body is found, they can match it up with a missing person. It's getting better and more accurate. For a long time now, it's standard protocol to collect personal items, hairbrushes, toothbrushes, and such, and start a record on any missing person. Conroy glanced at her phone and noticed the time. Look, I gotta get going. Family's going to be screaming for their dinner. You know what I mean? I smiled and thanked her for her time, although a little disappointed there hadn't been a firm clue to point me in a set direction. But every little bit helped fill in the picture. I handed her one of my cards in case she thought of anything more, and I insisted on grabbing the check. She walked out to a white Ford in the parking lot, and I spent a couple more minutes glancing over the notes I'd quickly made. Something stood out, and I knew Janine D'Angelo could help me. But the call shouldn't happen in a public place. I left money on the table and hurried out to my Jeep. Chapter 26. The late afternoon air was beginning to cool, so I rolled down my windows to get a breeze to come through. Janine answered on the second ring, and we did a moment of how's it going chit-chat. I've got a personal question, I said. Okay, sure. Someone said your dad mentioned having a son? There was a definite pause in her breathing. Finally, yeah, I had a brother, Ernie. I'm sorry, it's too personal. If he died... No, it's okay. Years ago, and much water under the bridge. Gosh, I don't know that I've heard his name spoken aloud in years. Maybe I misunderstood. Was there a rift of some kind? No, you were right the first time. Ernie died. Drugs. He was 18 and I was 14. It's the kind of thing that can rip a family apart, create anger, blame, and distrust. I can't even imagine. I'm so sorry. My dad felt all those things. He had to lash out. This was his namesake child, the boy on whom he'd pinned so many hopes. My mother went into mouse mode, scurrying around the house doing 1,000 little chores to keep busy, ducking out of sight whenever Dad went on a rant. I hid out in my room a lot, luckily immersed in books. Reading helped me get through a lot. And yet your parents stayed together. This kind of thing often breaks couples apart. Yeah, amazingly they did. Mainly because Mom just wasn't a fighter. Wouldn't argue, wouldn't defend. In mouse mode, she just huddled in the corners while he got it all out. And eventually he calmed down. Either the anger and the frustration was spent, or he just lost himself in his work. It was good that he had such an immersive job. Didn't give him a lot of time and space to dwell, you know? It must have been so difficult for you. For all of us. But once Dad's anger settled down, it was as if Ernie had never lived there. They converted his bedroom into a pretty guest room, seldom used, and none of the family ever needed to go in there much, so it could be ignored. Dad never spoke Ernie's name. Mom and I quickly learned not to. I guess we just fell into the same pattern. We couldn't bring my brother back by talking about him, so we just didn't. And he still handles it that way? Not bringing up your brother at all? To this day. I imagine he'll keep it up to the end of his life. So sad. For what it's worth, Janine, you have my sympathies. Her voice sounded a little thick as she said she needed to go. I hung up, disturbed. I definitely took my own family way too much for granted. I started the Jeep and drove home in a pensive mood. Freckles greeted me, wagging her stubby tail enthusiastically, reminding me that certain family members are completely devoted. Either that or she knew it was past time for her dinner. I'd no sooner scooped kibble into her bowl than my phone rang. Drake reported that he'd arrived safely at the fire base camp and was settling in for the night. Again, I thanked all the powers that be for the closeness we share. My conversations with Felice Conroy and Janine D'Angelo went in circles in my head. I felt as if I were missing something vital, but I had no idea what. I snacked on cold cuts and cheese, carrying a plate with me to the sofa and opening the case file on my lap. The one thing I hadn't noticed, nor had I thought to ask about, was whether the detectives had questioned Ricky Blake's family. I knew they had talked to Jenny's, but what about his? If they truly believed, as the older cop's notes seemed to indicate, that Jenny and Ricky had gone away together, surely they would have looked up his family and asked a bunch of questions. Maybe I'd just missed it. Nibbling a piece of cheddar, I started once again at the back of the file folder and ran my index finger down each line of text in the reports and notes, pausing each time I came to Ricky Blake's name. Ricky and Jenny, Jenny and Linda, Ricky and his band. No other Blakes showed up until near the end of the investigation. On small notebook pages similar to D'Angelo's were a small batch initialed AC, Alan Curtis. And there was where I found a notation about a police call to Paula Blake in Clovis. The small town is on the eastern plains of New Mexico, almost on the Texas border, ranching country. My most vivid memory of traveling through there was the smell from a rendering plant somewhere along the highway. Otherwise, I knew little about the place. I read through Curtis's notes, but couldn't tell if he had actually visited any Blakes there. He had, however, written down the phone number, so on a whim I dialed it. The problem with such a whim is that I wasn't prepared with questions when the phone was answered. A deep female voice that sounded like too many cigarettes and too much booze gave a brusque hello. "Paula Blake?" There may have been a grunt in response. Canned laughter from a TV sitcom in the background sort of drowned it out. "I'm calling from Albuquerque. My name is Charlie Parker." "You with the cops?" No, I'm... 'Cause it seems like every call I get from Albuquerque somehow involves the cops." Interesting. "Recently? I mean, have you heard from the Albuquerque cops recently?" A laugh that turned into a nasty-sounding cough. "Nah, I suppose that was a long time ago." "I'm trying to locate your son, Ricky. Do you happen to have an address or phone number for him?" "You people still on that? I told the guy last time he called. Ricky and me, we ain't been in touch. My gosh. Hang on a second, will you?" The television sounds had risen to a crescendo that even Paula couldn't ignore. Suddenly the sound level dropped dramatically. "Okay, I'm back. I swear. Now, what was I saying?" "Ricky, how I might contact him?" "No idea. He went off with, I don't know, some band of his. Claimed they was gonna make it big. Probably did. Never saw fit to tell his mother about it.
We don't talk no more.
And when...
Thank the Lord my other kids ain't like that one. My Lisa, sweetest thing, she sent me the prettiest Mother's Day card last week.
I was too busy reaching for a pen to jot down information to remind her that Mother's Day had been 2 months ago. Maybe Lisa had actually sent the card only last week.
Maybe Lisa could help me,
I suggested.
Can you give me her number?
Hang on, I don't remember numbers. She programmed it for me into some speed dial thing here. Just a second.
There was an odd series of noises, clatters and pings and electronic beeps, during which I was fairly certain we would get disconnected. Amazingly, she came back on the line about 30 seconds later and read off a quick series of numbers. I jotted frantically and then read them back to her.
Thanks. I'll check with her about Ricky. I also wanted to ask you about his family, Jenny and Cassie. Did you ever have any contact with them, either before Ricky left or afterward?
Since my real purpose was to locate Jenny, even though it seemed far-fetched, I couldn't discount the idea that Jenny had reached out to her in-laws. That hope was dashed when Paula came back with,
Who?
Ricky's wife and baby daughter. Did you ever have contact with them?
There was nearly a minute of silence, and I almost called out to see if she was still there.
No, not a bit. Now I gotta get back to my shows.
Strange reaction, and I could think of a half-dozen ways to interpret it. But Paula was done with me. The call went dead. I could almost believe that Paula didn't know about Ricky's marriage or the baby. But more likely, the passing years had simply erased any memory of the people who had only been in her son's life for a short while. I had no idea, and I couldn't judge what might have gone on in this woman's life. All I knew was that she'd been a dead-end clue in my search. I dialed the number she'd given me, but it went to voicemail. I hung up. An in-person visit would be best, if I could get an address for Ricky Blake's sister. At my computer, I performed a reverse lookup on the phone number. I got a full name, Lisa Hardy. Her address was in the Northeast Heights near the fairgrounds. It was a little past dinner hour for most people, but not too late to pay a call, especially since we would have daylight until nearly 9 p.m. I left a disappointed puppy behind and went out to my Jeep. Chapter 27. Lisa Hardy was lifting bags of groceries from the trunk of her white Chevy sedan when I pulled up in front of her house. It was a typical older home in this part of the city that had developed in the 1950s, with white stucco, flat roof, small covered porch, and one-car garage. Lisa paused and watched me a little warily as I got out of my vehicle and started toward her. I noted a slightly stocky woman in her mid-40s, blonde with her hair up in a clip that left wispy bits hanging out at all angles. She wore denim shorts, brown sandals, and a tunic top in bright orange. She further stiffened when I called her by name. She had me pegged as some kind of salesperson and was trying to figure out what list her name had appeared on. I introduced myself and held out a business card.
Your mother gave me your contact information?
None of that warmed her up at all. She had set the grocery bags down and stood with her arms crossed, barely giving my card a glance.
We're investigating an old case. 15 years ago, Ricky Blake's wife disappeared, and her family is still looking for answers. You think Ricky had something to do with her being gone? I can tell you that's not what happened.
Do you know what did happen? It would help me a lot, a whole lot, if I could just find her. She shook her head, relaxing a bit now that she knew I wasn't selling something or hitting her up for a donation.
Sorry, I really don't know anything about... What was her name? Jerry? Jenny.
So you two weren't close? Lisa glanced toward the grocery bags.
Look, I got stuff in here that's melting. Come on inside.
I picked up a couple of the bags and followed her inside. The front door opened directly into the living room, which was tidy despite its worn carpeting and outdated furniture. A teen girl with earbuds poked her head out of a doorway as we walked toward the kitchen. She gave a curious glance my way, and Lisa gave her a smile.
Where's your brother?
She asked the girl.
Next door. Okay.
The teen disappeared into her girl cave again, and I followed Lisa into a tiny kitchen where we set the bags on the countertop. She tilted her head toward a tall stool in one corner.
Have a seat if you want while I put this stuff away.
She worked quickly, separating the frozen foods and getting them immediately into the fridge's upper half freezer section.
You're busy, so I'll be quick,
I told her.
You sort of indicated you and Jenny weren't close. How about you and Ricky?
She carried a bag of tomatoes and one of lettuce to the fridge and set them in the crisper before turning back to me with a sigh.
There were 3 of us. I'm the oldest. Tommy's 2 years younger. Ricky was the baby, kind of an afterthought, I suppose. By the time he came along, Mom and Dad were tired of parenting, so they just didn't do much of it with him. He had these charming good looks and got away with anything he wanted to. Being the oldest and a girl, I got the responsibility. Lisa, look after your brothers. Lisa, clean up that spilled oatmeal. Lisa, Lisa, Lisa. And you know what? I couldn't wait to get out of there.
She wadded up an empty shopping bag and started on the next, pulling out 2 boxes of cereal.
I met Sam Hardy when I got my first office job, an insurance company.
He was manager of the Clovis branch, but told me he was going to grab the first promotion that would bring him to Albuquerque.
I knew that's what I wanted, out of the small-town life and away from my family. You never kept in touch?
Oh, sure. I still have that burden of being the oldest daughter. I've helped Mom out with money, made the arrangements for Dad's funeral when that happened. Still check in with her now and then. She's a feisty one, and we're just very different personalities, so I wouldn't say we're close. She stacked 4 cans of green beans in an overhead cupboard.
Tommy turned out fine. He's a mechanic for the Dodge dealer over on Lomas. Married, 3 kids. We're fairly close, but not right in each other's faces, you know. Ricky got married young, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. I always thought he'd got that girl pregnant, but it was at least a year or so before the baby came along. They were a cute couple, but the whole thing fell apart. His doing. All his doing.
From talking to some others, it seems he couldn't let go of the idea of being a career musician, making the big time with a band.
That was it. All he'd talk about. By then, I'm settled in with Sam, and my kids were just babies, so I got my hands full. I still remember this one time. We got a babysitter and went to one of Ricky's shows. Ha! It was a noisy bar where I could hardly hear myself think. The band was... She rolled her eyes. Horrible. I'm a country western girl, so that rock stuff just doesn't do it for me. Ricky is up there all jamming on the guitar, while 2 other guys are screaming out nonsense lyrics. Sam and I couldn't wait to get out of there. She made a dismissive gesture with one hand and turned back to her groceries. Anyway, I loosely kept tabs, and I heard the band members were into drugs. Didn't surprise me with that racket they produced. It'd take a druggie to stay in the same room with it. I cut no slack at all for that stuff, especially not around my kids. Ricky came around once, obviously high, brought little junk presents for the kids, and I wouldn't let him see them. Told him not to ever come back to my home until he dropped that habit.
When was this? Recently?
Oh, no. Way back then. I think his wife had left him, or he left her, I don't know. I never quite got the whole story. Heard rumors that the band had headed off somewhere back east. Nashville? No, maybe it was New York. You know, I really didn't care. There'd been too many of his little antics, too many bridges burned. I meant what I said when I told him not to come back unless he was clean and sober, and he never did.
To this day?
To this day, I haven't seen my younger brother. A faintly wistful expression crossed her face, but it was gone in a flash. I figure he's made his own life somewhere else. Either stayed in music and went down a path I wouldn't like, or who knows, Maybe he got some other girl pregnant, straightened up his act, and is living happily ever after with her people. So you have no idea where I can reach Ricky? She shook her head as she bunched up the last of the plastic shopping bags. Don't know, don't care. I felt a pang of sorrow for her. Whatever she said about not caring, the reddening tip of her nose said there was an emotional connection. One last thing, and then I'm getting out of your hair. Do you think Tommy has ever heard anything from Ricky? I seriously doubt it, but you can sure ask him. She ripped a page from a scratch pad and jotted down a number and address. Go for it. The sun was setting behind the volcanoes on the west side when I got back out to my Jeep. Tommy Blake's address was less than a mile from here, so I figured I might as well try to connect with him now, rather than driving back to this part of town on another day. I pulled away from Lisa's house. It was an easy bet she would be at the window watching me, and drove to the next corner before stopping to make the call. The male voice chuckled when I identified myself.
Lisa said you'd be calling. Come on over.
I found the place with no trouble. Tommy's house was so similar to Lisa's, the brother and sister might have gone real estate shopping together. A red pickup truck sat outside the tan stucco house, along with a mid-sized sedan and an older, slightly battered white truck. A teenage boy lifted his head from under the hood when I parked and walked up the sidewalk. The man who met me at the door was clearly Lisa's brother. Similar facial features, sandy hair with a receding hairline, although his spare weight had gone to his middle, whereas hers had settled in her hips. When he smiled, I saw the definite resemblance. I also got a hint of the winning smile Ricky must have had, the way it could be turned into the flirtatious grin that had won Jenny over.
The wife's got some iced tea made, if you want some.
I walked inside, declined the tea, and promised I wouldn't stay long. I didn't need Tommy to go into the family history, so I cut to my real questions. Did Lisa fill you in on what I'm here for? That I'm trying to locate Ricky's ex-wife, and hoping if I find him, he might know something? He nodded. Lisa told me she hasn't been in touch or seen Ricky in years, so I'm wondering if it's the same for you. Brothers often have a whole different kind of relationship.
You mean Lisa wasn't at all tolerant toward Ricky's music and the drugs, and I might be?
Oh, no, I wasn't implying. A dark-haired woman wandered into the living room, where we'd settled on a pair of recliner chairs. She handed Tommy his iced tea and then settled a hip on the arm of the overstuffed chair. He introduced her as Kathy. This one, Kathy said. He'd forgive his little brother almost anything. Offered to help out, get Ricky into rehab. Even paid for it the first time, and we didn't have a lot to spare in those days. He patted his wife's knee.
I just hoped it would work. Couldn't let him crash and burn and not make a move to help.
She smiled lovingly at him. Obviously, they'd settled this between them a long time ago.
Second time, I told Ricky it was on him. He could get assistance, but he had to apply for it and get himself there. He went, but that time it didn't take either. I did my bit, but I agreed with Lisa after that.
It sounds like you're the kind of brother he might have come back to, once he did get his life straight.
I would have thought so, but nope. Not a word in all these years.
You and Lisa have talked about it? About what might have happened with him? Endlessly, Kathy said with an eye roll.
For a while,
Tommy amended.
A few years went by, but no word. We figured he'd have ID on him, so if something bad happened, the cops would have been in touch with the family. If Mama got word, she'd have been on the phone to Lisa right away.
Kathy shrugged. So we figure he's gone off somewhere, made his own way, or not, but he doesn't care enough to stay in touch. This case I'm investigating actually involves the disappearance of Ricky's ex-wife. They had been divorced about a year, but there was some speculation that he convinced her to get back together and go away with him. Some think he might have lured her into thinking the band was about to hit fame and fortune, and she could be part of that rather than staying home with a baby. Any thoughts on that?
We barely knew Jenny. She was real tight with her mother and had her hands full with the baby, and wasn't she going to college or something?
I nodded.
Yeah, so we hardly saw her at all, and never really after she and Ricky split. The baby was a cutie, but by then we had two of our own, and we got together a lot with Lisa and her kids. It wasn't as if that kid got much of our attention, sorry to say. I always supposed Jenny remarried and made a good home for her kid, one she didn't need the Blake family for.
You didn't hear about it when Jenny disappeared?
He shrugged. Heard about it, yeah. Somebody might have come around asking if I knew where to find my brother. Wouldn't be the first. Usually they were bill collectors, though. I probably just said I had no idea what he was up to, 'cause that would have been after his second time in rehab, and I was getting pretty fed up. When nobody followed up with more questions, I just assumed she came back and took up her life again.
That statement left me a little stunned. But then again, what actually happens in people's minds after they hear someone has gone missing? Unless it becomes a big deal in the media with a police search and an ending, good or bad, most people probably assume it turned out okay. Those flyers stapled to telephone poles or put up on community bulletin boards eventually become tattered or get replaced with newer ones. And the missing just fade away unless family members like Cassie and Linda push for answers. And that's when I had come into the picture. I barely remembered thanking the Blakes for their time and walking back to my car. But determination took over as soon as I started the engine. I had to follow this through and figure out what went on back then. I couldn't let Jenny become a face on another of those tattered flyers that no one looks at anymore. I pulled into my driveway, saw Dottie's car at Elsa's and lights on inside. At least some things in life were normal. Chapter 28. Then. The problem with the brick of cocaine was the sheer number of prints all over the plastic bag. At least 3 or 4 people had handled it, according to the lab technician who dusted it. "I can tell with my naked eyes that there are that many," she told D'Angelo. "I'll lift what I can and get them into the computer. Then we'll see what matches."
Meanwhile, can you tell me if there are traces of the cocaine on any of the other pieces of evidence?
Not that he needed to know whether it was Ricky or Jenny who handled the drugs, but it could send the case off in a different direction if Jenny was the one. "Yeah, I did that right away, before I started handling anything. And no traces of the coke on the purse or its contents. Nothing on anything you brought in." He wasn't surprised. From all appearances, the brick had most likely been in the same spot under the floorboard since before Ricky Blake had moved out of that house. He asked the lab tech to call him the moment she was able to identify any of the prints. Then he went back upstairs to see how Conroy was coming along with the cell phones. "Bunch of calls," Felice said as he approached her desk. "But not that many unique numbers. Her mother had 3 or 4 friends. I found one that showed her caller ID was unknown, and I was just about to check out the number to see who the caller is." Her eyes shifted toward her computer screen. "And here we go. It's an Espanola prefix, a block assigned to Cells R Us, which is one of those pay-as-you-go plans where people buy minutes as they need them. They're handy for lower-income folks and seniors, a way to make and receive calls, but includes no fancies like data."
Seniors, poor people, and drug dealers. Sorry if that's not politically correct.
"No, you're right. Not only drug dealers. People wanting to conduct illegitimate business get them all the time. The phone isn't registered to an account of any type. This particular block of numbers was sold through the Walmart store in Espanola. Guy walks in, buys a cheap phone with a SIM card, buys another card for a certain dollar amount worth of minutes. He's set to go." Neither of them needed the reminder that this particular small town was the hub for the Chaco cartel. Nor did they need reminding that El Tiburon, the head of the cartel, had a nasty reputation. If Ricky Blake got himself involved with them, he'd likely stepped into something way deeper than he could handle. Want me to call over to narcotics and see if I can find any connections? Conroy asked.
No, just stick with the financials and records on Jenny Blake. She's our priority right now. I know a guy over there. I'll give him a call as soon as I check out this other lead.
D'Angelo had an uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. Curtis called to him from across the room. He tacked a new photo to the incident board.
One of the bands Ricky Blake played in. Been a few months, but I've got their names. Shall we follow up? Let's go.
As it turned out, it took more than 3 days to locate the band. The core members were still together, and they'd gotten a series of gigs on the Indian casino circuit, playing as the opening act for bigger-name bands. Curtis's lead, which said the Purple Marauders were playing the Sandia Casino, turned out to be old. With Thanksgiving weekend coming up, they were busy and on the move. After driving out to the far northern reaches of the city, only to find out the group had played Sandia last weekend, they started calling around. The Downs? No. Isleta? No. Route 66? No. The cops branched out a bit farther away. Santa Ana? No luck there. Finally found out the Marauders would be playing the Black Mesa that night. The smaller casino was partway to Santa Fe, but at least it was a lead. They hopped in the department's Taurus and headed that way. Curtis at the wheel this time. A little way past Bernalillo, D'Angelo's cell phone rang and he recognized his wife's number. His daughter's voice surprised him.
Daddy, there's trouble. We need you.
I'm on the road, in the middle of a case, Janine. What is it?
Ernie's in the hospital. Mom's with him.
Janine hadn't called him Daddy since she was 12. He didn't want to ask. Knew better, somehow.
Okay, I'll get there as soon as I can, but it's going to be at least an hour.
Problem? Curtis asked as he stuck the phone back in his pocket. He wasn't about to discuss his family's darkest secret.
There's the casino. Next exit.
Curtis sent him a pointed stare, but D'Angelo just looked away, watching the dried-out, camisa-covered hills roll past them at 70 miles an hour. The car slowed, took the exit, and Curtis cruised the parking lot. Outside one of the doors, he spotted an older, beat-up-looking RV with a magnetic stick-on sign, the Purple Marauders. He pointed at it, and D'Angelo nodded. They pulled to a stop crosswise in front of it. A guy with dark, wavy hair to his shoulders stepped out before the two detectives had climbed out of the car. The cops exchanged a look that meant, you never know what's inside a vehicle like this. Play it cool.
Hey, man, how's it going? We're looking for Ricky Blake?
Curtis called out, casual as could be. The guy had stepped off the RV step onto the pavement.
Haven't seen him in a while. Like months.
He played with the band, right?
Yeah, we gave him a try.
Just a try?
Well, you know, guys come and go in bands like ours. He came, he went.
Curtis nodded. D'Angelo glanced around, trying to appear as casual and non-threatening as possible.
So, sounds like he went some time ago,
Curtis said.
Any idea where he went? Playing with another band in town?
A second man appeared in the doorway. Same long hair, lots of facial scruff. He seemed more curious than anything. At Curtis's question, he spoke up.
Last I heard, he was still looking for work. Nobody serious about their music is going to hire that guy. He's a flake.
Curtis looked toward the first guy, who said,
Yeah, totally. Any thoughts on where to find him?
D'Angelo asked.
Can't say as I've thought of him at all, frankly,
said the dark-haired one, the man who seemed to be the band leader.
We're in this to play our music, earn some money, get discovered. Guy like that's just gonna bring us down. Sorry, but I got to the point where I just don't care.
Both cops nodded, and the guy turned to go back inside the RV.
Well, that was a waste,
Curtis said as he pulled away.
Want to check out anything else while we're out this way?
Based on what? Without a lead, Blake could be anywhere at all by now. I gotta get back."
Right, the call from home. But D'Angelo wasn't planning to elaborate. He needed to get to his personal vehicle and get to the hospital to find out what the hell was going on with his son. Chapter 29. Now. I had to admit, I was running out of ideas on my case. Jenny's family knew nothing. Ricky's family knew nothing. It could turn out that the police were right. The couple could have run off together and started a whole new life. But that didn't feel right either. Not from what I'd heard about Jenny's feelings toward her daughter. I was smearing some peanut butter on bread when I heard a tap at the kitchen door. Elsa was peering through the glass. "Hey, I thought you and Dottie were all settled in for the night," I said, holding up the sandwich, offering to make her one. She waved off the food.
"We ate early. I just came by to see if you have any of that diarrhea medicine."
Probably, somewhere around here. What happened? Dottie's cooking not agreeing with you?
"Oh, it's not for me. Iris came back from her honeymoon cruise not feeling so great."
"Oh, that's too bad. It's no fun to get sick when you're traveling, especially if that's the problem," I said, wiggling my fingers in front of my lower abdomen.
"I don't know for sure if it is,"
she said, taking a seat at the kitchen table and indicating I should go ahead and eat my sandwich.
"I just wanted to be able to offer her something for her ailment."
I couldn't imagine that Iris wouldn't have already gone to the pharmacy herself or sent the handsome new husband if she needed medication. But I didn't say this to Elsa. She just wanted to help, and this was her go-to solution. I remember from my teen years, if anything at all is making you feel bad, it had to be intestinal. So did Iris say if she had a good time?
"Well, we had plans for the day. She was going to pick me up for lunch, and then we thought we'd check out the new exhibit at the museum. She never showed."
"What? No word? Nothing?"
"Until I called her to ask what the heck. She sounded awful. She apologized for forgetting our date, and that's when she said she hadn't been feeling well. I told her to go to the doctor. But you know Iris. She insisted she'll be fine, that it's just some kind of bug she picked up on the cruise."
"Could be," I said between sticky bites of PB&J.
"Actually, by the end of the conversation, I think she was perking up. She told me how they walked a lot, going around the various decks on the ship on the days they weren't in port somewhere. Said one night they were out at the rail, staring at the stars, and how romantic that was. Guess she got so carried away trying to spot the Big Dipper that she nearly toppled overboard. A crew member who happened to come out the door at that moment helped Jeffrey pull her back. They had a big laugh over her clumsiness, and she decided she'd had a little too much wine with dinner that night."
Graham was smiling at the memory of the story.
"Maybe that's what's got her feeling bad now. Too much of a good time."
"Maybe so." But alarm bells were going off in my brain. I didn't want to say anything yet, but found a packet of Imodium for Graham to take with her. I watched her walk back through the break in the hedge and saw her back porch light go off before I raced to my computer. I hadn't liked the looks of this Jeffrey fellow right from the start. Now my suspicions were running on high. Delving into Ron's special databases works great if you know a little something about the person you're researching. Unfortunately, I knew next to nothing about Jeffrey or any of his family. I started by entering the one thing I did know, his name. The date of birth, social security number, and address fields must have been pretty important. A box came up on the screen saying, "Insufficient data to locate results." So, okay, I decided to mine the depths of social media once again. I had found a skimpy Facebook profile on Jeffrey, but since the wedding I had a little more data. Celeste, his sister, was there, but all of her posts seemed to be about hair, makeup, and lunches with a bunch of ladies. I didn't see much of anything about family events, not even a post about her brother's wedding so recently. No birthdays, not even a kid party or anything where I could ferret out clues. I tried Raina's name, but as before, nothing showed up. Drum rolling my fingertips lightly over the keys, I started thinking of names from the wedding. How many of the cousins had I actually been introduced to? Not many, but I entered whatever names came to mind, along with the surname Lugan, in hopes someone from that side of Jeffrey's family would pop up. Nothing. Rats. I don't like doing this, and normally wouldn't, but I picked up the phone and called Ron. Hey, he'd gotten more than a week of vacation unpestered by his little sis. He could take one call, and I hoped he'd be willing to make a call. I further justified the interruption by telling myself he would be coming home soon anyway, and might as well get back into the swing of work, right? He sounded relaxed and happy when he answered. Good. I led with the soft questions. Were they having fun? How was the weather? I know it's Hawaii, the weather is always the same. And then filled him in on how I'd taken Graham to her friend's wedding, and oh, by the way, how would he like to contact his buddy Kent Taylor at APD and ask if he could run some fingerprints through the system?
What prints?
He asked. I'm just not trusting this Jeffrey guy that Iris married, and now he's trying to fix up Graham with a friend of his.
No way you're letting that happen, are you?
As if I could actually control my Graham. Doing my best to stop it. When I related what Graham had told me about Iris's new illness and the cruise ship mishap, he suddenly began to take notice.
I'll make a call to Kent. He kind of owes me a favor from a couple months ago. When can you take the prints by?
Oops, I hadn't quite worked it out that far. I'll get them tomorrow.
I'll call him in the morning.
Good. Done. Except for the part about obtaining fingerprints from someone I barely knew. I clicked off the call and then spent the next 15 minutes pacing the floor, trying to come up with a way to solve this within the next 24 hours. I could invite them all to dinner, and when it came time to clear the table, I could keep Jeffrey's glass and silverware separate from the others and take those to Kent Taylor. But racing through the actual logistics of that brilliant idea, dinner plans take time to put together. Maybe Iris was feeling so poorly she wouldn't want to come over. Jeffrey could come up with any little excuse and shoot down my plan. I don't actually love cooking for a crowd. Scratch the dinner party. Okay. But what if I took the visit to them? I only needed one cohort to make this work. Well, and a lot of other little pieces had to fall into place perfectly. But we'd deal with that as the situation dictated. Dang, I should have studied improv. Chapter 30. Then. D'Angelo parked in a slot marked official use only, slapped his APD placard onto the dash of his private car, and walked into the UNM hospital ER. He hated these places. The smells, the people who either seemed resigned to waiting forever for treatment, or frantic because a loved one was in pain or bleeding. The overall sadness. At least this wasn't a Saturday night, he told himself. It could be worse. He gave his name to a woman behind a glass wall that had a little speaker built into it.
My son was brought in.
She tapped something on her computer keyboard and then fiddled with a stack of paper folders for what seemed like a half hour, but was probably 3 or 4 minutes. I'm checking. Be right back, she murmured, getting her wide ass out of the chair. Before she made it out of her cubicle, he spotted Janine on the other side of another glass wall. He tapped on the glass to get the receptionist's attention.
There's my daughter. If you'll let me through, she can take me to him.
An obnoxious buzzer sounded, and the latch on a heavy door to his right clicked. He pushed through, and Janine rushed into his arms.
Daddy, we've been so scared. Mom brought Ernie in and gave me her phone to call you.
Shush. It'll be okay.
He held her at arm's length, trying to read her expression. Would it be okay?
Is he?
She nodded.
For now, Mom's with him. He's hooked up to machines.
Her voice broke. His greatest fear, all of their greatest fear, was that one of these times it wouldn't turn out all right. He had to face the fact that his son was an addict. They'd been finding drugs in his room since he was 11, and each time it was something harder and more dangerous. They'd hauled him to rehab, committed him to programs that 28 days later he would walk out of, saying all the right things before he went right back to his old ways. 20-some years later, it was amazing Ernie was alive. He put an arm around Janine's shoulder, and they walked down a hall surrounded by curtained bays and glassed-in rooms filled with patients and families. He realized which room his son was in when he saw the uniformed cop standing outside. D'Angelo sent Janine inside while he revealed the badge on his belt and introduced himself to the officer.
"What's this about?"
"Sorry, sir. I've got orders to be here."
"Whose orders? Why?"
"Head of Narcotics Division? I'm afraid I don't know much more than that."
The young officer gave him a name and let D'Angelo pass into the room. Janine and his wife sat on opposite sides of the bed, where Ernie lay.